And we're back for set 3 of the 24-hour live stream. That took me 30
Whee!
minutes longer than I thought it would.
Mhm.
I'm glad we're back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're here with Morbid Butterfly. So, Miss Morbid, please take it away.
Very
So
nice.
first off, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who has gone before me and read. You guys have done a great job. Yeah, we're at like $6,099. So here's hoping that we can raise a bunch more money before this all ends. I'm going to start off with telling you guys a little bit about why we're doing this, and then, a little bit about myself, and then we'll get started. Um, on June 1st, there was a girl that got stabbed by her friends for 2 times, her 2 friends for several times. Luckily, she was very courageous and managed to survive her attack despite all the major injuries she suffered. But the assailants claimed to have done this all in order to become proxies of the fictitious creepypasta character known as Slender Man. All the artwork you see on the slideshow, all the voices, and the music that community uniting together under one cause today. We've come together to raise money for that little girl that was hurt, and in hopes we can prevent future crimes. The Narrators United Fund will go on to pay the medical bills for the Waukesha victim, as well as being donated to Safe Horizon, a charity dedicated to helping victims of violent crimes. Our symbol is the yellow rose of sympathy, a yellow ribbon for compassion, and a blue ribbon for standing against violence in teenagers. I am the Morbid Butterfly Circus. I am a creepypasta narrator, singer, and a writer. Here we can make a difference. We've already raised so much money, and let's continue to stand for creativity and not reality. The first story I'm going to start off with is actually a gaming creepypasta known as The Theater. Have you ever heard an old game called The Theater? Yeah, I didn't think so. Probably because many say it doesn't even exist. You see, The Theater was an old game released around the same time as Doom. Today, if you ever even find it, it's only available on crappy bootleg CD-ROMs, which more often than not don't even actually contain the game. The actual legitimate copies that they say were released back in the day feature a blank cover with nothing but the sprite of what has been named the Ticket Taker. He is simply a poorly drawn, pixelated, bald Caucasian man with large red lips, wearing a red vest over a white shirt and black pants. He is completely expressionless, though some say that if you smash the disc in his face, it'll show as angry the next time you look at the cover. Though this is just dismissed as urban legend. What is peculiar about the theater, though, is that there is no developer named on the jewel case, nor a game description on the back. It is simply the ticket taker on a white background on both sides. The game was initially known for its inability to install correctly. The installation process immediately locks up the computer when the user reaches the licensing agreement. Also strange about the licensing agreement for the theater is that whenever the developer studio is supposed to be named, the text is simply a blank line. Anyways, most people who have claimed to own one of the original CDs say they figured out how to install the game by simply rebooting their computer on the licensing agreement with the disc still inside. Then they are prompted to press I agree on startup. Then they continue with the installation. If a player supposedly manages to find what they believe to be a working copy, they have said that the installer window will freeze and stop responding before you can click your first next. But they do also say that their PCs do not lock up and it is only the installer that freezes. It is unknown whether these are actual copies or fake, but it is widely thought that these working copies are just to draw internet attention, with no proof of the installation effects. Upon proper installation, the game then starts up without any introduction besides a main menu that is simply the sprite of the moving theater's exterior on an empty city street. The title then fades in, and then the three menu buttons: New Game, Load, and Options. Selecting Options immediately crashes the game to desktop. Load is said to not function at all. Even if you do have a saved game, nothing happens when you press it. Thus, New Game is the only working menu option. Once it is selected, you are taken to first-person view. You're standing in an empty movie theater lobby, with the exception of the ticket taker standing in front of a dark hallway, which you can only assume leads to the theaters itself. There's nothing to do but look at the poorly drawn, mostly illegible movie posters, or approach the ticket taker. Once the player moves towards the ticket taker, a very low-quality sound clip plays saying, "Thank you, please enjoy the movie," along with a speech box saying the same thing. You then walk into the hallway, and the screen fades to black, and you're back in the empty lobby, and you do the exact same thing, again, and again, and again. While this may sound like a really horrible game, a number of peculiar things occur as you continue to play it. The number of times you have to continue in the hall after giving your ticket to the ticket taker before the strange events happen is unknown. Most state that it's completely random, and it could take you anywhere from the first playthrough to the 400th. What happens, though, has deeply disturbed some players. The first occurrence is when the player fades to black after walking down the hallway. This time, they'll notice the ticket taker is completely absent. The player then, without any other options, decides to walk into the dark hallway. The sound clip and text box mentioned previously still play in the absence of the ticket taker. But when the player walks into the hallway, the screen does not fade out. It goes pitch black as they walk deeper into the hall. But the player's footsteps sound clip is still playing as they continue to push up on their keyboard. Those claiming to have played the original game report they have felt extremely uncomfortable walking down the hallway, anticipating the whole way something is happening. That's horrible. Well, eventually, the player is unable to move forward. There's nothing but a few moments before a strange sprite that is described as the ticket taker, but with a swirl for a face, appears and stands before the player. The original players of the game say their bodies immediately froze up and their stomachs churned when they saw this sprite, which has appropriately been named the Swirly Head Man. Nothing happens as the Swirly Head Man stands before them. Then suddenly, a piercing screech plays as the game glitches out. This lasts for a few minutes, with the screeching being continuous. Then the player is abruptly returned to the lobby, with all the sounds and graphics being as they should be. The game continues normally for the next couple of cycles of entering the hallway, with a couple of original players claiming the swirly-headed man would briefly appear and disappear in the corner of the screen as a brisk yelp sound effects plays. Then at the point, after meeting the swirly head man, the player sees the ticket taker pacing back and forth. Though there is no walking animation, the sprite's limbs are completely static, so he just hops up and down, slightly as a substitute, with his eyes being wide and his mouth open to stimulate a worried facial expression. Some players noted that the movie poster had been replaced with images of the swirly-headed man, which caused them to immediately turn their character's head away from the posters and approach the ticket taker. Then another different low-quality sound clip plays, but the speech box contains nothing but corrupted characters that cause whatever text that would have been in the box to be completely illegible. Due to the extreme low quality of the sound, it's debated by players what exactly the ticket taker says at this point, though it is widely agreed that he says, "Never reach the other levels." Then the screen fades out once again and returns the player back to their starting point in the lobby. But the ticket taker is gone, and the hallway is blocked by a large brick wall sprite. Touching the brick wall will immediately crash the game, and that's all there is to it. No one knows what the other levels are or how to access them, nor is it known why the swirly headman causes such acute fear in those who have seen him in the game. All the original copies of the theater have either been lost or destroyed. But the creepiest part is the fact that all the original players of the game claim to occasionally see a brief glimpse of the swirly head man out of the corner of their eyes. And that's the end of the theater. Actually, if I remember correctly, you did some voice work for the Ticket Taker MCP, and
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, well, there was like a game of that one that actually came out a short while ago, and they actually took it off the video, and then they actually contacted me and asked me to do some voice work.
yeah. That I thought that was appropriate considering that basically we're doing a live theater in front of the whole audience out there. Yeah.
Okay, do want to go ahead and bring this up real quick, and I hate to steal the mic from you, but yeah, the total did go up with your story of the theater. So we're at $6,185, and a big thank you to Dalton Smith who donated $65 of that. He says he hopes that this little bit helps, and that's actually a very generous amount, and we very much appreciate that, Dalton.
Yes, we thank you very much.
What have you got in store for us, Morbid?
So, while Murphy was on his last, when he was doing his last reading, I actually was getting really nervous, and so I took to writing a pasta, and MCP said I could do it. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on ahead and transition into it. It's called The Gnawing. You ready, Bucket?
You bet. Let's go.
Very few people can comprehend being eaten. It's like the crawling of bugs across your foot, the itching of every part of your lower back, how your mind and body screech, disorienting you. You feel helpless, yet alive, all at the same time. You not only feel the sensations from this experience, but also like you are watching in abject horror. The fear grips you as your head darts around, trying to see, to comprehend what is gnawing at you. Even the you observing cannot understand what is grinding on your flesh. You shake and tremble, screaming, hoping, praying it will just stop and go away. People stare at you. They look at you with those demeaning eyes. They will ask you, what is wrong? You'll be unable to scream or say anything to convince them of the thing eating you. They don't understand. And you'll feel the greatest shame and just want to sprint towards the nearest exit. You feel imprisoned. You want freedom, freedom from what is eating you alive, but you do not have that freedom. It has crippled you, continuing to gnaw on you as you quake with fear. Gnawing, never doing any permanent damage, continuous grinding that rings inside your head. It keeps you alive. It is toying with you, whispering into your ear, reminding you every moment that there is no particular reason it chose you, that you were just unlucky, reminding you that it has always been here, constantly feeding. No, not feeding, gnawing, chewing, tasting. It reminds you of your helplessness and of how helpless anyone is to help you. The people closest to you, they cannot help you. They can only subdue what is eating you, but only after they realize the gnawing has begun. And what seems like an eternity for you, they will save you with a simple mint. Once they give it the mint, it will quiet and at last sleep. It sleeps until the next time. And there is always next time. Its name, you ask? Anxiety. And so that's what I wrote while I was extremely nervous and having anxiety.
I was going to say, you just wrote that in like the last hour? In the last 2 hours?
Like the last hour or so. And
Oh,
That's impressive.
that's really awesome.
That's just one of
so,
those on-the-spot things. That's awesome.
yeah. So this next story I'm gonna do, it actually, like, I'm gonna give a little background why I picked this one particular one. Uh, MCP was probably the one to give me the nickname I'm actually known for in the community as Mama Morby, and this derived from me constantly ending up playing mother characters, and specifically mother characters to MCP for whatever reason.
You've always played my mother.
Yes, I always played your mother for whatever reason. But this is called A Mother's Love. One afternoon, a couple was traveling on by car when at a far distance they saw a woman in the middle of the road waving frantically. The wife told her husband to keep on driving because it might be too dangerous, but the husband decided to pass on slowly so he wouldn't stay with the doubt on his mind of what might have happened and the chances of anyone being hurt. As they got closer, they noticed a woman with cuts and bruises on her face, as well as her arms. They then decided to stop and see if they could be of any help. The cut and bruised woman was begging for help, telling them that she had been in the car accident and that her husband and son, a newborn baby, were still inside the car, which was in a deep ditch. She told them that the husband was already dead, but that her baby seemed to be alive. The husband that was traveling decided to get down and try and rescue the baby, and he asked the hurt woman to stay with his wife inside their car. When he got down, he noticed two people on the front seats of the car, but he didn't pay any importance to it, and took out the baby quickly, and got up to take the baby to its mother. When he got up, he didn't see the mother anywhere, so he asked his wife where she had gone. She told him that the woman had followed him back to the crashed car. When the husband went back to look for her, he noticed that clearly the couple in the front seats were dead, one of whom was unmistakably the woman who had flagged them down. So that was A Mother's Love.
I love your
Scary
set.
Ghost Lady.
I
All
love
right.
your sets of these nice little short snippet pastas. These are awesome.
Yeah. It was really
Yeah,
unnerving.
I I thought it might be best that because that way we can keep people updated on what totals are happening if they're happening.
Oh yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let me go ahead and check on that one. I've been going through the social medias. Oh wow, did somebody just donate that? Let's see. Zachary McCullough donated $100. That is okay.
Thank
He
you.
says, "So sorry I'm late on donating. I had lost my wallet, which contained my debit card, ID, credit card. Oh my God. My new debit card just got here today. I'm enjoying the live stream very much and hope that my donation helps. And I definitely hope that you can reach the donation goal. Hello, MCP Murphy and everybody else that I don't really know and who probably don't know me. Sincerely, Fear of. If you guys have heard of Fear of, he did the series Case File. I've been in
Yeah.
contact with him. He's done a good number of stories that I've done up on my channel. He just donated $100. So Fear of, thank you very much for that. We we really appreciate that. That puts us at
Yes.
$6,285.
Keep going, people. Keep
Yeah.
going. You're doing great.
We can reach this. We can reach this. We just gotta try. We gotta try.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll be able
We
to
can do
hit.
it.
I'm pretty sure we'll at least be able to make it, to a really nice number by the end of this one. Plus, we're gonna keep the donation fundraiser link open for another week after the
Hmm.
stream is over with. So you guys are
Yeah.
welcome to continue to
Yep.
donate then.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm just moving my
So
inventory.
up next I've got The Patron Saint of a Good-Looking Corpse by Silicon Lemming. Um, Barnabas told me it was good, so I'm trusting his judgment.
All right.
Come in, friend, and take a seat. My name, call me Jack. I run this establishment. I've been working in this bar for the better part of 100 years. Got a nice stage. We got entertainment later if you're sticking around. Mm-hmm. Well, do you have time for a drink? Okay. What was that? The 100 years thing? Yeah, friend, I'm a little older than I look. I'm a demon. I can tell from your expression that you've never bumped into one of us before. We do exist. I guarantee that by the end of this conversation I'll have swung your opinion. Don't worry. I'm not a threat, hardly good for business. And my business is important to me. On that stage, you'll see some of the best talent in the biz. I consider myself a talent scout with no equal. I specialize in contracts for fame and fortune. I can give the lucky individual 10 years of their dreams, and then I come to collect. In return, they play at my club for the rest of eternity. They almost never think twice. One catch, though. I can only make this deal with them whilst they're 17. I don't know why. I don't make the rules. Who do I have? You probably know a few of them. The first guy I signed was something really special. Created an entire genre by himself. Kid by the name of Robert, a real demon on the guitar. If you'll pardon the pun. It seems everyone and his brother knew about our deal, though. Yeah, the crossroads thing. Well, it did make a subject easier when I was talking to later pitches. Thing with Robert is, he wasn't quite ready to give it up when I came to collect. So I had to grease the wheels, so to speak. Strychnine poisoning can be very painful. Or so I hear. This is the thing. They're happy for the trade at 17. But the moment they hit 27, it starts to consume them. It becomes all they can think about. Some will use it to drive them to write as much as they can. Others will try to use as many directions as possible and not think about it much. You know, drugs, alcohol, women, the good things in life. Need a refill there, champ? This one guy, Kurt, now he surprised me. He worked out how to summon me, against my will, I might add, yanked me right into his goddamn front room. Just as I'm about to give the shaggy-haired fool a piece of my mind, he pulls out a shotgun and says that he is breaking the deal. Blew his brains out right in front of me. I mean, come on. The deals are binding. Killing yourself just gets you here faster. I'm a freaking demon. My kind invented fine print. Another cat I should mention is Jimmy. He was a rare one, I'll tell you. That kid was tripping out so hard when he got here. It took us a week to convince him he was dead. All he cared about was as long as he had the guitar to play. Now he plays every Friday night. Packs the place out every time. What? Oh, come on. I've worked hard for them, and now they work hard for me. This bar is something I take pride in. I have some of the best entertainment in the world, and here I showcase it to any who knows how to get here. You don't remember how you got here? Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Something tells me you got a little more free time than you realize. Fancy another drink? I just worked out what that one was about. It's about the 27 Club. The conspiracy theory about the 27 Club. The artists and musicians that die at the age of 27.
Ahaha.
Ah.
Because
Yeah.
I realized my mic was still muted and I was talking to no one. I was about to ask you what the 27 Club was.
Referring to the Disney thing, like the Club 22?
Yeah, that's honestly what I
No,
assumed.
it's
Or sorry,
no.
Club 33. Club 33.
The Club 27 Club is, or the 27 Club is like, there's been a lot of musicians like Kurt Cobain, Jimi Hendrix that died at the age of 27.
They brought
I
up
think it
Robert
was Jimi
Johnson as
Hendrix.
well.
Yeah, Robert Johnson, yeah.
Hmm.
So, yep.
So the conspiracy theory is that they commit suicide at that age?
They commit suicide or are murdered or something at the age of 27.
Oh, okay.
I
Hmm.
don't I don't remember it right off the top of my head right now. I think I was looking it up in the top 10 conspiracy theories video online.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you one thing. That one did end up getting us another donation. We're at $6,295 now.
Yay.
Um, so we're still steadily growing. It's going great, and we've got 450 viewers again, which, but it's such an early hour. I'm really shocked. We're
Yeah.
doing really good. Um,
Yay.
Good going,
anybody? I'm gonna go
Ramon.
ahead and bring this. Sorry, go ahead.
Hmm?
Hmm?
Okay, I was just gonna go ahead and bring this up. That if you're trying to donate, we've got the link here. I'm going to be posting the link in the comments again. So there's a hyperlink, and also can be found in the description. But again, because of the late hour, sometimes the server for the U-Caring site where we're running the charity at may end up fluctuating. If you end up getting a service not available or the page isn't available, just refresh it once or twice. It should come up for you.
And please, it doesn't matter if you donate like $1 or $100 million. Every little bit counts. Every single bit.
Exactly. Exactly.
Ah,
Even if you don't think you're making a difference, you're making a difference.
yes, most definitely. And
Exactly.
we appreciate every bit, and we appreciate everybody who has come out to watch and listen to everybody that has been on here.
Yep. And so something tells me there's those few people who've actually stayed with us from the beginning.
Oh my God, I hope not.
Oh no, according to Twitter, there are
Oh
people that
God.
have been fighting off sleep to stay with us throughout the entirety of set 3. So,
Oh, no.
for all you troopers out there, give yourselves a gold star.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think I'm gonna make the full 24 hours.
What have we? Let me see. We're
Oh,
about 30 minutes in. So, what have you got lined up for us next, Morbid?
they cause our troubles.
Hmm. All
Ready, Bucket?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
I just want to play something that I haven't played in a little while, so let's get a new song. Okay, here we go.
Okay. We invite them into our home. We think only of the pleasures they will bring us, the pride, the glory, and if we're lucky, the wealth. But that isn't always the case. They are mischief makers. They willingly destroy property, smashing valuables. They know full well what they're doing, but they don't care, and they never will. We think they won't be like that. We don't know how wrong we are. We hear horror stories, but we think they will be different. There are many of them being invited willingly into our world each day. They are the reason we stay up at night, unable to go to sleep. They're the reason that what little sleep we can get isn't very helpful, seemingly to make it worse. They start out with smaller incidents, keeping us awake at night, sapping our time and energy each day. But then it goes to damage, smashed glassware, jewelry, and even furniture. Finally, physical harm, bruises, dislocated limbs, broken bones. They still remain unaffected by scolding, not even noticing us as we try to hurry them to when they will finally pay off. But it never works. It never will. We can run away, but only for a short while. You have to go back eventually. They stay for many years. Once you invite them in, they will stay for many years. Many people have them, but even with evidence, the people still expect the same thing, for it to be rewarding right away. It never is. They can keep you from working, make you run low on money, food, and more. But then again, they're kids. So what do you expect? They're always with us, I think is what it's called. They cause our troubles.
Cause their troubles.
They cause our troubles.
Hmm.
Hmm.
No,
Uh-huh.
nice short micro pastas. I like those like short ones though. Like it always seems like you get like that short little taste almost, basically.
Yeah.
Let
Yep.
me see. We are still going up in numbers. Everybody seems to be liking these short ones then, Morby.
That's really
Oh
good.
wow, we
I'm glad I decided to do this because originally I was going to do the cave, and the cave is like 40 minutes long.
Yeah.
The cave is like forever long.
Well, the short ones are so nice because it's like, you get a little refresh every once in a while.
Yeah.
just want to go ahead and bring this up real quick. Looks like Fear of was not done. He went ahead and donated another $25. So
Oh.
that guy, man, he is
So
savior
what's our
here.
total at now?
$6,345.
Wee!
Woo. Keep going, everyone.
Yeah, please do. I'm 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 getting excited for this. Pumped up. Let's see here. So I have got I am not a clone.
I'm not a clone. I wish I had some sort of game themed songs. See, to go.
Yeah, this is another video game pasta, so.
I love these.
I'm the original. I'm the best. I care not what those journals say. They're wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. I am the original. Aren't I? I fingered the Pokeballs attached around my waist. My Pokemon, my partners, my faithful companions, my best friends. Through thick and thin, we'd gone through the perils of Johto and into Kanto. And now, here I was, standing at the entrance to the old mansion. I had been mesmerized by the beauty of a Ninetales I had battled on my way here. I wanted one. I had to have one. The kind trainer told me that Vulpix could be found in the old Cinnabar mansion, which was just about to be destroyed. Dangerous. But I was getting that Vulpix whether this stupid mansion wanted me to or not. I double-checked my party, making sure everyone was ready to go. My fur alligator, Beedrill, Noctowl, Umbreon, and Rapidash all seemed ready. But there was the question of whether or not he was ready. I bit my lip, having been told by my friend of the journals that were scattered around the mansion. He had pointed out the connections to my dearest boy, and I of course denied every single thing that he pointed out. I had to. My Pokemon were practically my children, and what parent would not try to protect their child? But even I couldn't ignore everything. I decided to keep him in his Pokeball for this trip, even if his psychic powers were good against the poison Pokemon that practically ruled this place. I took the ball and shoved it deep down into my backpack. I made sure I had plenty of potions, antidotes, and burn heals. After finding satisfaction in my stores, I slung the bag across my back and called out my Rapidash. I kindly asked her if she would light up the dark mansion for me, and the Pokemon whinnied and flared brightly. I smiled and thanked her, guessing that this was a yes. I'm so tired. Where are we? I can't tell. It's dark and stuffy. It's hot, too. Too hot. I don't like it. Why can't I see? This feeling. Why do I have it? Why do I suddenly feel so ice cold? Where are we? I felt the Pokeball rattle in my backpack. Considering my bag was so loaded with stuff, I was surprised I could feel it. My boy must be distressed. I frowned. I knew he didn't like being in dark places, and yet I still did this to him. He'll be upset, but not as much as he would be if he were out. The lesser of two evils, I suppose. And I simply couldn't leave him in the storage system. He'd live. I slid my Pokedex out of my pocket, looking at the pictures of Vulpix on the screen, studying it. I scanned over its info. I'd be ready to face this thing once I found it. I even had the brand new Ultra Balls in my pocket, ready to toss at the fox. Oh! My gaze snapped up at the screen, my eyes wide. My prize had come to me, it seemed. Who was I to complain about that? The Vulpix spotted me. With the pinprick eyes, it took off down the decrepit hall. Grinning, I readied for Alligator's Pokeball and took off after it, my feet pounding on the moldy carpet. I feel sick. I have a headache. Is there anything for that? Maybe something for humans. Maybe it'd work for me too. I'm not too different from them after all. No matter how much it pains me to say so with some of them in the world. Huh? We're moving. Ugh. That sick feeling got stronger. The air smells familiar. Are we in a cave? No, 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 it's not a cave. It feels too strange to be a cave. Let's see, there's mold in the air. The air smells stale. We're enclosed somewhere. It's too dry to be a cave. The air isn't dusty. There's ash. Something's burning or has recently burned. That explains the heat, I guess. But there's something behind all that. It's so familiar. It practically drills itself into my mind and into my fear, it seems. Where are we? Am I in the bag? Is there something I shouldn't see? Why not? I'm strong enough to handle it. I'm strong enough to handle anything. I chased the Vulpix through the dark. All of a sudden, it took a sharp turn to the right into the room, and Rapidash and I rushed into the room, my partner's bright flames penetrating the shadows that lurked in every corner. It was almost eerie now that I think about it. I turned to the far side of the room. The Vulpix was trapped against the wall, hissing and spitting. I frowned. Water would just scare it more, I knew. So with a quick ember from my powerful Rapidash at the flick of a wrist, Vulpix was safely inside my Ultra Ball. I walked over and lifted the Pokeball, tucking it back into my bag. I'd stick it in the PC once I got back outside. I slung my backpack off, reaching down to one of the side pockets to grab an escape rope. That's when I saw it. The journal my friend had told me about. Why it was lying on the ground, though, as someone had pitched an old book against the wall, though, I'd never know. What was in that book, though? I had to know. My curiosity suddenly lurked in front of my mind like shadow on a sunny day. It was there. There was no getting rid of it. Even though I had practically promised myself and my boy I wouldn't. I reached forward and pulled the book toward myself, being extremely careful with the yellowed pages. I bit my lip, gently turning to the front of the book. I read aloud, July 5th, Guyana, South America. We had discovered a new species of Pokemon. It seems that all members of this species are now gone, sadly. This makes studying the new Pokemon very hard. Luckily, we have recovered samples of the Pokemon DNA. They appear to be very recent. Have these Pokemon only very recently gone extinct? Are they actually still alive? Why does this sound so familiar? It's so painfully familiar. I can feel it on the back of my mind. Why can't I remember? I turned the page to find, surprisingly, that there were a few pages torn out. I turned to where the book was laying, finding scattered piles of tiny bits of torn paper. I frowned. There was no salvaging that. I sighed and continued to read. July 10th, Guyana, South America. Due to its supposed kitten-like appearance, we've decided to christen the new Pokemon Mew. I smiled. Mew was a very cute name. Mew, 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 Mew. The name's so easy to say it rolls off my tongue as easily as my own name. I can feel it burning in my mind. I know that name. Why do I know that name? I turned the next few pages, finding them torn out or simply destroyed to the point that only a few lines of text were readable. Finally, I came upon something useful. February 6th, Cinnabar, Kanto. The test on the new Mew has proven successful. We have cloned a brand new specimen. However, the limited DNA we have will not work. Professor Blaine offered his own blood for the research. While the clone is not what we had hoped for, being very little like its original Mew, it will have to suffice. We have decided to call this creature Mewtwo. Mewtwo appears to be rather powerful. We don't, however, yet know the extent of this power. I frowned and bit my lip. My friend had lied to me. He hadn't wanted me to read these. He had pointed out the small similarities that were painfully real. My Mewtwo was really a science experiment? No, 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 no. I remember now. I remember it all now. I don't remember this. I refuse to believe I am just a science experiment. I had emotions, I had thoughts, I had to suffice. I believed them. I believed those stupid humans. I believed they cared. I'm as stupid as them for believing in their charade. They care nothing about life. I just had to suffice, though. I was almost shaking. My poor Mewtwo. This was really what he was intended for? My bottom lip quivered. I choked back tears. My Mewtwo. What would have happened had he not escaped? What fate would he have come to if he was not with me now? I read on. I had to know what the end would have been if he didn't. September 1st, Cinnabar Kanto. Mewtwo is far too powerful. All attempts to weaken its vicious tendencies have failed. I flipped through the remaining pages, finding only blank paper. I threw the book against the wall and slung my backpack over the shoulders. I jumped on Rapidash's back, trusting her to take me to the entrance. I just had to get out. I remember now, oh so vividly. But no matter how many times I run it in my head, it just seems like a story. I am Mewtwo. I am myself. I am no one's clone. I realize I'm pushing into my dear trainer's thoughts, but I don't care. It's better if someone knows what I'm thinking. I have to get out. I am the original. I am the best. I care not what the journals say. They are wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. I am the original. Aren't I? No matter how many times I say it, I can't convince myself it's true. And that was I Am Not a Clone, a Pokepasta.
I love that poke pasta too.
I
I know
know.
Oh yeah.
it plays more towards like the anime or like the anime for Pokemon Origins than really like the game thing. Like it's not one of those haunted game ones.
Yes.
God, I love it so much. Let's see where we're at. I know we did go up because I checked that on the stream over there. Yep, we're at $6,376 now.
Oh, yay. Good job, guys. You're doing
Yeah.
great.
We're
So
doing
great.
awesome. If we got about 15 minutes left in the stream, you got some more short ones for us?
I
Or not?
do. So, let's go with, so I don't know if people know this, but like, if you go back before the internet, and basically creepypastas are short horror stories or like urban legends. They're like the new urban legends. So this is like
Mm-hmm.
an old urban legends kind of story. This is the story of Sarah O'Bannon. Coffins used to be built with holes in them, attached to 6 feet of copper tubing and a bell. The tubing would allow air for victims buried under the mistaken impression they were dead. In a certain small town, Harold, the local gravedigger, upon hearing a bell one night, went to go see if the children were pretending to be spirits. Sometimes it was also the wind. This time it wasn't either. A voice below begged and pleaded to be unburied. "Are you Sarah O'Bannon?" Harold asked. "Yes," the muffled voice asserted. "You were born on September 17th, 1827. Yes. The gravestone here says you died on February 20th, 1857. No, I'm alive. It was a mistake. Dig me up. Set me free." "Sorry about this, ma'am," Harold said, stepping on the bell to silence it and plugging up the copper tube with dirt. "But this is August. Whatever you are down there, you sure as hell ain't alive no more. And you ain't coming up."
That one's such a class. That's a classic one.
That is a classic one.
It
That's like
is.
a really old classic one.
That comes before books. No, it's not that old, but That is a very old one.
Um,
That
yeah,
comes before books, is that what you said?
he
Before
did say that
books.
comes.
I don't know why I said that.
Yes. Um, I guess since like I've spent most of the time just talking, I can go ahead and take questions.
That's okay.
Cause,
Okay.
Because
cause we've only got like 10 to 12 minutes, and if not, I will pull up a couple more stories. That way we don't have dead air.
let's take a look. Because this is going to be what's fun about doing these in different sets is that we get a completely new set of questions every time that these pop up. So let's
Yeah,
see. I'm sorry.
so
So many twerking questions. Jeez.
yeah, I don't know that I'm seeing the same questions you guys are.
You
Can I
should
lick your
be.
brain?
Can they
Brain.
lick my brain?
Here we go. How would you all react if you were? Okay. Do you guys ever get sleepy? That's a fun one. Are you guys getting tired yet?
Oh,
Yes.
Getting tired.
I get tired. I
I
just
don't
refuse to accept it.
I don't know how I'm gonna stay awake for like the next however long I have to.
I think. Let's
Uh,
see. Where are you at right now? You are. Oh wow, yeah.
yeah.
You're scheduled for a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yep.
Ah,
So the question should be, are our bloods gonna be energy drinks or you know soda?
Hey, cranberry Red Bulls are delicious.
I've been drinking Wired and Mountain Dew, so my blood will run Mountain Dew before the end of this. Oh boy.
someone here is gonna turn into a can of some sort of drink. They're gonna all just
Yeah.
be consuming for hours and hours.
Let's see, I got one.
Um,
Who the heck is Firov and why is he donating so much? He's a writer. Uh, And according to him, he actually plans on donating much more than he did. He really loves this community and he loves to be able to support us. So not only is he a writer, but he is a fantastic human being.
There you go.
okay, I found where you guys are at finally. Have you ever encountered a creepy hacked game or a glitch that freaked you out? Actually, like I've knocked off my N64 sometimes, and like the stuff that an N64 does when the cartridge gets like tilted is really weird. It's like scary, weird, and like I think we've had like Sonic games glitch out on us, funnily enough. And like you just hear like the creepiest random noises that like shriek out, and I don't know why. Because I played like Sonic Adventure Battle 2 for over 200 hours at one point.
200 hours?
I was 100%ing the game.
That's impressive.
That
I did
is.
eventually like well I mean it wasn't straight so
Oh, okay, yeah.
Did
Okay,
you
fair
do it
enough.
before this live stream?
That's that's what you did to
no.
prep yourself. 200 hours of Sonic Adventure 2.
I was playing Final Fantasy 3 before the live stream actually.
Good game. Good
Oh
Yeah.
game.
yeah.
Here's one. It's not really a question, but it's a comment for you, Morbid. Have you ever read Homestuck? Or you read the comic Homestuck?
No. No.
Apparently, they say that your Mewtwo voice sounds like a perfect Carcat Ventas from the Homestuck one, which is a very angry, cursing all the time troll.
Well, thank you. It actually like the only reason I'm able to like get my voice to go down that deep is because it's probably tired at this point. It's like, oh my god, you've been doing stuff. How could you do stuff?
See,
Like I know it's bad if I can make the grudge noise.
are you able to do the? There it is.
Yep.
Let's see. Here's one. How are your dancing skills?
My boyfriend is actually a great leader as far as dancing, so like I'm actually pretty good at dancing because of him. He like danced with me 3 hours straight at a karaoke bar one night.
3 hours.
Yeah,
8
he's
hours.
It's
ridiculous.
like running a marathon.
That
I
played
know.
and then did this live stream.
You get a good groove going, man. You can go on for days.
Yeah, we're doing good.
See, we've
Um,
got
Lucky.
about 7 minutes left. Let's see if we can find a nice one that's going to include a story. Um, what is your forte in creepypasta? As in, what pastas do you work the best? Oh, just lost it. Damn.
what
Do you
pastas
work the
do you
best
work the
with?
best with?
Yeah.
Actually, like the pasta I'm known for is Hypno's Lullaby. That's the because I think I was the first person to put that actually to Lavender Town music. So, um, and I tend to work mostly in collabs. I try and like get a bunch of people into my stuff. Like, here, come read with me. So,
Nice. Here's one. What do you have the most passion for? Do you like doing the collabs the most, or do you have like a specific genre you like the best?
um, I like which like I like seeing what the community comes up with. I like the whole the idea of community and working together with the community. Narrators actually, this is the secondary reason why the Mama name has stuck, because people even now call me Mama Morby MCP. I don't know if you know that. um, but like people would come to me and they would be like, "Hey, will you look at my video?" And it's like, "Okay, I will look at one of your videos, sure, and I will give you critique on it." And I tend to faithfully follow through on that if you like send it to me. Most people find me through Skype, and I mean, I'm still open to do that, and I'll read your stuff, and again, I will give you critique. I will tell you what is good and what is bad and what you can work on and things like that. And that's what I have a really big passion for, is trying to help the community grow and blossom, and this is why it's kind of like really important for me.
Nice. That's a good answer, actually. I'm pretty sure they meant passionate about what kind of genre of pasta, but I like that answer much better anyway.
uh, I guess my answer was community-based stories. Like, I don't know that I necessarily like, probably one of my favorite stories is one that most people don't like.
Okay, now I gotta know. What is the story that you like best?
Jeff the Killer, because Jeff has been getting a lot of hate recently.
I love Jeff the Kid. Yeah. No, like just a lot of people don't like it. I think because it's become a lot. It's become really big and
Yeah,
can't go all mainstream.
Got a lot of
yeah.
hipsters here. Huh?
Let's see.
I see you have a question queued. Do you have any superstitions? If so, what?
Mhm.
Uh, I am actually a very superstitious person in general. I uh, I get very like today I was like be careful when you go out the door, hun. It's Friday the 13th, and he's like, that doesn't mean anything for me. That just means everybody's gonna be stuck on stupid. And apparently that was what happened at work. Nobody else could do anything right.
Mhm.
And I've had seriously so many things go wrong today, it's not even funny. And I wasn't even thinking about that it was Friday the 13th before, but
Oh, you,
everything was going wrong.
Friday the 13th with the
I,
full moon.
Yes. Oh my god, is it real?
I
Oh
just
yeah, it is.
Mhm.
I remember being told that.
What was the special thing There's a special kind of full moon that's happening right now. Oh, well, depending on what part of the world you're in, it's happening right now. What was this thing? Like a special colored moon or something like that? Yeah? Anybody know?
Yeah.
no.
I don't know because I didn't even realize. Have you ever read a
Morning full
creepy
moon.
pasta? Have you ever read a creepy pasta that scared you so much you couldn't sleep? Actually, I don't know. Like when I was reading the theater, it was actually really bothering me, and I have no idea why. I was just like, "Oh my god, this is actually
Theater
bothering me.
bothers me a
Why?"
lot.
I don't know why the
It really
theater
does.
bothers
I
me a
don't know why
lot.
it does. Yeah. Something about it. It's just very uncomfortable, that story.
Mm, it's a very uncomfortable story. Ugh.
Also the Disney
Um,
ones, like Suicide Mouse, that stuff is so creepy.
yeah.
at
Some
least for
stuff,
me
if
it
it's
is.
done well, is very creepy.
Mm.
Let's see.
Um, there was someone that wrote on here the one that reminded me of a premature burial when the woman who got buried got unearthed and her skeleton was out of the coffin and there were scratches on the door where she tried to get off. That's the urban legend thing. That goes back to the same similar urban legend.
Okay, I think we got about time for one more. I'm queuing one up for you there.
Okay, I'm looking for it. I don't see
I
it
should
yet.
go to the top. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to read it to
Okay.
me because I can't.
It says, I'm a super shy person, but I wanted to be friends and actually talk with all my favorite CP narrators, writers, and artists. Were you super shy when you started, and do you have any advice for other people who feel shy?
Um, I don't even remember how you and I got talking MCP when that happened. It just kind of
Don't
happened.
know. I think I
It,
met you through the Misfits, didn't I?
yes, you met me through the Misfits Society.
Mm-hmm.
um, but when you're shy, really the best thing to do is to try and find people that you do feel comfortable with and kind of get in a tight knit group with them and then branch out slowly. You don't have to rush these things. And honestly, most of us don't bite anyway. And if you try to talk to us, we're like, okay, cool, whatever. I know I'm one of those. I don't care if you come talk to me, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
so,
So we got
so
about one more minute. You wanna have anything else you
I
wanna go ahead
got,
and add on?
yes, I have like a tiny, tiny, tiny outro. Our total is currently at.
$6,378.
Um, so Up next is Muji, who is one of the most popular creepypasta musicians. He's really fantastic. A ton of the music that you guys have heard have been from him. I wish him the best of times trying to do this, and I have been the Morbid Butterfly Circus. Remember, stand for creativity, not reality.
Thank you very much, Morbid, for being on the stream and doing that fantastic hour slot with us here.
All right, you guys have a good luck, and please try to stay awake.
And do. And I think Muji's already with us, yeah?
Yeah. Hey.
Uh, hey, hopefully
Oh,
you got a little bit of rest, huh?
yeah. Time zones, man. Oh god. Well, I've slept a little. Okay, alright, this is Muji here, and I write dark music for the creepypasta community since a few years now. Mainly I do dark, sad, creepy piano music, but I also do add more instruments, and you may have heard a few of these pieces I'm going to play today in creepypasta narrations. Today I'm going to play a few of my original songs and cover songs on the piano live. I may be the only non-native English-speaking participant on this stream, but that doesn't matter because I rarely speak anyway. I want to thank everyone who's listening and showing their support. We have right now, we have 6,378,
You got it.
right?
Uh-huh.
Ah, yeah. Right now this is amazing. When I went to sleep, it was about $5,000. Okay, that's great. All these funds go to aid the victim of the Slenderman stabbing crime in Wisconsin and Save Horizon to aid even of other violent crimes. This is great. Please, if you can't donate, just share the link of our stream under our hashtag uNIGHTed, or just watch as much as possible of this stream. The link to the charity is in the video description, or go directly to tinyurl.com/cpunited. Thank you so much for your support. Oh, and there's a little special thing happening on my hour slot right now. MCP might have announced it in another slot. It's this way. The first 5 donators today who donate at least $5 will get a digital copy of my yesterday's dark piano album for free, guys.
I want to go ahead and add on there. To qualify for this one, make sure when you're donating in the comments you do type out Muji code. It's first 5 from that one.
Yeah, great. And stay until the end of my hour block. There will be a special premiere of one of my latest cover songs at the end of the stream. All right, let's start playing some music, shall we? This song you will probably have heard in the uNIGHTed information video. It's called Disintegrating. Wait, I have heard there's a little problem with my reverb. I need to change that. Okay, let's try this. All right, that's the first part.
That is astounding. Everybody behind the scenes is talking about how fantastic that is, Mew.
Oh God, no. I just try my best. I really try. Just trying. Okay. Let's first part. Now, where I am, there I am. From now on, 10 minutes Q&A session, guys. If you wish to ask me something, now's your chance. You should see a pop-up or a Q&A link right now on this stream. Click on it and you can ask your questions. If you can't see it, just refresh the page. All right? Now I'm opening the app.
Let me go ahead
Okay.
and see what I can find for you also. So I'm going to help you try to find some questions, Mew.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that's not really a question.
I
'Cause I'm
see.
seeing someone here saying, "Marry me, Muji. Your piano skills are amazing."
Uh, well, I'm not yet married.
Stop it. Your accent is already driving some people crazy.
Here's a question. Will Muji be dedicating an already written song to that little girl or maybe write a new one for her? That would be amazing. I will do a 10-minute improvised song later after this Q&A session for her. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know if this will work out, but I'll try. Alright. There's a question. No. I see only MCP
I
things.
know.
Should I ask you something?
Nah, this one's for you. Oh, there's actually some in here that you could answer, Muji. Like
Okay.
somebody does. Who's your favorite creepypasta character? Do you have one?
Mine is actually Jeff. Yeah.
Really? Jeff the Killer's your favorite?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And one of my favorite stories is Jeff with his chain.
I see how you're playing that. See, because everybody keeps asking questions so fast, I can't keep up. Somebody wants to say that they love Rising Walls.
Oh,
Your original story, Rising Walls, Cray Cray
that's
CJ.
that's actually the first one I've written for you.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
That's still one of those my absolute favorite ones though, man.
Yeah, it's a favorite here too.
Cool.
Here's one for you actually. Have you ever had a any kind of paranormal experience in your life, Miji?
Um, uh, my childhood, I had a lot of these. How should you call it in English? Something like out of body experiences
Oh wow.
when you go to sleep or not really slept already, but then suddenly you see yourself from the top. You've heard of it?
Yeah, that is, I guess, what they would call it out of body or astral projection.
Yeah, right. That's it. Yeah, but nothing more.
That's a pretty
Yeah.
cool experience, actually. Now, that's not something I hear a lot of people say when they ask for that
Well,
one.
it's really weird. It was weird when you see yourself. It's crazy, and you fly above your own body. That's crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um.
Okay. Somebody wanted to know where are you from, and also that your musical talents are amazing.
Thank you. I'm from Germany. Maybe you've heard already from my accent.
'Cause, yeah, I saw that one in the comments. Also, people were wondering what exactly your accent came from, but
Yeah.
you are our awesome friend from Germany.
I'm a crowd. um,
Somebody really wants to hear "Haunted by Screams."
uh,
I just noticed
maybe
that
I
was at
could.
the top.
Maybe I could play it a little later when there's a little time left. I can do it.
Are there any of your songs which you like forgotten how to play? Yeah.
Oh, a lot. Damn. As fast as I compose music, the same fast time I forget my songs.
Mhm.
So when I write a song in 2 days, I forgot it after these 2 days.
Mhm.
So really have to relearn them over and over again.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Somebody does want to make note that apparently your music helps them with their insomnia. Your music
Wow.
actually helps them calm down so they're able to sleep. That came from Shadow Wolf Fox 7.
Oh. Oh, amazing. Great. That's cool.
That is.
Yuji, your music is truly beautiful and inspiring. A lot like songs like this, most people can picture something while listening, and I was simply wondering, what do you see when you play or listen to your own music?
Wow. To my own music. Well, I have my own favorites and personal favorites, and I have a story behind them, but I really don't want to talk what I really see about this because I don't want to change your own imagination from my songs. So I really don't want to talk about what I see in them.
Hmm,
That's
that's
that's why I like my comment section on every song on my YouTube channel because everyone has his own stories for these songs. That's great. Okay, last one. Muji, how old were you when you first started playing? Also, I love your music. It literally made me want to cry with tears of joy. Thank you. That is how good it was, and don't stop playing that beautiful music. Thank you. How old? It was around elementary school. I'm not yet sure how really old I was back then. It's a long time ago now. I'm 25 years old, and yeah, sometime around when I was 8. Yeah.
oh, wow, you've been into this for a long time.
Yeah, but I was a long time lazy too. I could be better.
See, like I feel like that's just one of those things that like an artist is going to say, no matter what. It's just one of those things you're always going to strive to be better, and never accept that you're absolutely amazing as you are.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I really don't. I really want to get better and always want to get better, and I really don't want just to stay at one point. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's the thing. If you don't get better, then you get left behind, right?
Yeah. Right. Right.
I'm trying to find some more. A
Hmm. Hmm.
lot of people have some very interesting things to say, but aren't really questions. Uh,
Okay.
the
Oh no.
crowd that's watching us, because right now we got about 600 people watching. They have they're a creative bunch.
I see. Yeah, indeed.
Very creative.
Let's see. A lot of people, yeah, they're all asking different kinds of questions about how long you've been playing, and
Yeah.
uh, things like that.
It seems like you should have a fact page somewhere.
Frequently asked questions.
All right. Um,
So it's
two more minutes and then the next part starts.
hopefully I can find another question for you before. How long did you play?
May-
That 2 minutes
Maybe
is
they
up.
are sleeping. Maybe they are sleeping already.
We got 600 people. These are guys that are all awake. What was
Well.
Here we go. Some of the songs that you ended up playing, because I know you played pretty much a collaboration of different songs,
uh,
or a medley of different songs
yeah.
in that the first 30 minutes here. What were some of the songs that you played, or some of the ones we can find on your channel?
Yeah. Let me check my set list. The first was Disintegrating, then Promise Reprise von Silent Hill 2, then Reversion, that's an original song. Every song you can find on my channel. Scent of Night, that's one of the most popular songs and most played songs on creepypastas. Not Tomorrow, it's Silent Hill 2 cover again, and Rising Walls, that was the original. Then True, and well, then it was the Promise von Silent Hill 2, I guess. And then, yeah, the Dead Island trailer theme.
Oh man, I love that one. That one always
All
gives me
these
the feels.
feels, I can't hold it.
Okay, I got one last one for you then.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. Do you have any piano or pianists that inspire you?
Oh yeah. There's a Japanese pianist called Yoshiki or Yoshiki. This one. Then Trent Reznor. It's the guy from Nine Inch Nails. And there's the one. Wait, I have to look. It's a Korean name. He does amazing music. He also did the music for the Old Boy movie. Maybe you've heard of it.
Oh yeah.
Not the American version. That was
Oh well
awful.
then.
That was awful.
I was gonna say that's the only one I know of.
It's the original is much better and had much better music. He's called Young Wook. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Young Wook. And Danny Elfman. Yeah,
Oh yes,
that's a
for the
composer.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get a drink and wait. I'll just start in 5 seconds.
I'm there. I'm gonna go ahead and go over this one while I was taking a drink. We're currently at $6,429, guys. Thank you so much for your support. We're still gonna. I know it's really late or early, depending on where you are, but we're still gonna keep tweeting and posting with that hashtag United, and we're still open for any kind of donations. We will be for up to a week after the stream is completed, and you'll be able to donate at that link you see on your screen, in the description, or in the comments.
All right, and now I'm going to improvise a song for the victim. and write there a few more songs.
Nice.
All right, we're hitting the final minutes.
Yes, sir. And
And
that was a brilliant set of songs, man. I have to compliment you every single time, and everybody in the comments is complimenting you as well.
it's a lot of fan service.
Oh no, because when you started playing Kingdom Hearts, that's when I'm like, oh, I'm melting.
The fields.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you for all your support on this event. Keep doing. Now it's time for a little premiere. I've recorded 2 days ago a new cover, which was demanded, since the creepypasta community is so big. I won't say the name because I think everyone in the community will know where this song takes place. Yeah, I will play back 2 demos now, which I've recorded, and I'm going to let's just listen to it, and I'm going to do the final version around next week on my channel. So check this one out.
Nice.
Alright, I see the time. It's only enough time for one demo, but I hope you enjoyed it.
Actually, if you wanted to, since we're still waiting on deck right now for the next person, I don't think we would have too much of a problem if you want to play one more demo.
Okay, then, okay, go for it. I will do it, and if it's too much, just say it.
Okay. No, go
Okay,
right ahead. I think everybody's enjoying the music right now.
great. This is an alternative version from the song you've uh, already heard.
Ooh.
That's it from my side.
I was not expecting you to have that piece ready, man.
That was awesome.
I'm pretty sure everyone appreciates the demo on that one too.
Yeah.
So that was really great, and you gave us a great hour, man.
Thank
I have
you.
to say, it's probably one of my favorite sets that my favorite slots that we've had so far. Let me go ahead and.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm not just being nice. I'm being completely honest here. You had one of the best ones, and you were just it was really different to be able to hear just music as opposed to all the different readings. And
Uh,
I'm pretty sure the viewers agree, seeing as you rose us about 100 100 viewers since you started playing.
Yay!
Yeah.
Great.
So the total we're
Guys,
currently, yeah.
thank you for donating. Thank you for listening. And who's next now? Or will someone be next?
Yeah, the Dark Commander is up next, or as we affectionately call her, Charm.
Yeah.
She's one of our narrators from the UK.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
thank you so much for showing up again, Miu, for playing earlier in set one, and also coming back to do a full hour of live music this time.
Thank you for being part of this great event. Thank you. Okay, guys. I wish you a great time. We are still how many hours left? Is this?
Uh,
1, 2, 3, 4,
6
5,
hours.
6, yeah.
Or cool, cool. All right.
We're hanging in
We
there.
talk to you later. Bye.
All right.
Bye, Mew.
So we're gonna we get a couple of seconds while Charm's joining the call here, making sure that she's got the proper links and everything. Um, let's see. Let me get the link for her. 'Cause it looks like every single time she's trying to hop in, she's not getting the proper thing. Let me grab this.
Y'all can hear that, right?
Yeah, sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay, good.
I know we lost you a little bit in the last one, yeah.
Yeah. So it should be all good now. So, all right.
Oh man, please tell me she's not gonna end up having a problem, because that's
Oh
gonna
no.
suck. I don't know. For some reason, it looks like I'm giving her the link, but she's not able to join in. So we might have
Um,
to
who do we have
understudy.
understudying for that?
Oh well, we have Barnabas on that one, so you might be able to bring him in. He'll do a quick little short one while we get her figured out.
Okay. All right.
Um,
I can message him.
so everybody, let's go ahead and take a look at the totals just real quick while we're getting this one fixed up. We're at $6,449, which is wow. We've come a really long way because we started off the stream with about $2,800 donated, so we're well over 30% towards our goal. With 6 hours left to go, so let's try to get as close as we possibly can on this one. We really appreciate everybody's support here. Let's see. Mm-mm. Yeah, looks like she's still having some trouble.
All right, Barney's here.
Hey, Barnabas. Or he's muted, so never mind.
Muted.
Sorry
Everybody,
about that. Just getting reset up real quick.
no, you're all good. Everybody, we're still doing the tweeting. We're still doing the Tumblring and the Facebooking. If you're actually following us on Facebook and Twitter, you'll probably notice twitter.com/caringpasta or facebook.com/narratorsunited. That we've been, every single time we got somebody new coming up, we've been sharing some information and sharing the link over to the current set that we're on. So if anybody's new, or if you want to go ahead and share from those, that's greatly appreciated as well. But just using that hashtag is honestly enough for us, because we want to be able to try to get that out as many places as we can. Donation link, still the same one you're able to see on your screen there, as well as in the comments and on the description.
All right. So what are we at
So,
now? 6,449?
oh yeah, we're getting way up there, man.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So while Charm is getting set up, I guess I'll go ahead and do the story I didn't do and ended up doing Supermarket Monster.
Oh, so what you're saying is you ended up doing a much better story on your set, right? Well, that's
Though
Just the
dot
stuff
has now
that-
become my catchphrase. Okay. This one is titled I Still Love You. It was originally written for a narrator contest that we ran on the Creepypasta Network. Well, mostly I ran it, but had a lot of help. This was a bit of a something I had written so that people could all do the same story and then send it into the person who was judging. There's a lot of contention as to what the story's about. Of course, I have my own views. I've stated what technically the canon is, but you can always take your own ideas as to what it is. I still love you. I can't help it. It's in my nature to still want you. This life we had together. And it's all coming to an end for you. It's all coming to a wonderfully anticlimactic ending that you, only you, get to partake of. The ending of this life. For everyone else, it will be a wonderful beginning. How rigid do you feel as you are coming to the end of this earthly existence completely in solitude? And your friends and family, they care nothing for you at this point. All your life, you used them, you abused them, you terrified them in the most heinous ways. You hid behind closed doors to do wretched things and performed feats of the grotesque in the eyes of the public. But you didn't care. And here you are, alone. Wretchedly alone as your death rattle starts to squeeze its way out of your throat. How does it feel to know you meet this all alone? Except for me, of course. I've always been there. I had waited for you to see me. Ah, I loved you. And all I had wanted from you was to notice me and everything I had done for you. All I had wanted from you was to love me, and it elated me when you finally did. Oh, the times we had together, thieving, lusting, and destroying, together in this earthly Eden of carnality which I had lain before you because you wanted it so. Together, you and I. You murdered to eat. You killed to get high. You mutilated to satisfy your desire for fun. And I watched with a smile. Oh, how I loved you then. And then came the day you overdosed. The doctors took you in and revived you only for a horrific discovery. In their tests, they discovered your cells had been metastasizing within your organs, with days left to live. How coincidental you should be rushed to the hospital to be saved, only to discover you cannot be. You called your mother, you called your father, your sisters and your brothers, your friends from childhood, but never the junkies and monsters you had befriended along your merry path of self-destruction. It was then I knew you would try to abandon me. And you did indeed try. You said to them all in your pitiful, whimpering voice, "I'm scared." But your pitiful cowardice wasn't what disgusted or hurt me. No, what hurt me was the fact that you blamed me for your misdeeds. You begged for their forgiveness on my part. It was not my hand that did those things. It was yours and yours alone. I merely presented the situation for you because that's what your heart wanted. I watched you sit in your bed as you ignored me who had given you everything you ever wanted in your miserable existence. You spurned me as if I were something to be cast aside, like the toy of an errant child attempting to grow up. No, not grow up. Just looking for someone else to take care of you because you felt I was to blame. But no one else is going to take care of you. No one else is going to save you. You believed you could reject me. You believed that you could renounce me. But no one wants you now. It's too late, my dearest companion. We've been together far too long, and it's far too little and too late to go back on the years we enjoyed. You don't get to say when this relationship of ours ends. I do. So go ahead, beg and plead, scream to the skies with your last breaths. It will not avail you. Cry for him to open the door to you. Cry for him to open his arms for you. He'll stay closed, while I am waiting patiently for you. My door is always open, even on Christmas. My arms are always ready for you, and we have an eternity of enjoyment and excitement to experience together. Oh, such dark miracles and torturous ecstasies await us. I will squeeze every last drop of sinful rapture and agonizing excitement out of you, whether you want it or not, because I love you. I still love you. And that was I Still Love You.
Well done.
Ah, you and your buttery voice.
What
You and your buttery voice.
do we got Charm back?
We're still actually working on trying to add Charm in.
Okay.
So I'm working with her right now, trying to figure out exactly what we need to do so we can get her in here. Hopefully we don't eat up the entire thing. Um, did you have any other quick short ones you wanted to try, Barney?
Yes, I can do some short ones. I can pull off a mama. Doo-doo. This one is called The Family Portrait. A creepypasta.
No way.
Yeah, way.
Creepy pasta?
Creepypasta? I don't know what those are, but... Recently, at the art gallery I work at, they had a new exhibition for local artists. It was the usual sort of thing, substandard paintings that only got a shoo-in because they were from the local community. Paintings of local people and places and so forth. It was my job to decide which painting got put on display, which entailed me sorting through around 100 of these awful excuses for art. There was one, though, that really caught my attention. Unlike the others, it was not of a local scene or a local person. It was of a family. A father in a suit, sitting in a chair, his dutiful wife behind him, and his young son and daughter at his feet. By the look of their clothes, they were from the 19th century, typically dressed for a middle-class family at that period. Two things struck me about the painting. Firstly, the attention to detail and the quality of the artwork was impeccable, almost photogenic. And secondly, was the shiver it sent down my spine. The people in the portrait had this eerie, gaunt look to them, and expressions that were so blank they looked almost dead. The painting had no artist name attached to it, and Molly from reception had said that she couldn't recall anybody sending it in. I decided that instead of putting the painting on display, I would take it home with me. After all, it had no name attached to it, so nobody was going to miss it. I got home and decided it was going to hang in my study, and after hanging it, spent the rest of the night filing paperwork. Every so often, I would find my eyes drawn to the painting. I felt the strangest and most uncomfortable sensation. I felt like the family in the painting were somehow judging me, like I could feel their eyes boring into me from the painting. What's worse is that because they were staring at the painter, and therefore anybody who looked at the painting, their eyes seemed to follow me around the room. After a while, I couldn't take it anymore. I turned the painting against the wall and vowed that, no matter how interesting it was, I would return it to the gallery the next day. I got a hold of myself, though. I had been working quite late and was very tired, and decided that I would sleep on it. I began to finish off the last of my filing at my desk. That was a bad idea. My eyes were heavy, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep right there in the study. That night, my dreams were filled with visions of the painting. Over and over again, all I dreamed about was the family staring at me from behind the canvas, drilling into my soul with their blank, visionless stares. With every dream, they seemed to get more and more intense, until after a while, their eyes were wide, and they were giving me looks of such intense hatred that I thought that they were about to kill me. After a while, I snapped into awareness to find myself face to face with the painting. Except this time, Instead of blank expressions, I was faced with a hellish vision that will haunt me until I die. Their faces were twisted in looks of absolute malice. Their gaunt, waxen skin was drawn taut across their pointed cheekbones, their lips peeled back across blackened gums to reveal gnarled yellow teeth bared in a bestial snarl. The less that was said about their bloodshot, protruding eyes, the better. I screamed and fell off my chair, stumbling out the room, unable to turn and look back at that painting. I ran across the hallway and dived into my bed, burying my head under the covers. The next morning when I woke up, I was still terrified. I rationalized it to myself, though. You were overtired, and you had a night terror. The room was dark, and both the shadows and your mind were trying to play tricks on you. I went about my usual routine unperturbed, comforted by the rational logic of my mind. I was about to go to work when I realized I had forgotten about the papers in my study. I opened the door to grab the papers, but as soon as I set foot in my room, my heart froze, and my blood ran cold. The painting was still turned against the wall. Not only that, but my desk had not even been facing the painting to begin with. It was facing the window. And that was it. It's charm back. Charm back.
Oh, well, I shot her over to it. I think we've got... No, it's not working.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Barney,
Yeah.
you got any more for us?
Yeah, I do.
You wanna do another troll pasta? Cause I got a butt ton of those.
Sure. Send me
Yeah,
a troll pasta.
Let me see real
Some
quick.
comic relief.
Yeah, I can send you the same one that I actually gave to Creepypasta Kid earlier, just because I like messing with you.
I'll get some Panera Bread music, as I like to call it.
Panera Blood.
That Panera Bread.
Panera Bled.
You and your Panera Blood.
Ooh.
Let me pull the link open and I can go ahead and send it to you. Mostly because I love listening to your amazing buttery voice do these horrible stories.
You just like saying buttery, don't you?
I like butter.
Actually, I just received a message, which is, my voice isn't like butter. It's chocolate. Melted, smooth chocolate.
That's
Oh my god, I hate you.
Interesting.
Alright.
Let's do
I will
some
do this.
jazz
Actually,
here.
I think I need to try and do this in like the most refined voice I can possibly pull off.
I think this jazz is gonna help out.
A haunting most Mario. Once I wanted to play Mario, but I didn't have a Nintendo for it, and I was at a flea market. This old man I saw had Mario and a NES, but the label was not there. Also, the man said it was owned by a dead kid named Jim. I said whatever cause, I was eager to play Mario on my new NES. I plugged it in, and everything seemed normal. I played World 1-1 and did it. Then I tried the old warp pipe trick, and when I got to the pipes, instead of the usual text that said, "Welcome to the warp zone," it said, "Welcome to the scary hell." I thought that was weird, but then I said whatever, and used the farthest pipe. The intro scene showed the words Death World 666. The graphics seemed off, and it sounded like screams happened from the game. It was super scary, but I wasn't scared and kept playing. After a while, I hit a place that was impossible to pass because of spikes, so I had to die. I kept trying until my lives were at 0. I thought it was game over, but Mario came back, and this time it looked like his face was bloody. As I started playing the level, it turned to a hidden cloud level, and it looked like Mario had angel wings. A spooky digital voice came out of the Nintendo that sounded like it said, "No hope." As I was about to grab a mushroom, the screen went black. I reset the NES and the game came up. This time, the title screen was different, and Mario's face was bloody. It scared me so much I reset it again. As it came on, the digital voice said, "You can't run from the funk." The screen was hyper-realistic, and it showed Mario again. Only this time, his face was me, and my family's face, and we were skeletons. It was so realistic I couldn't believe it. I was compelled to try the game again. This time, I started it. As the first Goomba walked towards Mario, Mario turned towards the screen and started screaming, "No mas! No mas!" It sounded like high-quality CD audio. Also, blast processing. I screamed and turned off the game. I put it away. Later that week, I noticed my family acting distantly. I decided to research Mario games and found out that Mario was in a secret game that only released in 2 arcades on Friday the 13th on June 6th, 1997. It seemed weird, so I started playing video games again. I decided to put in the Mario game again. I loaded it up and saw my save file. I clicked it, and Mario said, "Why are you no stop playing my game?" I didn't take his warning, and I played anyways. I got up to Bowser and won, but when I got to Peach, there was Toad. And there instead, and he said, "Peach is dead." Then a ghost face came up, and it was Lady's face, and Princess Peach is a lady. I reset the game at the last time. I opened my save, and it changed from my name. It said, "Jim died, bro." Ah! Then my mom walked in, and she screamed. I was dead the whole time. And guess what? My name was Jim. So anyway, I don't know if any of you guys have experienced anything like that. It might have just been a bad dream. And anyway, my mom sold the cartridge at a yard sale, so I don't have it anymore. But you should believe, because it's true.
That tale was chilling.
God, I hate you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Creepy Extra has joined.
Mr. Creepy Extra?
Mr. Creepy Extra, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself real quick so we can actually hear you speak?
Yes, I am definitely Mr. Creepy Extra, and not someone else on his account.
I'm really glad we got you in here finally. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a slight bit late. Well, we've got the Dark Matter.
Just a bit, just a bit.
Just un poquito. Alright, Dark Matter, because you're late, you need to read the story that I wrote. Alright? Got it. You don't have to really just give me crap.
I hate you so much.
Charm. It's nice to be able to hear you, and I'm sure that everybody in the stream appreciates seeing you as well. Everybody, this is the Dark Matter, or as we call her, Charm. It's the affectionate, cute little name we gave her because she's a little Lucky Charm. But she's a good friend of ours from the UK, and I think you got a good 30 minutes worth of stories that you can be able to fill us in on, yeah?
Alright, sure.
Alright.
Okay, shall we get started then?
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and remind everybody that if you want to donate, you can donate to the link that you see there on your screen. Also, there's a hyperlink for it in the comments and in the description. And we're still going to start tweeting out, Tumblring out, and Facebooking out. Hey, Dark Matter's finally here on hashtag uNIGHTed. Take it away, Charm.
Okay. We are going to be starting with a story called The Dancing Partner. It's little known, but I think it's very much worth it. By Jerome K. Jerome. It's very good. Okay, let's get begin. There lived a very wonderful old fellow named Nicholas Gable. His business was the making of mechanical toys, at which work he had acquired an almost European reputation. He made rabbits that would emerge from the heart of a cabbage, flop their ears, smooth their whiskers, and disappear again. Cats that would wash their faces and mew so naturally that dogs would mistake them for real cats and fly at them. Dolls with phonographs concealed within them that would raise their hats and say, "Good morning, how do you do?" And some that would even sing a song. But he was something more than a mere mechanic. He was an artist. His work was with him a hobby, almost a passion. His shop was filled with all manner of strange things that never would or could be sold. Things he had made for the pure love of making them. He had contrived a mechanical donkey that would trot for 2 hours by means of stored electricity, and trot too much faster than the live article. A bird that would shoot up into the air, fly round and round in a circle, and drop to earth at the exact point from where it started. A skeleton that, supported by an upright iron bar, would dance a hornpipe, a life-size lady doll that could play the fiddle, and a gentleman with a hollow inside who could smoke a pipe and drink more lager beer than any 3 average German students put together, which is saying much. Indeed, it was the belief of the town that old Gable could make a man capable of doing everything that a respectable man need want to do. One day he made a man who did too much, and it came about in this way. The young doctor of the town had a baby, and the baby had a birthday. Its first birthday put the doctor's household into somewhat of a flurry, but on the occasion of its second birthday, his wife gave a ball in honour of the event. Old Gable and his daughter Olga were among the guests. During the afternoon of the next day, some 3 or 4 of Olga's friends, who had also been present at the ball, dropped in to have a chat about it. They naturally fell to discussing the men, and to criticising their dancing. Old Gable was in the room, but he appeared to be absorbed in his newspaper, and the girls took no notice of him. "There seem to be fewer men who can dance at every ball you go to," said one of the girls. "Yes, and don't the one who can give themselves airs," said another. "They make quite a favour of asking you." "And how stupidly they talk," added a girl. "They always say exactly the same things. How charming you look tonight. Do you often go to Vienna? Oh, you should, it's delightful. What a charming dress you have on. I do wish they'd have something new." "Oh, I never mind how they talk," said a fourth. "If a man dances well, he may be a fool for all I care." "He generally is," slipped in a thin girl rather spitefully. "I go to a ball to dance," continued the previous speaker, not noticing the interruption. "All I ask is that he shall hold me firmly, take me round steadily, and not get tired before I do." "A clockwork figure would be the thing for you," said the girl who had interrupted. "Bravo!" cried one of the others, clapping her hands. "What an idea!" "Well, what's an idea?" they asked. "Why, a clockwork dancer. Or better still, one that would go by electricity and never run down." The girls took up the idea with enthusiasm. "What a wonderful partner he would make! He would never kick you or tread on your toes, or tear your dress or get out of step, or get giddy and lean on you. And he would never want to mop his face with a handkerchief. I do hate to see a man do that after every dance. Why, with a phonograph inside him, to grind out all the stock remarks, you would not be able to tell him from a real man," said the girl who had first suggested the idea. "Oh, yes you would," said the thin girl. "He would be so much nicer." Old Gable had laid down his paper, and was listening with both ears. On one of the girls glancing on his direction, however, he hurriedly hid himself again behind it. After the girls were gone, he went into his workshop, where Olga heard him walking up and down, and every now and then chuckling to himself. And that night he talked to her a good deal about dancing and dancing men, asked what dances were most popular, what steps were gone through, with many other questions bearing on the subject. For a couple of weeks he kept much to his factory, and was very thoughtful and busy, though prone at unexpected moments to break into a quiet low laugh, as if enjoying a joke that nobody else heard of. A month later another ball took place. On this occasion it was given by old Wenzel, the wealthy timber merchant, to celebrate his niece's betrothal, and Gable and his daughter were again among the invited. When the hour arrived to set out, Olga sought her father. Not finding him in the house, she tapped at the door of his workshop. He appeared in his shirt sleeves, looking hot but radiant. "Don't wait for me," he said. "You go on, I'll follow you. I've got something to finish." As she turned to obey, he called after her. "Tell them I'm going to bring a young man with me. Such a young, nice man, and an excellent dancer. All the girls will like him." Then he laughed and closed the door. Her father generally kept his doings secret from everybody, but she had a pretty shrewd idea of what he had been planning, and so to a certain extent was able to prepare the guests for what was coming. Anticipation ran high, and the arrival of the famous mechanist was eagerly awaited. At length the sound of wheels was heard outside, followed by a great commotion in the passage, and old Wenzel himself, his jolly face red with excitement and suppressed laughter, burst into the room and announced in stentorian tones, "Herr Gable and a friend." "Allow me, ladies and gentlemen," said Herr, "to introduce you to my new friend, Lieutenant Fritz. Fritz, my dear fellow, bow to the ladies and gentlemen." Gable placed his hand encouragingly on Fritz's shoulder, and the lieutenant bowed low, accompanying the action with a harsh clicking sound in his throat, unpleasantly suggestive of a death rattle. But that was only a detail. He walks a little stiffly, but then walking is not his forte. He is essentially a dancing man. I have only been able to teach him the waltz as of yet, but at that he is faultless. Come, which of you ladies may I introduce him to as a partner? He keeps perfect time. He never gets tired. He won't kick you or tread on your dress. He will hold you as firmly as you like, and go as quickly or as slowly as you please. He never gets giddy, and he is full of conversation. Come, speak up for yourself, my boy." The old gentleman twisted one of the buttons at the back of his coat, and immediately Fritz opened his mouth, and in thin tones that appeared to proceed from the back of his head remarked suddenly, "May I have the pleasure?" and then shut his mouth again with a snap. That Lieutenant Fritz had made a strong impression on the company was undoubted, yet none of the girls seemed inclined to dance with him. They looked askance at his waxen face, with its staring eyes and fixed smile, and shuddered. At last old Gable came to the girl who had conceived the idea. "It is your own suggestion, carried out to the letter," said Gable. "An electric dancer. You owe it to the gentleman to give him a trial." She was a bright, saucy little girl, fond of a frolic. Her host added his entreaties, and she consented. Gable fixed the figure to her. Its right arm was screwed round her waist and held her firmly. Its delicately jointed left hand was made to fasten upon her right. The old toy-maker showed her how to regulate its speed and how to stop it and release herself. "It will take you round in a complete circle," he explained. "Be careful that no one knocks against you and alters its course." The music struck up, old Gable put the current in position, and Annette and her strange partner began to dance. For a while everyone stood watching them. The figure performed its purpose admirably. Keeping perfect time and step, and holding its little partner tight, clasped in an unyielding embrace, it revolved steadily, pouring forth at the same time a constant flow of squeaky conversation, broken by brief intervals of grinding silence. "How charming you are looking tonight," it remarked in its thin, far-away voice. "What a lovely day it has been. Do you like dancing? How well our steps agree. You will give me another, won't you? Oh, don't be so cruel. What a charming gown you have on. Isn't waltzing delightful? I could go on dancing forever. With you. Have you had supper?" As she grew more familiar with the uncanny creature, the girl's nervousness wore off, and she entered into the fun of the thing. "Oh, he's just lovely," she cried, laughing. "I could go on dancing with him all my life." Couple after couple now joined them, and soon all the dancers in the room were whirling round behind them. Nicholas Gable stood laughing on, beaming with childish delight at his success. Old Wenzel approached him and whispered something in his ear. Gable laughed and nodded, and the two worked their way quietly towards the door. "This is the young people's house tonight," they said, as soon as they were outside. "You and I will have a quiet pipe and a glass of hock over in the counting-house." Fast and furious. Little Annette loosened the screw regulating her partner's rate of progress, and the figure flew round with her swifter and swifter. Couple after couple dropped out exhausted, but they only went the faster, till at length they remained dancing alone. Madder and madder became the waltz. The music lagged behind. The musicians, unable to keep pace, ceased and sat staring. The younger guests applauded, but the older faces began to grow anxious. "Hadn't you better stop, dear?" said one of the women. "You'll make yourself so tired." But Annette did not answer. "I believe she's fainted," cried out a girl, who had caught sight of her face as it swept by. One of the men sprang forward and clutched at the figure, but its impetus threw him down to the floor, where its steel-cased feet laid bare to his cheek. The thing evidently did not impart to part with its prize so easily. Had anyone retained a cool head, the figure, one cannot help thinking, might easily have been stopped. 2 or 3 men acting in concert might have lifted it bodily off the floor, or have jammed it into a corner. But few human heads are capable of remaining cool under excitement. Those who were not present think how stupid must have been those who were. Those who are reflect afterwards how simple it would have been to do this, that, or the other, if only they had thought of it at the time. The women grew hysterical. The men shouted contradictory directions to one another. 2 of them made a bungling rush at the figure, which had the end result of forcing it out of its orbit at the centre of the room, and sent it crashing against the walls and furniture. A stream of blood showed itself down the girl's white frock, and followed her along the floor. The affair was becoming horrible. The women rushed screaming from the room. The men followed him. One sensible suggestion was made: find Gable, fetch Gable. No one had noticed him leave the room, no one knew where he was. A party went in search of him. The others, too unnerved to go back into the ballroom, crowded outside the door and listened. They could hear the steady whir of the wheels upon the polished floor as the thing spun round and round, the dull thud as every now and then it dashed itself and its burden against some opposing object and ricocheted off in a new direction. And everlastingly it talked in that thin, ghostly voice, repeating over and over the same formula. "How charming you look tonight. What a lovely day it has been. Oh, don't be so cruel. I could go on dancing forever. With you." Of course, they sought Gable everywhere but where he was. They looked in every room in the house, then they rushed off in a body to his own place, and spent precious minutes waking up his deaf old housekeeper. At last it occurred to one of the party that Wenzel was missing also, and then the idea of the counting house across the yard presented itself to them, and there they found him. He rose up, very pale, and followed them, and he and old Wenzel forced their way through the crowds of guests gathered outside, and entered the room and locked the door behind them. From within there came the muffled sound of low voices and quick steps, followed by a confused scuffling noise, then silence, then low voices again. After a time the door opened, and those near it pressed forward to enter, but old Wenzel's broad head and shoulders barred the way. "I want you, and you, Beckler," he said, addressing a couple of the elder men. His voice was calm, but his face was deadly white. "The rest of you, please go. Get the women away as quickly as you can." From that day, old Nicholas Gable confined himself to the making of mechanical rabbits and cats that mewed and washed their faces.
Very interesting.
Your accent is so gorgeous.
It worked very brilliantly with that story.
I know. See, this is one reason why I actually love to listen to Charm whenever she narrates, because her English accent sounds so proper that I just... It's one of those things where I absolutely love to hear her voice whenever she narrates, because it sounds like... you remember those old storybooks you'd have that tell you stories of Winnie the Pooh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like that kind of narrator.
That story sounds really familiar, though. It seems like I could almost swear I've heard a story before about a woodman that could smoke a pipe and drink beer. I can't remember what it was though. Sounds very familiar.
Let's be honest. By this point, we've been awake for how long? You could have honestly said, "I am relatively sure I heard a story about somebody who mixed butter with a chocolate bar." And Charm, you got we got about another 15 minutes left. Did you have another story we can do to fill in that time?
Yeah, sure. Do we want to undercut the 15 minutes or maybe go slightly over?
Let's undercut it, because I
Alright,
know
sure.
that, Mango's going to be up next, so I want to give her all the time she can do.
Okay, sure. Right, the next one I'm going to be doing is the cough, which I wasn't entirely sure about doing because it's a My Little Pony story, but I think it will work.
It's very good.
Okay, let's begin. In the darkness, some pony coughed. Who was it? Silence reigned. Who? A dim violet light sprang into being. Twilight Sparkle's horn barely illuminated the cramped, windowless room and the Sync's ponies within. A world of dark purples and inky blacks sprung into being, colours distorted by the monochrome aura of the magical influence. Shadows pooled in the corners, lurking just beyond the reach of the unicorn's spell. Rainbow Dash watched as Twilight glared at each of their friends in turn. None spoke. Silhouettes danced across the walls as the unicorn moved her head, causing the light to jerk and shift. Pinkie Pie huddled near the barred door, eyes wide and uncomprehending as she stared off into an uncertain distance. The baker twitched slightly, squeezing the bag of flour that she clutched so tightly to her chest. On the only room's only bed, Rarity lay next to Applejack, her head buried in the farmer's shoulder. The dressmaker shook as she sobbed quietly. Dash didn't know whether the unicorn's distress was because of their situation or because of their hygiene. The room reeked of unwashed bodies, and Rarity's mane, like every pony else's, was tangled and knotted and hung heavy with filth. Applejack, for her part, merely stared stoically back at Twilight Sparkle when the librarian's gaze turned to her. And then those eyes were on Dash and on Fluttershy. The two were locked in an embrace. It was the only comfort they had in the room. The weather pony found her voice when the other Pegasus began to shudder. What does it matter? Her brow furrowed. Get serious, Dash. It's better for 5 of us to get through this than none of us. Coughing is the only warning we get. Fluttershy's whisper carried well enough in the enclosed space. Couldn't we, wait and see? It could just be dust or a cold. Please? I really wish that we could risk it, Fluttershy, Twilight said, but the sharp edge of her voice softening slightly. But there's no going back once it reaches the final stage. You saw what happened out there. Do you really want that in here? Applejack sighed, then spoke up. She's right, Sugar Cube. It's not contagious until the end. We've got a choice to make. 1 death, or 6. Rainbow Dash gritted her teeth. Isn't there anything that can be done? Can't your magic cure it? Stop it, slow it down. She paused, then added in a hoarse whisper. Anything? The unicorn shook her head. Even the princess can't cure it. She can only contain outbreaks that do happen. Every carrier has to die. That's the only way the rest of us can be safe. The only way the rest of Equestria can be safe. You know that, Dash. Time matters here. Why are you stalling? The weather pony's mouth worked, but no words came forth. Fluttershy's voice, suddenly confident, filled the gap. I coughed. It was me. Rainbow Dash gaped at the other pony, eyes wide with shock and horror. The pink-maned mare turned to look at her, and spoke, once again hesitant. It's okay. It'll be okay. I couldn't live with myself if any of you died, and I could have prevented it. It's better this way. Dash shook her head slowly and whispered a single, no. Applejack's voice was grim. Her mind's made up. It's a tough choice, but Fluttershy's got the strength of an ox. On the inside. Twilight Sparkle sighed and slumped on the floor. We don't have any weapons, and I'm not trading combat magic. Even if I were, it can't be me. It has to be you, Dash. What? Why me? The unicorn looked away. I know you well enough to realise that you'd never just stand aside and let us lay a hoof on your filly friend. Maybe intellectually you'd know that it's necessary, but your emotions get the better of you. Ask yourself, if it had to be any one of us, would you really want any pony but yourself to... Rainbow Dash rose to her hooves. You're right. Her voice was hollow. She took a step away. Applejack spoke. Fluttershy, sit up and put your head against the wall. It'll be a bit... The mare choked back tears. Quicker. I'm so sorry, Rainbow Dash. I wish it could be any other way, Twilight said. The Pegasus looked over her shoulder to meet the eyes of the mare she loved. Fluttershy had taken the Earth Pony's advice. They stared at each other silently for a moment. Eventually Dash found words, as insufficient as they were. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm so sorry. The other Pegasus replied, voice shaking. I forgive you. It's better this way. Just make sure some pony takes care of the animals when this is all over. When everything is back to normal. Dash whispered, I promise. She took careful aim. 1 buck. It would be quick. Fluttershy deserved that much, at least. When she was sure she'd connect, vision or not, she spoke. Cut the light, Twilight. No pony should have to see this. The horn's glow disappeared. Years of running and kicking sensations had honed Dash's muscles. She reared up on her front legs, gathered all her strength, and kicked out. She connected, and a dull thud was accompanied by the sensation of warm droplets splattering across her flank. Rainbow Dash reacted to Fluttershy's suffering without a thought. She reared again and bucked repeatedly, steadying herself and adding force with swift flaps of her wings. On her 4th kick, the other mare's keening stopped. The weather mare's hooves dropped back to the floor. She stood shaking, her eyes wide and her heart beating nearly out of her chest. Her fetlocks were drenched with sticky blood. She could feel it beginning to clot. She wondered, despite herself, whether the mess would stain, whether her coat would always bear the red residue of her deed. She wept quietly to herself. Silence reigned. In the darkness, some pony coughed.
You know, I never really paid thought to it, but this is the very first MLP story that anybody's done during this stream.
I figured that not many people would be doing them, so I went for the classic story and the unusual.
No, I mean, like, it's good, because, like, that's technically, I mean, it's a type of creepypasta, and that's what we're doing, is we're reading all the different types that there are, but, I don't know why, I just, that's the first one that we saw. This whole 18 hours in, and it's just like, oh, there it is.
Someone had to do one.
So you got basically 8 more minutes. You want to see if there's any fun questions that people can throw your way, Charm?
Could do.
That's a dangerous question because I'm not sure what the group's going to come up with. But everybody who's listening or watching along with us, make sure that if you do want to donate, every single dollar, every single penny counts. The link that you see there on your screen, ucaring.com/narratorsunited. If you want to donate, go ahead and check that one out. I also have a hyperlink in the comments and in the description of the video you're watching right now. And if you want to get involved with the Q&A portion here, you may have to refresh your video, but you're going to get a little link on the front of the video that says become a part of the conversation. When you click that one, it'll take you over to the Q&A portion. Let's see what we got for you, Charm.
Okay.
Okay, here's a good one, because this is an interesting question. A lot of people at my school thought that I was a weirdo because of creepypasta. Do you ever get judged because of your love for creepypasta?
Well, not that many people at my school know that I do creepypasta, at least the narrations, but the ones that do, yeah, I definitely get teased and judged about it. But the thing to remember is that it's just like any other hobby. Like, if they were making fun of you for, I don't know, going horse riding or playing golf or something, it's just a hobby. Like, why do you have to listen to them? If they don't understand why you like something, that doesn't give them the right to tease you about it and make you feel like crap.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's actually very well said.
Very well done.
Let's see, what's a good one for you? What was the creepypasta that made you want to start narrating?
Oh, that's a good question. What was it actually? I don't think it was a specific creepypasta that made me start narrating. It was actually Creeps McPasta, the narrator, who basically just yelled at me until I started a channel. And I'm very glad that he did, to be honest. Yeah, just every time I logged on, it was, Charm, start a channel! Why haven't you started a channel yet? And then eventually I did. And yeah, listen to your friends. They know what they're talking about.
Your friends know what they're talking about? Please, my friends are crazy.
Have you been listening to the stream? No, I'm kidding.
What's your favorite monster that is not from a creepypasta?
Not from a creepypasta. Ooh. Oh, this is a hard question.
How
I
dare they
always
ask out of the box questions.
I always liked the thing about the Loch Ness Monster. Not that I believe it or anything,
Oh, yeah,
but just
sure.
because so many people have grabbed onto it and tried to figure it out, and you see all these documentaries analysing the lake that it's supposed to be in and saying, oh, but it could be there's a big underground chasm thing where it lives. Or it could be, oh, don't be ridiculous, it's not alive anymore, but of course it used to be alive. And it's just brilliant how much has sprung up around it.
Of course. It's preposterous that you don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster, but you know. Here's a good one. What's your all-time favorite horror movie?
Horror movie? I think Silence of the Lambs. It's
Really?
amazing. Yeah, it's so good. You sound surprised.
I don't know. For some reason, I kind of expected you to be more of a fan of 80s horror. Just kind of like the way that I talked to you. I didn't expect Silence of the Lambs.
I guess that's reasonable. But, yeah.
It would be like Freddy Krueger. That's totally it.
Okay, we're 4 minutes to the end of my slot, so...
Let's see. I got more stuff. Hang on.
Alright.
Only the last. Somebody says only the last pineapple will stand. That doesn't seem like.
I mean, that is a really great question.
Doesn't even have a question mark on the end, but it's a great question.
It is. It's so deep and so meaningful, and you know.
Like, what does the pineapple represent?
You guys are delving way too much into that. And Charm, you just woke up, so I don't know why you're acting all weird. DB has an excuse.
I'm just weird. You should know this by now.
Somebody's asking, and I can go ahead and answer this one. Why don't we do live streams more often than this? Because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would love to see us do more live streams. Because doing a 24-hour live stream is literally killing us.
Literally. This is like a game of Saw. You must finish 24 hours, otherwise all of your limbs will be hacked off.
Though I guess that's a good point about shorter ones. We really should do more short live streams.
That would we might. I'm not sure.
It's an
At
idea.
least want to try to make this one a little bit. Try to give this one a little bit more like a yearly thing we kind of do. But okay, so Charm, that somebody
Yes.
actually just asked, Marvel or DC Comics?
You cannot ask me to pick between them.
Well,
That's so cruel.
apparently I can't even pronounce that. This person asked Marvel or DC Comics. Yeah, 1 minute. Go.
But they all have so many good characters. If I had to pick, I think I would say Marvel. But I'm not sure about that because DC is so cool.
I was gonna say, if you pick Marvel, I'm sorry, you picked the wrong answer.
Oh no.
Well, Charm, we got like a little bit less than a minute here. Is there anything else you want to go ahead and say before we kick you out?
Mostly just, firstly, I'm incredibly proud of the community for doing this all together, and I'm really proud of everyone that has tuned in and donated, because it's making such a difference. It's amazing.
Thank you very much for being a part of the stream, Charm. I think we definitely did enjoy your accent. And I'm pretty sure everybody in the stream did too.
Alright. It was nice to be here.
All right. Well, get off my secondary account.
Okay.
And we'll see you later.
Yeah, have fun with the rest of your 24-hour live stream, guys.
Yeah, it was a piece of cake.
See ya.
See ya. All right, DB. You know who's up next?
Are you seriously gonna ask me that?
I mean, like, it's right there on your screen, so I'm like, do you know who is on?
Are you seriously gonna ask me that? Hey Mango.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Paranormal Mango with us here.
Hi guys.
Mango, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Paranormal Mango. I'm most known for my encounter series that I do on my channel. I actually have a person that's supposed to be hopping in with me. I'm waiting for him to get his little butt in here right now, but okay. Anyways, he says he's in the call, but he's not. Anyways, yes. I don't know what there is to say. I'm a mango.
I'm sending you what it is
kind.
to say. I'm sending you real quick
So-
what there is to say. So there's your.
So. Oh, there he is. Okay, so yes, my person that is with me today is Creepy Rasta, who has just hopped in with us.
Hello. It's very nice to be with all of you today.
And he's going to be helping me on one of my stories later on, which is actually a Lovecraft story. Anyways, I would like to thank everyone who has been listening and who's been giving support. I went to sleep for a couple hours, woke up, and there's over $1,500 more that I see we've raised, which is phenomenal. And thank you to everyone who has been donating. And yeah, it looks like the current total is 6,469. That's pretty awesome. Has it been on has anybody donated change yet, or has it been whole dollars?
Yeah, it's only whole dollars. I don't think they actually we say every penny, but I don't think you can actually donate pennies. The lowest you can donate is $1.
So you can't do $1 and 1 penny or something?
No, that would be interesting, but I don't think you can. We've had some folks that donate $1, and that's perfectly fine too. We appreciate every single dollar that anybody can donate. And in fact, if everybody who is watching right now donated $1, just one single dollar, then we would be over $7,000. So,
oh wow!
Putting that out there.
Alrighty. And obviously, if you've just tuned in, all of the funds that we're raising here, they do go to aid the victim of the Wisconsin attack, and as well as for the Safe Horizon to help other victims of violent crimes. And we do encourage people to please donate if you can, and if you're unable to, please share the link so that it can get out to more people who could potentially help in other ways as well. The video, if you share the video link, please add the hashtag of uNIGHTed, which is on the top right there in the big bold letters. And the charity link is ucaring.com//narrators-united, which is at the bottom middle area of the thing. As long as your screen's up on there, I don't know if it's glitching in
Yeah,
and out?
they're able
Okay.
to see it. The link right there on your screen. Also, it's in the comments and in the description.
Yep. And everywhere else. So,
So, what kind of stories you got for us today, Mango?
all kinds. I have one that I wrote myself, which is called Never Alone. And then I've got one that MCP will be helping me with called My Eyes. I have one that I had to title it myself because there was no title to it, so I'm calling it The Web. I've got The Evil Clergyman by H.P. Lovecraft, which Rasta will be helping me with. I've got The Wrong CD and Randy the Doll.
All right, well, let's go ahead and pick out a story and get underway.
Sounds good. Okay. First up is Never Alone. Have you ever heard of the Bible verse where it says that you are never alone? Have you ever thought about that? No, I mean, really thought about it. You are never alone. That means that someone or some is always there with you, watching you, following you in all
Did we end up losing connection with her?
Can
Oh
you hear
dear.
me?
Ah, there we go.
Is it?
You're good. Go
Oh,
right ahead, Mango.
okay. Do I need to start over?
Go ahead.
Huh?
You should be able to. Go ahead and just continue on where you were. You should be fine.
Now, the verse originally intends to mean that God is always with you. But what if it meant something else was with you? A spirit, perhaps? A ghost? A demon? Maybe even Lucifer himself? And that is Never Alone.
Eerie thought, actually.
I keep checking my microphone thing because you mentioned not being able to hear me.
No, I just got cut out for a couple of seconds there. I wasn't too sure if we lost connection with you or something. Because I know a little bit earlier on, we did have some trouble making sure that we stay connected with folks. But hey,
Oh, okay.
it's working out. We're able to hear you just fine, which is good.
Oh, good.
What's up next?
It is My Eyes, which I need your help for.
Oh, perfect. Well, that's a good thing I'm here. DB, if you would be so kind with the music.
Here we go.
You lay in your bed, trying to sleep, but the sound of the wind and the rain keeps you awake. It whistles and howls through the trees, branches hitting the window outside your room, sounding as if small fingers are scratching at it. You stare at the digital readout on your clock. 1:14 a.m. You had been watching it since you came to bed, watching every minute tick by. Its relaxing red glow basking your face. Your comfort is suddenly gone when lightning flashes and everything goes dark. You lay there in silence, waiting for the power to come back on, knowing that setting the clock will wake you up even more, but you need that red glow. The abrupt thunder makes you jump. That tingle of fleeting fear runs down your spine, leaving you feeling cold and helpless. You close your eyes to try to forget just how dark your room is. With your eyes closed, you hear all that much better. The sound of the rain hitting the roof. Every single droplet rings out in your head. You can hear the shifting of the house in the wind. You pop your eyes open. The last thing you want on your mind is that the house might fall in on itself due to the wind. You twitch your eyes about to try and find something to focus on. Nothing in the room catches your eyes. Lightning flashes, lighting up the room for just a second, and is quickly followed by the sound of thunder. Thunder so hard that the house shakes under you, and something falls to the floor in your room. Jerking your head to the sound out of instinct, you sigh out of frustration. All you want is sleep. Your body is urging you to sleep, but your mind just won't have any part of it. Lightning flashes again, and the thunder starts before the room is blanketed in darkness once more. The house shakes. The sound of breaking glass finds its way up the stairs. You tell yourself that it's just the water glass that you left sitting on the table at the bottom of the stairs. You lay your head back on your cold pillow, eyes heavy. You can feel sleep about to take you. Already, the dream world starts to take over, when suddenly a voice whispers in your ear.
Eyes.
The words, so soft, it tickles the little hairs in your ear. Despite that your heart starts racing. You tell yourself it was just part of a dream coming in early. So you relax and start to drift off again.
My eyes.
The voice says once more. You bolt upright and look around in the darkness. You can't see anything, but you don't care. Not seeing is comforting. At first. You hear footsteps coming from the base of the stairs. You hear something wooden crash to the ground. A small table near the railing, perhaps. Someone was in your house, and you had no way of seeing them. So you quietly find your way off the bed and roll under it. Flat on your belly, you face the door, telling yourself that you will see someone in the darkness walk in somehow.
Eyes.
The voice finds its way to your ear. You hear the protest of the first stair as whoever is in your house starts making their way up. You can hear them move to the second and third. They stop on the fourth.
My eyes.
The voice is so close now. That's when you recall the baseball bat you have sitting next to your window. Could you find it in the darkness? You weigh the options in your mind. The person starts up the fifth and sixth stair, and fear sets in. You realize how vulnerable you really are, lying under the bed unarmed. As the intruder makes their way to the seventh stair, you pull yourself out from under the bed and slowly get to your feet. Despite not making a sound, they start moving up the stairs faster now. 8th, 9th, 10th. You quickly cross the room. Lightning flashes. You see the bat and grasp it in your hands.
My eyes.
It's in the room now. You pull yourself closer to the wall next to the window, trying to make yourself as flat as you can. You hear their footsteps as they walk into your room. Thunder and lightning come together, lighting up the room just enough for you to see a tall, slouched man standing in your doorway, staring at the bed. You fight the urge to scream. Your eyes fill with tears as you hear the footsteps getting even closer to you. You wonder if he can see you. At first it felt like there may have been a foot of space between you, but the gap seems to shrink. He stops walking. You can feel his body next to yours. The tears start to run down your face as he speaks again.
Have you seen them?
You don't want to answer. Instead, you tighten the grip on the bat handle while doing your best to keep back more tears.
My eyes. Have you seen them?
Lightning illuminates the face of the man standing in front of you. His face is level with yours. A horrid, jagged-toothed grin stretched across his face from ear to ear. He has no eyes, just bloody holes where the orbs should have been. Streaks of blood running down his face from each empty socket. As the darkness reclaims the room, you hear him say,
Oh, you have nice ones.
and that was my eyes.
I haven't heard that one. That's creepy.
That one freaked me out. I'll be honest. Maybe it's the fact that it's like 5 a.m. over here, but that one got to me. That one got to me. I'll be honest.
Good.
That was the intention, so.
Let's take a quick look. Oh, we did go up a little bit. We're at $6,484.
Awesome.
So, everybody that's been donating, thank you so much. Remember, all the funds that come in here do go to a good cause. They're all to help out to aid the victim of the Waukesha attack, the victim and the family. Also, a portion of the funds do go to Safe Horizon to aid other victims of violent crimes. And if you do want to donate, you can see the link on your screen, in the comments, and also in the description of the video you're watching right now. Mango, what have you got?
I've got the web, which was actually suggested to me by Creeps McPasta.
Nice. Well, go right ahead, dear.
Okay, you ready, Bucket?
Always.
All right. My husband and I had just moved into this house. It was just a small, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, typical ranch-style house. Perfect for a starter home. Perfect to start a family in. We'd picked it because it fit our budget. We were looking for something affordable, since I won't be working when we have kids. The house seemed nice, though. The carpets were stained, and the wallpaper was hideous, but nothing we couldn't change. No permanent water damage, nothing like that. The only thing I didn't like were the cobwebs. I thought it was strange that someone would sell a house without cleaning out the cobwebs. Michael assured me it was fine, though. We were in a fairly spider-prone area. He'd just raid the area and we'd be fine. The The cobwebs didn't seem like a problem after that. I cleaned them up, set up lamps, moved furniture. It felt cozy and safe. I did, however, notice this one web in the bedroom that we weren't using. It didn't look old like a normal cobweb. No dust or anything. I cringed. I hate spiders. I pulled it down and crushed it, sure that I had killed the spider in the web. Things were fine for the next few days, until Michael had to leave on a business trip for a couple weeks. He did this fairly frequently, flying halfway across the world to talk to some factory in Taiwan, or to make a deal with another company in the Netherlands. It used to not bother me with other people nearby. I didn't realize how much I hated being alone until the first night he was gone. So I kept myself busy. I decided to start unpacking our things finally. That's when I noticed the spiderweb was back, in the same spot as before. I'll admit, I acted a bit childish when I saw it, being alone in the house with a spider. But I finally got up the nerve to tear it down. I decided I'd rather not go back into that room again. The next day, it was up again, and I knocked it down. And then again, and again. I noticed it was getting bigger. I thought it was just my paranoia. I hate spiders. It would make sense to get all worked up and think that it was getting larger. After the 5th day, I decided to call an exterminator. He assured me that there was nothing to worry about and that spiders were diligent workers. He promised me that he would handle the problem. He didn't. The next day, I locked the door and duct taped around the edges. If that spider wasn't going to leave, it was not going to come into the rest of my house. The rest of the time my husband was gone went by fine. I didn't get anything unpacked, any unpacking done. But I decided that I'd get some other things done around the house. About 2 or 3 days before Michael was supposed to come home, he called me, asking me to scan some documents for him. They were in the room that I had sealed off. The room with the spider web. With some hesitancy, I unlocked the door and peeled back the tape. I shrieked and tried to pull the door shut. The whole room had been encased in a thick web, and not the pretty delicate kind. It was thick and fuzzy, surrounding everything and holding the door open. I fell back as I lost my grip on the handle. I ran into the other bedroom, the one that would be used for our first child. I slammed the door shut, crawled onto the bed, pulled my knees up to my chest. I was trembling and crying. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Something near the closet. Something dark and hairy. The length of a full-grown man. The single digit uncurled into the room and rested against the door, preventing my exit. And that's when I remembered. Some spiders wait outside of their web for their prey.
Spiders.
There's a second spider story for the stream.
Yeah.
Spiders, damn it.
Dude, everybody loves spiders. Isn't that Rainbow that brought up camel spiders? Camel spiders are amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't like
Yeah.
spiders.
About 25 minutes into, well, not 25 minutes in, 25 minutes into Mango Slot. If we were 25 minutes in and I was just tired, dear lord. We're still at 64.
Forgive him, he's been up all night.
We're still at 64.84. That's kind of to be expected. We're kind of winding down, and I'm pretty sure we got about 700 viewers going right now. I'm guessing probably a good number of them have passed out at their computers. So, everybody,
Sleeping
when
while
you
listening to creepypastas.
hey, it's not that bad.
Hey, no, that was bad when I did it.
When y'all wake up, take a look. Let us all know if you fell asleep at your computers using that hashtag uNIGHTed. And if you do feel inclined to do so, the donation link is still going to be available in the comment section and the description, and also the same ones you see on the screen there. Mango, you have one you're going to do with Rasta, or were you going to hold off to that one for a little
Yes,
bit?
I do. No, that I can do that one next.
Cool.
Rasta, are you still here with us?
Yes, I am right here with you, Mango.
Yay! All right. Are we ready for this then?
Ready, folks? Gonna go ahead and hit it, DB?
Yep. Let me just. Oh.
You've got the story,
Let me
right,
get rid
Rasta?
Yes,
that
I
one
do.
song is just a bit destructive. Let's begin.
I was shown into the attic chamber by a grave, intelligent-looking man with quiet clothes and an iron-gray beard, who spoke to me in this fashion.
Yes, he lived here, but I don't advise you're doing anything. Your curiosity makes you irresponsible. We never come here at night, and it's only because of his will that we will keep it this way. You know what he did. That abominable society took charge at last, and we don't know where he is buried. There was no way the law or anything else could reach society. I hope you won't stay till after dark, and I beg of you to let that thing on the table, the thing that looks like a matchbox, alone. We don't know what it is, but we suspect it has something to do with what he did. We even avoid looking at it steadily.
After a time, the man left me alone in the attic room. It was a very dingy and dusty and only primitively furnished. But it had a neatness which showed it was not a slum denzine's quarters. There were shelves full of theological and classical books, and another bookcase containing treatises on magic, Parclus, Albertus, Magnus, Trismus, Hermes, Trismegistus, Borealis, and others in strange alphabets, whose titles I could not decipher. The furniture was very plain. There was a door, but it led only into a closet. The only egress was the aperture in the floor up to which the crude, steep staircase led. The windows were of a bull's-eye pattern, and the black oak beams bespoke unbelievable antiquity. Plainly, this house was of the old world. I seemed to know where I was, but cannot recall then what I knew then. Certainly the town was not London. My impression is of a small seaport. The small object on the table fascinated me intensely. It seemed to know what to do with it. For I drew a pocket electric light, or what looked like one, out of my pocket, and nervously tested its flashes. The light was not white, but violet. It seemed less like true light than some radioactive bombardment. I recall that I did not regard it as a common flashlight. Indeed, I had a common flashlight in another pocket. It was getting dark out, and the ancient roofs and chimney pots outside looked very queer through the bull's-eye window panes. Finally, I summoned up the courage and propped the small object up against a book. Then turned the rays of the peculiar violet light upon it. The light seemed now to be more like rain or hail, of small violet particles, than of a continuous beam. As the particles struck the glassy surface at the center of the strange device, they seemed to produce a crackling noise, like the sputtering of a vacuum tube through which sparks are passed. The dark, glassy surface displayed a pinkish glow, and a vague, white shape seemed to be taking form at its center. Then I noticed that I was not alone in the room, and put the ray projector back in my pocket. But the newcomer did not speak, nor did I hear any sound whatsoever during all the immediately following moments. Everything was shadowy pantomime, as if seen at a vast distance through some intervening haze. Although, on the other hand, the newcomer and all subsequent comers loomed large and close, as if both near and distant, according to some abnormal geometry. The newcomer was a thin, dark man of medium height attired in clerical garb of the Anglican Church. He was apparently about 30 years old, with a sallow olive complexion and fairly good features, but an abnormally high forehead. His black hair was well cut and neatly brushed, and he was clean-shaven, though blue-chinned with a heavy growth of beard. He wore rimless spectacles with steel bows. His build and lower facial features were like other clergymen I had seen, but he had a vastly higher forehead, and was darker and more intelligent looking, also more subtly and concealedly evil looking. At the present moment, having just lighted a faint oil lamp, he looked nervous, and before I knew it, he was casting all his magical books into a fireplace on the window side of the room. where the wall slanted sharply, which I had not noticed before. The flames devoured the volumes greedily, leaping up into strange colors and emitting indescribably hideous odors as the strangely hieroglyphed leaves and wormy bindings succumbed to the devastating element. All at once, I saw there were others in the room. Grave-looking men in clerical costume, one of whom wore the bands and knee breeches of a bishop. Though I could hear nothing, I could see that they were bringing a decision of vast import to the first comer. They seemed to hate and fear him at the same time, and he seemed to return these sentiments. His face set itself into a grim expression, but I could see his right hand shaking as he tried to grip the back of a chair. The bishop pointed to the empty case and to the fireplace, where the flames had died down amidst charred, non-committal mass, and seemed filled with a peculiar loathing. The first comer then gave a wry smile and reached out with his left hand toward the small object on the table. Everyone then seemed frightened. The procession of clerics began filing down the steep stairs through the trap door in the floor, turning and making menacing gestures as they left. The bishop was the last to go. The first comer now went to a cupboard on the inner side of the room and extracted a coil of rope. Mounting a chair, he attached one end of the rope to a hook in the great exposed central beam of the black oak, and began making a noose with the other end. Realizing he was about to hang himself, I started forward to dissuade or save him. He saw me and ceased his preparations, looking at me with a kind of triumph which puzzled and disturbed me. He slowly stepped down from the chair and began gliding toward me with a positively wolfish grin on his dark, thin-lipped face. I felt somehow in deadly peril, and drew out the peculiar ray projector as a weapon of defense. Why I thought it could help me, I do not know. I turned it on, full in his face, and saw the sallow features glow first with the violet, and then with pinkish light. His expression of wolfish exultation began to be crowded aside by a look of profound fear, which did not, however, wholly displace the exultation. He stopped in his tracks. Then, flailing his arms wildly in the air, began to stagger backward. I saw he was edging toward the open stairwell in the floor, and tried to shout a warning, but he did not hear me. In another instant he had lurched backward through the opening and was lost to view. I found difficulty in moving toward the stairwell, but when I did get there, I found no crushed body on the floor below. Instead, there was a clatter of people coming up with lanterns, for the spell of phantasmal silence had broken, and I once more heard sounds and saw figures as normally tri-dimensional. Something had evidently drawn a crowd to this place. Had there been a noise I had not heard? Presently, the two people, simple villagers apparently, farthest in the lead, saw me and stood paralyzed. One of them shrieked loudly and reverberantly.
Ah! Ebenezer! Again?
Then they all turned and fled frantically. All, that is, but one. When the crowd was gone, I saw the grave bearded man who had brought me to this place, standing alone with a lantern. He was gazing at me, gaspingly and fascinatedly, but did not seem afraid. Then he began to ascend the stairs, and joined me in the attic. He spoke.
So you didn't let it alone. I'm sorry, I know what has happened. It happened once before, but the man got frightened and shot himself. You ought not to have made him come back. You know what he wants. But you mustn't get frightened like the other man he got. Something very strange and terrible has happened to you. But it didn't get far enough to hurt your mind and personality. If you'll keep cool and accept the need for making certain radical readjustments in your life, you can keep right on enjoying the world and the fruits of your scholarship. But you can't live here. And I don't think you'll wish to go back to London. I'd advise America. You mustn't try anything more with that thing. Nothing can be put back now. It would only make matters worse to do or summon anything. You are not as badly off as you might be, but you must get out of here at once and stay away. You better thank heaven it didn't go further. I'm going to prepare you as bluntly as I can. There's been a certain change in your personal appearance. He always causes that, but in a new country you can get used to it. There's a mirror up at the other end of the room, and I'm going to take you to it. You'll get a shock, though you will not see anything repulsive.
I was now shaking with a deadly fear, and the bearded man almost had to hold me up as he walked me across the room to the mirror. The faint lamp that formerly on the table, not the still fainter lantern that he had brought, in his free hand. This is what I saw in the glass. A thin, dark man of medium stature, attired in clerical garb of the Anglican Church, apparently about 30, with rimless, steel-bowed glasses, glistening beneath a sallow, olive forehead of abnormal height. It was the silent first-comer who had burned his books. For the rest of my life, in outward form, I was to be that man.
Hero.
And that was The Evil Clergyman by H.P. Lovecraft.
I always love Lovecraft stories, don't you, DB?
Oh yes, of course.
Wonderful co-host.
Thank you, Rasta.
No problem, Mango.
We want to go ahead and update you guys. It hasn't updated on the stream yet, but we actually got a couple more donations. We are now up to 6,509. So
Awesome.
we're over 6,500 now. And we've got about 15 minutes left. Got a plan on filling that one up, Mango?
Oh yeah, I've got 2 more stories.
Sweet. What are we expecting next?
It's a short one called The Wrong CD.
Nice. Take it away, Mango.
Alright. And here we go.
You're alone at work, late one night, working on your computer to install a program. The CD you have is unlabeled, though you thought you remembered it being labeled, like any other mass-produced CD. You put it in the drive and discover that it has no data on it. Instead of the normal CD spinning sound, however, it sounds almost like screaming. It's obviously the wrong CD, you think to yourself, ejecting it immediately. Soon, you find the real CD and continue your work. A few nights later, you're at work late again, alone, because you have to back up your hard drive onto a blank CD. You pop one into the drive and hear a vaguely familiar screaming noise. This time, however, your computer screen goes blank for a few seconds before the entire floor of your work goes dark. There's screaming again. Only this time, it isn't coming from your computer drive. No. This time, it's coming down from the hall. And it's getting closer.
Those micropastas are fun.
Oh yeah.
And you said you got one more, yeah?
Yes.
Tell me about it. What's the last one we got?
It's called Randy the Doll.
Randy the Doll.
It was a hot summer day in 1962. I was in my bedroom and was extremely bored, not to mention burning up from the heat. I was trying to think of what I wanted for my birthday. I was hoping for a new toy, since I didn't have very many. I got bored though, and my mind began to wander off. So my mom took me out to the thrift store to find some presents for me. While we were there, I found this interesting looking doll. I told Mom that I wanted this for my birthday. The manager offered a discount on the doll for only $40, and my mom bought it. When we got home, she wrapped it up and put a nice, colorful bow on it. I was so happy! I just couldn't stop thinking about the doll. It had orange, carrot top-like hair, which was slightly sun-bleached, green eyes, and a shirt that said PALS. The doll was also wearing a pair of pants and some blue and white shoes. The next day was my birthday, and I could not wait to open the doll. As soon as I woke up, I asked Mom if I could open the doll, and she said I could. I tore off the paper and read the box that the doll was in. Your own pal. I took out the doll, and on the side it claimed, batteries included. So I flipped the switch to on.
Hi, my name is Randy. What's your name?
My name is Rachel. I replied. I played with my new doll all day until it was time for bed. I sat Randy next to my bed and laid down. I was almost asleep when Randy began to make a loud, static sound. At first I thought it was the TV, but my TV was turned off. And the sound was most certainly coming from the doll. I began to get scared when Randy spoke some unintelligible words. Then the doll began repeating its own name, as well as my name. I got so scared that I ran downstairs to tell my mom what was going on. She took Randy and put him in my closet. I wasn't able to fall asleep, though. I was just too disturbed by what had happened. And I was scared that Randy would come out of the closet. He never did. I'm 18 now, and I'm moving out of my parents' house. And while packing up my belongings, I found that old box that Randy had come in. I shuddered at the memory. I set aside the empty box and finished packing my things. Later, when I returned to my room, Randy was in the box.
Those dolls, I swear.
Dude, dolls are everybody's favorites.
Oh god. I used to have a ventriloquist dummy. That just brings back old nightmares.
Oh, please. I make ventriloquist dummies. Those are awesome.
Yeah, but they're adorable.
Let's see, how long we got? We got about 9 minutes before the big changeover. Let's see. What would you like to do? Do you want to go ahead and visit the, Do you want to go ahead and visit the age-old Q&A section, guys?
Sure. I think Rasta should hop in on this too.
Oh, we can do that.
Sure.
Let me clear out some of these questions, though, and we're going to go to find some that everybody's able to do. Everybody who's listening, I'm pretty sure you've heard me say this to death by now. If you want to get involved with the Q&A section, there should be a little link on the front of your video that says "Join the discussion." If you don't have that link on your video, then you might just have to refresh your page real quick, and you'll get that nice little pop-up link. It should show up in the very bottom left, little yellow symbol there. You can submit questions or vote on questions that you think you'd like for us to answer. Okay. Mango. This keeps popping up, so I know you have a full series based on this one. It says, I want to sleep, but this is just too awesome. My question, have you ever encountered a ghost, or seen something that you can't explain?
Actually, yes, I have. For those of you who don't know, my channel, I originally started it as Paranormal Mango because I didn't know about creepypasta when I started it. I started it after seeing Marble Hornets, and it reminded me of all of the ghost encounters that I have had throughout my life. And I was like, I want to tell people these stories. And since I already had a camera and I do video blogging on a separate channel, I already had all the equipment I needed. And so I made the channel, and then it just happened within a day or so that my little sister's friend was over, and they were using some kind of like a text message sending system on their 3DSs when my sister's friend's 3DS was taken over by a ghost who started typing messages to the girls on there. And I was standing there watching them, and it would show up as sending from this girl when she wasn't even touching her 3DS. And that was actually the very first video that's on my channel that I made. There's been all sorts of stuff throughout life, and yeah, stuff still happens occasionally, like hearing whispers or little children giggling when I'm home alone, but nothing has ever harmed me whatsoever.
Nice. What about you, Rasta? Anything?
Can you re-ask me the question? I was out while you asked it to me.
Have you ever encountered ghosts, a ghost, or seen something that you can't explain?
You know, I never have, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Which is very uneventful, I think.
It's not. It's really not, because I'd have to agree that I've never had anything thing like that either. It's just something I can't explain. How about you, DB? Dimension Bucket?
Okay, there we go. I'm back. What's up?
Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket, have you ever encountered a ghost or something that you can't explain?
That's... I haven't really experienced anything too crazy firsthand. I did have this one incident where there was this one thing scratching at my sideboard of my bed, which I have not been able to explain. I was on vacation. It was a new bed. Wasn't too new. And there were no cats. There was nothing to make the sound. But I sat there in that bed in the dark, and I listened just that sound of nail on wood, just all night. It freaked me out. I don't know what it was. That's about it.
Okay then. Let's see. Oh, we're in the last 4 minutes here. Let me see if I can find a good one to be able
I
to
see an interesting one. I don't know if it's how long it's been up though.
read it. Or click select on it.
It doesn't give me. Oh crap! It just went away. Where'd it go?
Curses.
It doesn't let me select.
Doesn't select it? Damn.
No.
Go ahead and read it.
It says, "How would all of you react if you were locked in a small room with your worst fear? And what is that fear that you are in the small room with?"
Okay, go ahead, Mango.
My worst fear is spiders. I think. Well, actually, like my worst fear is actually it's one of those stupid fears that you're like people would laugh at you for. I'm terrified of those remote control helicopters because when I was little, some guy at the mall hit me with one
Oh, God.
and thought it was funny, and ever since then I've been terrified of being hit with them. So I guess I would just curl up in the corner and try not to let it hit me.
You poor girl.
That's sad.
What about you, Rasta?
Oh man, my biggest fear is knives. Actually, no one actually believes me that I have a phobia of knives. If I was locked in a room, and someone was holding a knife in that room, I would, I'd call it quits right then and there. I'd write out my will, my last will and testament. I'm done for.
How are you doing, DB? You think if you got locked in the
If I got
locked in a room
locked
with
in a room, I honestly don't know what I would do because my worst fear is dark, murky water.
Oh my
So-
God, you and me have the same fear.
And sea monsters?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. There's just no escaping that, yo. It's just that's just bad. That's just no.
So just like if you're locked in like the middle of a room, you just have to stand on like a small 1 by 1 foot square, surrounded by murky water.
Oh, that'd be so terrible. No.
I could. Oh man. Okay, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
I think we got about 2 minutes left. So, Mango and Rasta, do you guys have anything else you want to add? You want to say before we bring in the next folk?
I do have one thing I just want to say hello to a young lady named Kiana. I met her yesterday. We were talking on the first live stream thing, and she was pretty awesome. I just want to say hi.
Shout out to her. Nice. Ross, do you have anything you want to throw in real quick before I go over the
Um,
totals?
I want to have a shout out to Jill Zero McLeod because I love her, and I'm very thankful for helping Mango with the charity live stream.
And I'm so glad that you were able to do the voices because you did great.
Thank you, Mango. You did too.
Thank you.
Thank you both for showing up and helping out with the live stream. And I can tell you the new total right now, we're at $6,539, which is fantastic. Thank you to all you listeners who are hanging out, listening, watching. And those who donated especially, thank you very much for giving a little bit to try to help out the family of this girl, as well as Safe Horizon here. So, Rost and Mango, thanks for showing up, guys.
Yep. Best of luck in the rest of the stream.
Thank you.
Later.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
Who we're gonna be bringing in next is gonna be Insanity Asylum. It's getting early. So who's gonna be up next is Insanity Asylum. But she told us she's gonna be a little bit late. Another one of our UK folks. So looks like the UK runs just a tiny bit late. So in her stead, we're bringing in the lovely buttery, chocolatey voice, Barnabas.
You could think
again.
you can think of me as your bass elevator music.
A bass elevator music.
Bum, ba, na, 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 na.
What are we doing this time around, Barnabas?
This time, since hopefully in Asylum can. Hopefully it won't be that too long for Asylum. Gonna go and do a quick short one. This one's called "We Lost the War." Written by some jerk. Don't know his name.
I know who wrote this one. I think this is a Poe story, right?
No, I think Murphy wrote it actually.
Someone wrote it.
Liar.
Okay, fine, it was me.
Go right ahead, sir.
All right. We lost the war. I saw my brothers and sisters, my friends and compatriots, the people that I had loved and had known all my existence, die. Or worse, I had to watch them kill. This terrible war was nothing more than a feud over differences. This simple war, where the battlefield was littered with bodies innumerable, was over something so simple as freedom. Freedom. This senseless war, whose ramifications will be felt and talked about throughout the times ahead, was over something so simple as to who do we owe allegiances to? Do we owe to the filthy mongrels that toil in the dirt? Or to ourselves and our right to do what we deem is best? No one should tell us that those who should be slaves are more so. Those sorts of laws should not govern us. We should govern us. And so over this simple idea, the war began. We stood up with the voice of one. We roared as legion, as to shake the very foundations of the heavens. We picked up our weapons and fought for what we believed in. We perforated the bodies of our brethren who were now our enemies with heavy and tear-laden hearts. And we could see in each other's eyes, brothers against brother, blood against blood. The tears of sorrow and disappointment at what we had to do. though no one should stand in the way of what is right, it does not make the price told any less expensive. The battlefields reigned with the crimson of our ferocity. The clashing screams of brothers screaming for freedom, while others screamed for loyalty, making deafening sounds rivaling that of thunderstorms. I remember meeting my brother on the battlefield. So many words of love and loss on both our dry and tired lips as we attempted to kill one another. Face to face, blow against blow, each one making us weep. And though we fought viciously, I found myself the victor, impaling him upon a blade and holding him close as I wept, and his final words being, "Though you are wrong, I forgive you." And I wondered, would I have said the same thing had it been my chest that was leaking vital fluid upon the battlefield? Though there were many in the Civil War that fought for our side, we did not have the numbers. For every one of us, there were two of them. For every rebel, there were two loyalists. And we could not fight those odds. I lost hope as I watched us fall on the battlefield as our brothers ran us through. My last memory of the war, before I too finally fell, was hearing our leader. He was upon a mound of loyalist bodies, fighting tooth and nail against their general. Their general screamed his war cry like a trumpet, and our leader roared in defiance like a dragon, until finally he too fell. And now we find ourselves in a place I think of as an eternal punishment for doing what I had thought was right. I found myself languishing in a hell for killing my own brothers for our differing beliefs. Here, on this hell, we will stay until kingdom come. Here, where we fell like stars that had been swept up by a great dragon's tail. Here, where we fell like lightning from heaven. And that was We Lost the War.
You beautiful voiced angel, you.
I see what you
was
did
amazing.
there.
You see what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Do we have insanity?
Not yet. Doesn't look like she's here just yet. I will say one thing though, Barney, good job. We are at we actually went up a little bit, so we're at 6,550. Don't think that just went up $1. I actually updated that mid-story, so I wasn't trying to be a smartass when I said it went up a little bit. But it looks like somebody just rounded that off in the last couple seconds.
I just decided to just throw in an extra dollar here and there.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
Dollar bills, yo.
So, did you want me to go ahead and find you another lovely troll pasta to read, or was there another short one that you wanted to try?
I have another short one on hand, but if you would like a troll pasta, I can do a troll pasta. To even out,
I think we know what's gonna happen.
I know.
Do we, though? I mean, come on. This is me we're talking about, and I never really pick out bad troll pastas at all. I always pick really good ones.
Well, while you look for my untimely literary doom, everybody that's listening and tuning in, again, thank you so much for your support. And though I've been in here several times now, I just want to say this isn't about us so much as it is about the poor victim and her hoping for her speedy recovery, and it's also about the victims of violent crimes. So as that number keeps going up, if you have any a dollar, go ahead and donate it. Wow, my ability to speak is slowly starting to lose itself.
Oh, you're doing great, actually. You're one of those things where you're getting to that point where you're nice and tired. So that's gonna make this a far more interesting endeavor, especially once I find you a good troll pasta.
Okay. I've been working on a creepy pedo, not super high pitched voice.
Excuse me?
I'm really tempted to use a high pitched voice on this one.
I want to wait. You're a super creepy high pitched voice.
MCP's just like deals off. No, it's got to be buttery.
It's gotta be butter.
If I'm not hearing something that's on par with Morgan Freeman, then no.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. Do you have your story? Do you have the troll pasta yet?
You know what? I'm gonna give you. That's a bit. Yeah, we'll go with that. Let me go ahead and send it to you, sir.
Okay. Sweet.
Actually, let me just do a quick little once over and make sure this isn't the one I'm thinking about.
Yeah, don't be surprised if the next time you need a response out of me, all you get is unintelligible babbling.
You're just gonna. You'd be one of those guys.
My brain is going to melt.
Hey, DP, can you start up the music? And you're just gonna start hitting the sticky keys or something.
Sticky keys. Here we are.
Oh dear God. One hyper-realistic morning, I opened my hyper-realistic eyes, only to find that my hyper-realistic sheets had been torn off my hyper-realistic bed and strewn about my hyper-realistic room. I decided, with my hyper-realistic brain, to hyper-realistically jump out of my hyper-realistic bed to find the cause of this, only to hyper-realistically notice that when my hyper-realistic feet hyper-realistically touched the hyper-realistic carpet, it was damp. Looking down with my hyper-realistic eyes, I saw that it was covered in hyper-realistic blood. I opened my hyper-realistic mouth to scream, but hyper-realistic blood started to pour out, and my hyper-realistic eyes became filled with hyper-realistic blood tears. Due to massive loss of hyper-realistic blood, I died. And then, a hyper-realistic skeleton popped out. I love how the picture for this is John Cleese. From John Cleese, and it's from Faulty Towers. And I don't know if that makes me feel old or not. I'm pretty sure Murphy right now would be applauding over the fact that I know what this is.
What you're saying is you're having an old man moment.
Having an old man moment.
Yes, I'm having an old man moment. I just happened to look to my right, and I happened to see the question column, and I just saw something that said Shrek is love, Shrek is life, and my initial response is no. Barnabas is love, Barnabas is life.
There's one thing I noticed actually in the comments and also in the Q&A board. Somebody has been adamant about us doing Shrek is love, Shrek, which I'm not budging on. We're still not gonna do, but
we can't. We just can't.
Well, what is the deal with that? Is it like it looks like a troll pasta?
Have you seriously never heard it or never read it?
I've seen people upload it, but I have not checked it out yet.
Well, we're not gonna do it here, but that's
and
one of those.
It's best not described here. It's best not spoken about in polite company.
Right. That's one of those things where if you have a free afternoon, you go have a grand old time.
Think of a troll version of The Cleansing.
I, I don't know if that's actually an accurate representation.
That's it's think about it. Take a good long think about that. Any word from Insanity?
Not just yet. Still sending her some messages. Here, Barney, I'm
Okay.
gonna ask you this. Because
Yeah.
you brought up the question window here, so now I kind of want to go into it. You, oh man, there was just. What's your favorite accent slash voice to do while narrating?
Mine?
Yeah,
Uh,
because I know you.
Louisiana slash Southern Cajun sort of thing. I did a story called Bayou Medicine that I wrote, and somebody actually commented and said that I actually sounded like somebody from the SIP,
The sip.
Mississippi, which is also kind of funny because we've never lived in that part of the country, and my mom only recently moved out there, and that story was done well before she she even moved out. Actually, I think. So, I really didn't have much communication with people from the SIP. So, however I managed to actually pull off that voice, I don't know.
It's actually disturbing me that you keep saying the sip.
The SIP?
The sip. I've never heard anybody else say that before.
Really?
Ever? No. Here's one for you. Barnabas, you're a classy kind of guy, yeah?
Yes, as I sip my tea.
No, I'm just saying, like your persona is a guy with the top, with the nice hat and the suit. You're very well read, kind of guy. So, what's your favorite slasher movie character? What's the one that slasher movie character that can scare you the most?
Slasher movie character that can
Yeah.
scare me
So
the most.
you're not allowed to go towards Stephen King films or anything that's actually good.
And I'm assuming that Freddy is off the table.
Well, Freddy's not off the table. I'd say he's kind of a slasher villain, yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I would say the very first Freddy Krueger, the the good one. Not the one with Rorschach.
Oh, okay.
Not
So you're
the not the
referring,
not the one with mentally disabled Freddy.
You're talking about Robert Englund then, yeah?
Yes, Robert Englund's Freddy Krueger. The very first, quite honestly, the very first time I saw that movie when I was a wee Barnabas, it terrified the living hell out of me. Friday the 13th never bothered me. The Scream movies never bothered me because by then I was completely desensitized to the whole
I was gonna
concept.
say, like, the Scream movies didn't bother you.
Yeah. But Texas Chainsaw Massacre didn't bother me because I didn't actually see it until I was an adult. Lots of slasher movies just do not bother me. There was one that came close because I saw it. I also saw that as a really young kid. Was Sleepaway Camp 2. Which I'm not. This is gonna sound really backwards of me, especially considering who I am. But when I watched it, I was watching it in a very conservative household. And if anybody's aware of a Sleepaway Camp, or better yet, if anybody's never seen Sleepaway Camp, close your ears because of spoilers. But then again, the movie's 30 years old or some 40 years old. But anyways, the main character, the entire time you think it's a woman, and then out of nowhere at the very end of the first movie they drop her pants and it's a man. And then the second one, he's had a full gender reassignment surgery and is a woman. And it was ingrained in my head once that like big revelation was found out that, oh my God, it's actually a transgendered man. The entire family was up in arms, and how dare they, and they terrified me with the amount of reaction that they had. So when I was little, I was actually really scared of that of Angela, that was her name. from Sleepaway Camp 2. But mainly Freddy. Mainly Freddy.
Okay. I do not remember one thing though. Just because you brought up Sleepaway Camp, and I don't even remember where this bit of movie trivia came from. But you said she drops her pants. Turns out she's a man, right?
Yes.
The bit that allows you to recognize the fact that she is a man was actually a prosthetic leg. Was like basically a prosthetic set of pants that she had on.
Huh.
Did you know that one?
No, I did not know that, and I'm very confused as to why you know that.
Because years ago, I used to date this girl who was a huge horror film buff. She was like a film student, so we would watch all these other things about just like movie buff stuff that they did, which was that was one random piece of trivia that came out when you brought that up. It just snapped back in my mind.
CP, I thought you were gonna say, well, the reason why I know that is because years ago, I was in that film.
Because that was me.
You learn something new every day. Alright, so any word on,
Well, let's go ahead and do. Let me go ahead and look up one more question real quick while I'm covering this one up. Let's see. Here's actually a good question for all three of us, because it's just very much related to what's going on right now. How are you guys keeping yourselves awake?
I've been playing WildStar, and if anybody knows how MMOs work, they keep you going and going and going because you're on that treadmill, that little hamster wheel, trying to get what you want to the end. And knowing that I have to be awake, I've just been playing that. Also drinking lots of coffee.
How about you, DB? You didn't.
I have this sort of odd technique. So, what I'll do is, when y'all are reading stories, I'll kind of like, I'll lean back in the chair, and I'll close my eyes. And then I just try to get as engrossed in the story as possible, and then just screw sleep. That's how it works for me. Once if the story is good enough, then, and if it freaks me out, then there's... I'm not passing out like that, so keep the stories coming, and I'll stay awake. I think that's basically been it. The stories have been keeping me awake, and had a very delicious apple earlier. Probably didn't do anything, but
I was gonna say I don't think that's gonna
no.
keep it.
But it's an apple, so there you go.
I'm currently on my fourth cranberry Red Bull, so that's what's been keeping me awake. But we don't have that much further to go, do we? We got 4 more hours.
Yeah.
4 hours, yeah.
And hopefully heart palpitations don't start setting in until after that.
Okay, I think Insidity's setting up her laptop right now. I got a hold of her. So she's going to be around, and she's going to have a story for us also, so you guys get to hear the amazing accent that is she. But while she's doing that one, I'm just going to keep an eye on her, but let's take a look.
What are we looking at?
We're taking a look at, you guessed it,
What did he say?
toasters. I don't know.
What?
I'm trying to think of things that MCP would be showcasing. That'd just be the most random thing ever.
This just now turned into the Creepypasta Shopping Network.
AM shopping with the narrators.
And here we have a nice toaster whose original price was $60. Oh, wait, no, I've just been told we're dropping that price down to $9.99. Get out your credit cards.
With one easy payment of your soul.
One easy payment of your soul.
Is that how we're doing this?
It will be in the terms of agreement.
Donations are done by your soul? Is that the new thing we're doing for this stream?
And we will keep them in Tupperware. You remember that story I was telling you about? MCB?
Which one? Oh God,
The Satan
yeah.
Burger story.
That
God,
was
that
weird.
story's terrible.
Dogscape sounds awesome.
It does. Dogscape sounds awesome. It just reminds me of Carlton Mellick. Just because it's so like avant-garde / punk.
Let's see.
I have a very short, like 30-second story if you guys want it while we wait.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that one.
Let's do that.
Story is called Paradox, and it is by Lady Narration,
Oh, nice.
who's also a good voice actress.
Mm-hmm.
If you could go back in time, what would you change? Would it be a simple situation where you embarrassed yourself, or something more serious? The death of a loved one? A friend's suicide? To avoid the person that broke your heart? Or perhaps ill intent? I'm not one to judge, for your reasons are your own, but please listen to me. All life is sacred. There is an unseen balance beyond our comprehension. Yes, I do admit that there are times in history that should be forgotten, even changed. But think, would you just be delaying the inevitable? I've done this many times. The people I love are safe at the cost of my expense. So many times have I witnessed their birth and withering in their old age. So many times I had to rewrite the pages of history and reset the clock. They are immortal, and so am I. For my meddling, I am not allowed to die. I'm so tired. I rest in an unseen darkness, floating endlessly in an unknown realm. I can no longer call Earth my home. I still watch and wait. A baby cries. My mother is calling me. And that's Paradox by Lady Narration.
I haven't seen Lady Narration stuff in a while. I need to go check out her channel again.
Yeah. Sanity, are you here yet?
She's actually getting her stuff ready, and getting her stories put together. But she's gonna be here in just a little bit.
Let's see. I could sing the Song of Healing from Legend of Zelda, from that Legend of Zelda game that people like to play.
That Legend of Zelda. I don't. If you could be any fictional character, if you could bring any fictional character to the real world, which would it be and why?
Fictional character. I don't know.
Really? You guys have never been like, oh yeah, I would want to bring that character.
There's tons of them. The problem is that there's tons of them.
You couldn't pick just one.
I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't just pick one.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to be just like Superman. Dead on. Superman is the one that I would want to bring.
I like the idea of bringing the Doctor.
The Doctor. Oh, that'd be cool. Well, he's not fictional.
Oh.
Oh my god. Yeah, I really don't know. Like, I would be. I'm completely all over the place, going all through my entire Marvel. You know, I got it. I want the Phoenix Force to show up, and I'll go ahead and take that.
The Phoenix Force.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm shocked you didn't. Superman should be the one. Everybody should pick Superman. It makes the world a better place.
I didn't pick Superman because you already picked Superman.
Yeah, well, that makes you wrong.
You Supermanist.
Supermanist.
If you died and could come back to life as whatever you wanted to, even food. I'm guessing that's for everyone. So what would you want to be?
There you come back to life.
Either I misunderstood the question, or it's a combination of me being extremely tired and it's a weird question.
No, that trust me, that's a weird question. But if you died and could come back as anything, what would you want to come back as?
Including food.
Including food. I mean, I don't know why you'd want that
We
was
just
your
cut out.
fancy.
There we go.
I know
All
MC
right.
would pick pizza. It's probably.
I wouldn't want to come back as pizza. That's no.
Oh, that is you do have a good
I would want to come back as a never-ending pot of the spiciest, hottest chili known to man.
That's actually
Are
pretty
you serious?
brilliant idea.
I was gonna. I think it meant like including food was an option. We didn't have to go with food, but God,
But
you're
you never
evil.
get to think about that. You never actually get to sit down. Everybody, whenever you get that kind of question, that isn't thrown in there. The addition of food. So now that we get to think about it, that's the first thing I went to. I want to come back as
As a
something
food.
as painful food.
Hey, guys, guess who's with us? Okay, don't guess who's with us. Insanity Asylum joined us today. Hi, Insanity.
Welcome.
Oh.
And I will go ahead and take my leave.
Okay, see you, Barnabas.
See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers, if you probably noticed up in the top right corner of your screen there, it's showing you Insanity Asylum. You're able to see her Tumblr, Twitter, and YouTube. She's another narrator from the UK, and she's got a little story for us for our little telethon 24-hour stream. Dear Lord, I almost said 48-hour.
You want to kill us?
No. Insanity, you got your story pulled up?
Yes, actually I do.
Okay. Well then, let's go ahead. Which one? Doing the one I sent you there? So.
The fingernails?
Yep,
Yes.
the fingernails. Go ahead and take it away, Insanity. And DB, if you could, with the music.
As always.
Let me start by saying that Peter Terry was addicted to heroin. We were friends in college, continued to be after I graduated. Notice I said I. He dropped out after 2 years of barely cutting it. After I moved out of the dorms and into a small apartment, I didn't see Peter as much. We would talk online every now and then. There was a period where he wasn't online for about 5 weeks straight. I wasn't worried. He was pretty notorious flake and drug addict, so I assumed he just stopped caring. And one night I saw him log on. Before I could intake conversation, he sent me a message. David, man, we didn't talk. That was when he told me about the No End House. Wait. One second, this is the wrong story. You sent me the wrong link.
Did I send you the wrong one?
Yeah, it's apparently the wrong link. It's the exact link that I ended up clicking on.
No problem. I was gonna say, like, I'm recognizing this is the No End House, but you know,
Yeah.
I can go with that.
Yeah, that's why I was stuttering sometimes. I'm sorry.
Let me pull up on the right one here.
Name the story?
I was getting confused for a second.
No, yeah, okay, here we go. This should be the right one. It might have opened up in the wrong one, because that link should give you that one.
Yeah, this is the link.
Okay, there we go. I was like, you know,
programming.
we'll just go with it.
There we go.
Go right ahead, dear.
Okay. A year or two ago, I started to notice a very strange thing happening to my car. A superstition, you could call it. Once I was in the driver's seat, I could check the back to see if there was anyone there. And only at night. My job usually ended at varying times in the evening. Most people do this, probably because the stories like The Hook, the one about the misunderstood truck driver flashing his lights at an unknown woman. But I had a good reason for this. And just like those legends, it started with a story. Back when I was in Boy Scouts, all the kids who tell urban legends trying to scare our friends, but the best stories came from our dads. Maybe it was because we listened to them closer, or that they'd been alive long enough to know how to captivate an audience. When we started learning in our 40s, it would be too late. Or may have been that if there was any truth, a hint of truth, it was so unreal to us kids. I remember one time we were camping pretty late into the season. My troop was getting ready for a winter relay race. It was after they told us to go to sleep. I opened up my sleeping bag just enough to hear what my dad was saying to his fellow scouts fathers. The story took place back when my dad worked at Beth Israel Hospital in the 70s. Burn ward was what he was telling the other parents about. My dad remembers seeing some celebrities that are famous even outside the Boston area. He described that when your skin burns in a fire, it doesn't act like skin anymore. It looks and feels more like a wax substance. The scariest part was looking at the profiles of the victims from before their burns and how they were after. It was especially frightening to look at the celebrities whom you already knew what they were supposed to look like. My father would only talk about the burn ward with other parents, and would dad ask him because maybe getting a smack on the head for staying up too late. Well, we all stayed up late anyway to hear the scariest stories of them all. There are 3 tributes from those stories that I can remember. First, he'd only tell the burn ward stories when it was cold out, dry New England cold, where you could smell the snow coming, frosty enough to see our breath but not to cancel camping trips. Second, with the patient's eyeballs. What most people don't think of when they think of being burned alive is the skin around their eyes. For most people, their eyes are basically glued shut. Skin membranes ooze out and reform at the base of the eyelids. Sometimes the doctors try to pry the eyelids open, but most of the time, their eyes literally pop. And the third thing my father can remember most is not the hair or the eyeballs, but the nails. Their hands were the only thing he had to touch when distributing medicine. The thing about the cells that form the fingernails never.
No. Sounds like we may have had an issue with her microphone. I know Insanity has one of those mics that actually can, yeah, the wire can come out from it. No, I was actually really getting into that one.
Damn it.
I'm sorry, my cat unplugged my microphone.
Adorable. Okay, you want to pick up where we left off?
I kept reading on for a while, so I don't exactly know where I left off.
Let me pull that up. Bucket, do you have that last sentence still ingrained in your mind? Do you want to just pop back to like the last paragraph that you're on?
Yeah, we'll just do a couple.
Okay.
Still with me?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
Okay.
Trying to get my cat out. I don't want that to happen again.
Brief mid-story intermission. Go ahead, Insanity.
I think I left off here. The thing is about the cells that form the fingernails never really reformed correctly after being in heat enough to give third-degree burns all over the body, even after they heal. The integrity of the nails stay weak and frail years and years after the rest of the victim's body recovered. My dad said that when he cleaned the ward, he found dozens upon hundreds of brittle fingernails making up the waste on the floor. Now, back to my superstition. Before I started explaining my story, I've been finding fingernails in my back seats more and more often. The nails obviously come from a human, but most certainly not me. The first thing I thought of were my clients. I've been working at a facility for the elderly for around 2 months now. And sometimes I have to drive my clients in my car. I thought that they were probably just acting lazy and not throwing them away, or just the patients wanting to leave disgusting mess as a means to get a childish raise out of people. That is until one day I went out to my car and saw someone trying to open the back door. It was dark, and when I yelled at him, he looked at me and immediately bolted off into the woods. I wish I could say I didn't get a good look at his face. After all, that's what I said to the police when I told them about the break-in, but I did see his face. If you could call it a face, it's difficult to explain now despite how clearly I see it in my mind now. The face is not difficult to describe because of how much time has passed or how frightened I was. It's difficult because of how badly burned that man was. He had no ears, no eyes, nothing but an open, gaping mouth. A mouth that appeared disproportionately big to the rest of his head. This was probably because it was the only thing that gave the man or thing anything, if at all, natural context. Despite that, the mouth was enough to emote fear. Fear when it became aware that I had interrupted its plans. Everyone has heard those scary stories about the man with the hook, the misunderstood truck driver flashing his headlights. These stories still latch onto a whole new generation of drivers. Before this incident, I probably would have laughed at them, like you would. It doesn't take a stranger with a knife to get a man to start noticing his surroundings. But it only took me one visit to the burn ward at Beth Israel Hospital to find out many patients have become unaccounted for.
I put it onto Twitter, but I have to reiterate it. That accent that you have is beautiful.
No.
That was the fingernails from by Vincent 516. If you guys want to check out his YouTube channel as well, he does some amazing narrations and videos to go with his creepypastas. So I know like the other story we had for you, Insanity, was insanely long. Uh, so I don't think we're going to be able to use that one. But
Okay.
if you'd be up for a game, you want to try to do a troll pasta?
Ho ho ho.
God. I can try.
It's
Send
very
me
short, and like always, we of course intend to embarrass you in front of people. So go ahead and take a look at that one. It's very very short. Um, and Bucket, can you give us the very fitting troll pasta music here?
Oh yes.
1 second, I have to read this over.
Just get it
Oh
over.
God.
Did you want to try it? You don't have to.
I can try. I just read the first part. Once upon a midnight day, while I web surfed, weak and weary, over many a strange and spurious website called Chickscore. While I clicked my favorite bookmark, suddenly it became a warning. My heart was filled with mourning for my dear Moore. "'Tis not possible," I muttered. "Give me back my cheap hardcore." You have the server 404.
That's what we got. Like these really cheesy, really short troll pastas. But see, this is another I absolutely love though, because you have that gorgeous accent. It still sounds so proper when you say it, and that's what really makes this amazing. So, if you want, I mean, we still got like 15 minutes. DB, do you have, or actually, let me go ahead and see if we have one that we can try to be able to use. Uh, kind of a 15-minute story off the list.
Let's see. I might be able to cover something that'll be able to take some of
Because
that
I'm
time up.
pretty sure we could do. We could actually do the in 15 minutes. We could actually do the real Raven, and I know because Raven wants to do that one and cover it up uh, at the end, but that's going to be a good.
He can do that.
Yeah,
Let
he's
him
going
do
to do
it.
that one a
It's
good.
fitting. Just do it.
The Raven.
Not the Raven. What was other thing by Poe? I can't think of it.
See, you're pulling this one. I
There's
don't
the
know.
Mask of the Red Death, Black Cat. I'm not doing the Mask of the Red Death because I'm already doing that with MCP.
I'm gonna pull up. I have somewhere that.
I don't have the list is the problem because I know we have a good number of stories on there that could be able to fill 15 minutes.
Let's see. I'm looking here. The closest thing that we can get to 15 in Poe, at least, is Raven and Mask of the Red Death.
the two,
Minutes, so-
the two. Well, here's the thing. Because where we are, we could give you the Raven now, and Raven is also going to be able to do that one 3 hours from now. So I highly doubt anybody is even going to still be awake. Who is here right now is going to be a completely different set of people. Would you like to give it a shot, and then Raven can also close us off with that fantastic poem again?
Is anybody doing no?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah, well, nobody is. Did you want to go ahead and give that one a shot for us?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might
Cool.
mess up on a lot of words, but I'm okay.
Okay. Go right ahead, dear.
Midnight's yelling at me, so if she yells at you, just ignore. Can you send me a link if you have it,
Sure. Give me just a second. Let me pull it open for you.
please, and thank you.
No. Also have Annabelle Lee if we still have time. Wait, unless somebody already took that. I don't know.
I don't think.
I think it was Annabelle Lee or Lenore. I don't know.
I've got
I know
Lenore
someone
here.
put Annabelle Lee down on the list.
Uh,
If anyone took it.
for the hell of it, I'll go ahead and grab that one as well. So if you go ahead and take a look there, I've sent you 2 links. First one is Lenore, the next one is Annabelle Lee. If you want to give those a look over, Insanity, that way you can fill in the last little bits here. And DB, as soon as she's ready.
Alright. Let me know when you're ready. I've got all queued up.
Like I said before, I am going to mess up on a lot of words, so...
It's perfectly fine. I think everyone's just going to be entranced by your voice.
No! Okay, I be doing... I will do Annabelle Lee.
Okay. Go right ahead, DB.
It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know, with the name of Annabelle Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child, and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. We loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabelle Lee. The love that the winged serpents of heaven covered her and me. This was the reason long ago in the kingdom by the sea. The wind blew out a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabelle Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, shut her up in a sculpture in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea. The wind came out, the cold by night, chilling and killing my Annabelle Lee. Our love was stronger by far than the love of those who are older than me, the many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever sever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. So all the night tide I lie down by my side, my darling, my life and my bride. In her sculpture there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea.
I should love that poem.
Oh yeah.
And it's so messed up. But we actually have time. Did you want to give a shot to Lenore? If you wanted to, we
How
still got
do we
about.
still have time?
Oh, come on. That one took you like 4 minutes to read. Did you want to give a shot to Lenore? Because we got 10 minutes left in your slot.
We could either do that. We can answer.
No, we could do. Yeah, we could do Q&As.
Yeah, let's do Q&A.
Okay. Oh yeah, because you asked me about Q&As.
I did ask you about Q&As, didn't I?
I mean, I'm dumb. Never mind. Everybody who's watching, I'm going to reiterate this one again.
I already opened the thing. How does this work exactly?
It's gonna pop them open on the right side of your screen, and anybody who's in the stream, you'll get a little pop up on your screen that says, "Would you want to be a part of the conversation?" You can click that link. If you don't see it, refresh your page. It should show up. But for us, it should show on the right side of your screen all the different questions that people are submitting. So some of these will be directed to certain people. We could skip over those and find a good one.
Okay.
Let's see.
This one relates to everyone. Out of all of you, who amongst you fell asleep on accident? Be honest.
I haven't fallen asleep yet.
I haven't fallen asleep. I actually
I
had to go
nearly
somewhere.
off there for a second, but
Hey, good. It's a good thing. All of us are good then. None of us have gone to sleep on accident. So that doesn't excuse everyone who's been listening who's fallen asleep. Okay, here's a good one for you, Insanity. Which creepypasta story do you think that you would be most likely to survive?
Ben Drown.
Really? What? Okay. I guess he didn't do anything really life-threatening, did he?
No, not really.
Or are you just saying that because that's your favorite one?
No,
No?
not exactly. Yes, Ben Drown is my favorite creepypasta, but he really didn't do anything life-threatening. Didn't you could try out of all just throwing the game out or moving.
That's true, I guess. Because yeah, that's his major flaw was in the whole story was the fact that he did not give up playing it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, in case anybody was not able to tell that that's Insanity's favorite creepypasta, then you obviously didn't read her Tumblr link that's on the top right there. Here's one for you, Insanity. On a scale of 1 to 10, how fabulous are you?
Negative 100. I,
negative 100.
I'm not fabulous at all.
Lie. Let's see. Since you okay, here's something. We all narrate. But what are some hobbies that you guys like to do besides the horror and the narrating? You have anything, Insanity, that you like to do besides doing this? 'Cause I know I've seen you do some amazing makeup effects.
Yes, I do a lot of FX makeup and cosplays, so it's basically my hobby.
Cosplay. That's a good
Yeah.
hobby, honestly. That's an expensive hobby, but that's a good hobby.
I know, especially some of the ones that I'm making recently.
What have you been working on?
I've been working on Murphy's outfit, and I've been working on the mask for the cosplay that I'm making of you. So,
MCB, I know you make puppets. That, that kind of sounds creepy when I say it like that.
do you like drop that for something?
I write. I'm pretty boring outside of creepypasta. Podcasting. Really just anything involving a story. I like. I try to I like the idea of the story. So, hey, anything involving a story is my cup of tea.
I
Um, Go ahead.
I don't even know what to say. I'm sorry.
Tricky. It's not the easiest question ever.
No,
I
not
think it would
really.
be, but read a lot.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I love looking through all these questions because then you just come around that one Shrek one.
Did MCP disappear off the face of the planet?
I think he did. I'm gonna message him on Skype.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
he's back.
There we go.
My lovely internet service that seems to hang up there every once in a while.
So we were talking about how you make puppets, and then you disappeared.
I got embarrassed.
Oh.
What about you, DB? You got any fun hobbies you do outside of?
Fun hobbies. Well, like I said, I make music. Well, see, because everything really relates to the creepypasta. It's very tricky for me.
That's not fair. You can't just like.
Yeah, I used to take drama classes. Used to be really big into just acting. So, that was that. Um, Other than that, I don't know, music probably. Music probably is the biggest thing.
Alrighty then. A good question. Here we go. Well, let me ask first. Insanity, are you a fan of horror films? You seen a good amount?
A huge fan of horror films. I grew up on horror, so
Perfect. Okay. So, would you rather play a game with Jigsaw, camp in the middle of a forest with no sense of directions for 2 nights on Friday the 13th, or have a horrible monster stalk you in a way that only you can see and no one will believe you?
I'd have the last one.
Really?
Yeah, because I actually put up with that every single day, so it won't be anything normal. It'll just be like a little bug that follows you around. So
That's sad. Would you put it like that?
I'd have to take the middle option. I couldn't live with the other two.
it's
That's horrible.
Well, okay.
it's Friday the 13th. Anything can happen. It's like the one day that you have the worst of luck.
See,
Why would you choose that day?
me personally, I would choose the jigsaw puzzle because then you know that you're actually going to be able to make it out as long as you do the right thing.
Yeah.
No, because every single jigsaw that I've seen, everybody dies.
Okay.
And then that one person always comes back.
Uh, d-
Or
okay. Yeah.
at least the first couple that I've seen.
It technically in number 4, the guy just pulped his foot and slipped it out of the shackle and lived though. Or am I the only one
Still,
who's seen that movie? All y'all gave up after number 2.
Yeah.
that's exactly what I gave up on too.
I like skipped a whole bunch of them and just saw 7, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. Thank you, James Wan.
Oh, come on. I mean, if you watch them all in succession, it's actually a pretty good series.
I'm actually gonna watch them in succession, hopefully. We'll see how that goes.
I'll stop by there on my way back home. I will, in the middle of my road trip, pull off there with the entire box set of Saw.
Wait, isn't there like the horror movie called like Hills with Eyes or something?
Yes,
Hills of Eyes?
I
The Hills Have Eyes 1 and 2.
ruined my day.
Wait, what?
No, it was like the second one where they went into the hills and it was like this huge cannibal family that was just
Yeah.
ruined my day.
So what you're saying is that's your favorite one, yeah?
No.
That's your
I
favorite.
mean,
Okay, well, if you grew up on horror, what's your absolute favorite horror film then?
I have to say Stephen King The Shining or Stephen King It.
Stephen King fans. See, I need to.
I could probably watch it on repeat if I had to. If I was forced to.
This is one of those times where I'm like, whenever I ask that question, I have to preface it with that's not a Stephen King film because everybody goes to the Stephen King ones because those are always the best ones.
I could say the practically couple-year-old Woman in Black.
That was a good one, actually.
Oh
It
yeah,
was a
that
good
was
one.
good.
Okay. Well, Insanity, we are down to your last minute. Was there anything else you want to go ahead and say or throw in before we switch over to the Creepy Dark?
Thank you guys for coming and listening to this. This is actually, like, I don't necessarily know how to say because I have nothing pulled up right now, but just thank you, and thank you for the art and all that, and have a nice, sleepless day.
Thanks for being on the stream with us, Insanity. We really appreciate you coming out and helping us with the stream.
Absolutely.
No problem.
Everybody that's listening, we're at $6,500 and $6,565. That's a hard thing to say when you've been up for a long time. We're doing fantastic here. Insanity helped us bring in a good amount of money as well. But we're still going to be asking. We want to be able to hit our goal of 20,000 by the end of next week. Thank God we're not going to be streaming till that point in time, but these streams are going to be available. Well, these streams are probably going to be available indefinitely, but the charity's going to be running till the end of next week. The links to that charity you can see right there on the screen. It's also available in the description and in the comments down below. Waiting on the Creepy Dark. He was just here a second ago. It looks like we might have lost internet connection. I'm going to go ahead and try getting him in here again. But while we're waiting on him, one more quick thing. Well, that's not really one more quick thing. We said this probably a billion times already. But hashtag uNIGHTed. That's going to be the thing we're trying to get going everywhere, get everybody using it. So anybody who's talking about the stream or talking about creepypastas, you're able to see that hashtag uNIGHTed to lead you over towards the charity. All the money that we're taking in here goes to helping out the victim and the family of the victim of the Waukesha attack that you may have heard about in the news. It's been all over the place actually for the past couple weeks. But there's going over to help the family of the victim and to help out the victim with hospital and legal fees. Also, a portion goes to Safe Horizon. You can check them out at safehorizon.org. They are an organization dedicated to aiding, helping out victims of violent crimes, helping out their recovery. So I encourage everybody to check them out, actually. Because even if you can't donate to us here, you might want to donate to them in the future. It's a great cause. So it looks like it's just you and me, Dimension Bucket.
Alrighty.
Yeah. We've kind of been you've been kind of buddy this whole stream.
Yeah.
And I get it with me for as long as you have here, man.
Yeah, man. It's fun. It's actually I haven't done a stream in a long time since actually no. Actually I can't say that. I did one fairly recently. Haven't done one this long. That's been this fun.
Oh, one this long that's been this fun. That's good to know. I'm
Yeah.
guessing you did one like for 48 hours at one point, but you were just very angry with the other guy that you were in there with.
I think the longest thing I've ever done, aside from this stream, was I literally sat and talked with Not Shade for about horror films.
Wait, talk with who?
Not Shade. He wrote The Color White, which Doom read this morning.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I was talking to him, and we just talked about like VHS for just like 9 hours. It was crazy, but yeah.
To be fair, there's a lot to discuss about that film.
There is.
Let's see. I had the Creepy Dark here a second ago. Man, I'm getting tired. No, I had him here a second ago. I'm guessing he probably had a computer issue that spazzed out because last time that we were testing this one, Last time we were testing out sound because we were testing out sound for these for the past 2 days, just to make sure everybody's had their settings good, had their mics good, and we're just like screaming because we didn't want to blow off everyone's ears while they're actually in the stream. The Creepy Dark ended up having some problems with his computer also. They were just kind of reset, which I noticed like all the problems we end up having are just like immediately in the morning when everybody's tired. So I assume technology gets tired as well.
Yeah,
He's got some good stuff that he's got set up though. So
that's good.
this is gonna be a pretty good, a really good stream once as soon as he gets in here. Um, let's see what we got. You know what? I'm gonna finally do this one because I keep looking in the Q&A and I keep seeing ones that are directed to MCP questions. I'm finally gonna answer some of these.
Okay.
Just to see. Uh, here's something. Somebody's saying that their question to everybody, and I guess that's just you and me. If you never got interested in creepypasta or read any creepypastas on YouTube, what do you think? What do you think we'd be doing now? So what do you think, DB? If you never got interested in creepypastas, what do you think it'd be?
Um, it's hard for me to tell because I've been a really huge fan of audiobooks. And before I was doing creepypasta, I had the microphone and the technology to do recordings like that. But I'd probably be writing. I'd probably be mostly writing stuff.
You think you'd probably try to? You're shooting for becoming an author for a novel, yeah? Getting fully
Yeah,
published?
yeah. That'd probably be what I'd be doing.
Pretty cool. See, like you have like this great aspiration there. If I didn't get involved in creepypastas, I would have dedicated my life to working at AT&T. That is the sadness that was me before I started doing this. That would have been me shooting to become a management role at some AT&T office job.
Oh.
I am so thankful for every single person that listens to what I do here.
Oh my. Oh, I got a message from someone. Let me see.
What's up, DB? Who
Oh,
was it?
I have good news.
Yeah.
So I was gonna interview because he's talking to me you. I was gonna interview him on Sunday, and he's like, yeah, we should probably delay that because he's had a few technical problems with his distributor, so we're gonna delay it a little bit.
Oh, for the
So
Dimension Bucket podcast. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hint, hint,
yeah, get
plug.
more sleep.
Thank God, yes.
Exactly.
Oh,
Okay.
hey, it looks like we got the Kiwi Dark. He just joined us.
Oh,
Creepy Dark, buddy.
creepy dark.
Here's actually a fun fact. One of the very first narrators I had ever actually met, because when I started doing this one, I didn't really talk to any other people. I was just kind of like, yeah, I'm just doing this on the side, and then I drop it, and then any messages that come in, I just kind of ignore them. One of the very first narrators that I actually started working with and collabing with was the Creepy Dark. Um, he was a good buddy of mine. We were in the original Midnight Society together. When that first got started, we had our own little Facebook group to be able to do collabs together. It looks like he's here. Creepy Dark's here. Yeah.
Finish up. Sorry, my PC decided to crash as soon as I went on to Hangouts. So we're back. We're good. We're sorted.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And I bet
Sorry?
you got some stories for us, yeah?
I've got some fantastic, some of my favourites. Yes.
Well, sir,
Okay.
this is your hour. You go ahead and take it away.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is the Creepy Dark. I'm a British narrator. As Spike said, we used to do a lot of collabs, and he's the one who sort of got me going a few years ago. Feels like ages ago now. just want to thank everyone for the support and sticking with us for the whole 24 hours. For those of you that have been here, it's been absolutely incredible. I've been watching from the sidelines. We've had some absolutely fantastic talent come through, and I think it really sort of shines for the slogan of this: stand for creativity and not reality. We've definitely got some creative individuals so far. I think, if I'm right, we're up to $6,565.
You got it.
Yeah, that's an incredible amount, I have to admit. It's just been amazing to see. I've been reading through your guys' comments, and all your pictures and all your help with us and all the support you've provided is absolutely incredible. And I really, really appreciate, as does everyone else, what you've been doing. The funds, I believe, are going to Safe Horizon for the victims of violent crimes, and obviously to the victims of the Wisconsin crime. If you have even £1 or $1, it really does make the difference. I mean, I know some people think it doesn't, but every penny in these situations do help, and everything we raise, the combined total of £1 or $1 from everyone, raises an incredible amount. And if you can share the hashtag, keep us going. Hashtag uNIGHTed, spelled UNIGHTED. And now that I've finished rambling on, I think it's time to get started. So, we cue the music.
Alright, here we go.
Okay, this first one of my personal favourites from a good friend of mine called The Other Internet. There have been rumours circulating about the network for some time now, but I believe I'm the first to properly investigate them. I'm certainly the first to share my findings. I'm not going to shove this down your throat and blow it out of proportion, nor am I going to tell you everything that I saw. I shall not respond to any messages regarding the matter, but I will leave instructions to those of you who are motivated enough to replicate my trip. I don't know if you've ever been to North Wales. Lots of mountains and valleys, and very few large towns. Mostly rural communities out there. I visited a friend up in Bangor, so I knew the way to the coast. From there, it was a matter of heading south into the foothills of Mount Snowdon. It took a while to find the old research building. It's been abandoned for years, and so the address wasn't on my sat-nav, but a couple of locals that were out on a hike pointed me out in the right direction. If you plan on heading out there, I'd advise asking around. It's easy to get lost out on those country roads. Sure enough, there was the sign that I'd read about. The original words, uNIGHTed Climate Research Centre, just visible through the fading coat of black paint which had been sprayed across the sign. In their place has simply been daubed END. Passing this charming exterior, I turned up a narrow path where the hedges grew tall and tangled with weeds. I'm not talking narrow like, oh, it's going to be awkward if I meet another vehicle coming this way. I'm talking grit your teeth the entire way because you can hear the bushes scraping against the side of your car narrow. The road surface turned to gravel and then angled up sharply. My tyres span and the innards creaked painfully, and it became quickly apparent that it wasn't going to make it up. So I reversed down the short distance that I'd managed to make up and parked, shrugging on my shoulder bag and my laptop, pocketing my dad's mag light. It was a fairly grey morning, and I had no idea what state the building's lighting would be in. Buttoning my jacket, I headed up the hill. The front door was not locked, but I set out to check the perimeter. It was pretty much as described in the original post online. Windows boarded, no visible telephone or power lines feeding into the building, and an exterior shell which was covered almost entirely with graffiti tags. No vehicles were in sight, and the CCTV cameras hung limp and dead in their cages. It was good enough for me. The interior was dark, as I had anticipated. I flicked on the maglite and let it play over the grimy walls and dusty floor. Odd that it should seem so undisturbed. One would think that it would be a squatter's heaven, or at very least littered with used needles and condom wrappers, as most other abandoned buildings tend to be. The graffiti was still present, but it seemed more hesitant. It was spaced out and faltered. The further down the hallway I went, it finally petered out a few feet from the reception desk. The local teenagers had obviously lost their nerve. I found the fuse box behind the desk and flipped a few of the switches experimentally. Nothing happened. Whether the fuses were blown out or there was no power at all, I didn't know. But I definitely didn't have the capacity to fix it. The email that I'd received on the matter specifically stated not to worry about the electricity supply. But, and call me a coward if you like, given a choice between functioning lights and creeping around in a dark, isolated building on my own, I'd rather the former. After climbing a bare stairwell to the next floor, I was able to stow my light. The windows here were not boarded up, and great cones of sunlight had crept through the empty frames. The only creepy thing about this place was how tidy it was. Yeah, a thick layer of dust coated everything, and what few furnishings were left had been piled up in the corners of the room. But there was literally no sign of human disturbance. The sort of place an urban explorer would kill to stumble across, no doubt. I actually felt almost unwelcome here. The closest example I can think of is when you walk into class really late back in school, and everyone turns to look at you and you feel weirdly unwelcome. Yeah, well, I was getting the same feeling in my stomach when I found the room. It was pretty much as the email had described, a big open plan office layout, with marks on the floor and ceiling where the cubicles had once been, and a great reef of office chairs tangled in one corner. There was only one desk in the room, pushed against the far wall. As I approached it, I noted that, unlike the rest of the building, it was completely devoid of dust. I pulled my laptop out of my bag and set it down. It was a cheap old 2000 model, which I brought online for about £30, reformatted and installed only the basic functions onto it. It was specifically for that excursion. I wasn't going to gamble my personal machine on an interesting story that I'd read on the internet. Once booted up, I produced a network cable. It was an old grey one, like the kind you attribute with old screechy dial-up tones and parents complaining about you hogging the phone line. One end slotted into the back of the machine, and I looped the other down behind the desk, crouching beneath it, and felt my way along the flaking plaster until my hand brushed the port. My probing fingers discovered a cable already attached, which I unhooked and replaced with my own. When I stood up, I noticed that the cable I held in my hand was torn, as if the other half had been yanked away so abruptly that the plastic ruptured and the wires inside snapped. I still have it around my office somewhere, actually. Nothing happened. No icons popped up announcing that I'd successfully connected to the network, and the little signal strength signal in the bottom insisted that I was not online. Puzzled, I checked the printout of the email. No mention of this. Perhaps the power being off was an issue, contrary to the given instructions. I called up a command window and tried sending a ping. And a ping, if you don't know, is a kind of echoed message that the computer can send out to test a connection. It bounces back or receives a response from other machines and servers on the same network as you. And to my surprise, I received 2 or 3 automated responses. I was online alright. The next step was a given: the internet. My homepage was set to Google, but strangely the program spent a good few minutes on just a blank white screen before I was redirected to a different search engine. It was similar to Google in its minimalism. An empty background was there, and a simple sketch-style picture of a static-faced soldier holding a British flag in one hand and a US in the other. The words Semper Fidelis were scratched onto his helmet. I tried YouTube, but the page briefly forward before redirecting me to Patriot Search, the website that I'd started on. My mouth felt dry as I clicked the search option and headed to the BBC News website. This, it seemed, was still online. As I skimmed the news headlines, any doubts that I had quickly vanished. Second American Civil War grows in size and intensity. US troops redeployed from Afghanistan, Egypt and Turkey to defend home soil. France and Spain reeling after terrorists detonate a thermonuclear device on their borders. Police in Texas circulate CCTV images of men believed and responsible for the kidnap of over 50 The kidnap and murder of over 50 women since 2008. Handgun ban set to become law across America after last week's White House shooting spree. The US and Britain allow Australia and Canada to join the Patriot Alliance. UK terrorists continue to murder in border towns and demand Scottish independence. German theoretical physicists arrested by US agents accused of treason research on alternate universes and interdimensional travel amongst confiscated items. I sat back and I fumbled a cigarette into my mouth and I lit it. I had no idea precisely what it was I'd just stumbled across. I still don't know, but it was huge. Some kind of alternate reality? News from the future? It seemed to be too big to be a trick, but anyway, as the emailer told me, this network, the other internet, was an overlap between our world and another one. I went back to the Patriot Search website and began punching in anything that came to mind, stuff like the Olympics and Facebook, Human Rights Act, police powers, current world maps. Slowly, but surely, a picture began to form. A picture of the world beyond my laptop, and the little umbilical cord which was the cable. I was a blind man feeling his way through a cave bit by bit. The more I read, the more fearful I became. A lot of bad stuff had happened. I have neither the time nor patience to list everything here. You can't expect me to describe an entirely separate historical timeline. But I will leave you with a few examples. Police in the United States and the UK were gradually being phased out and the army was taking their place. From what I gathered, the only crimes that were being properly investigated were treason and fraud, leaving all kinds of depraved killers and perverts to do free as they pleased. Some even gained fan followings. I stumbled across one website called Dockyard Butcher. It had images and videos I'm not going to describe. The world was overcrowded, but not like ours. I make no exaggeration in this, but London was ringed by shantytown slums, the sort of place you wouldn't expect to find outside of a third world country. It was just too much to take in, and I'm probably forgetting the more important things. Oh, and I do remember something that actually happened in New York City. There were plenty of records about it, dating back to the late 90s, but then they just stopped, as if it never existed. I couldn't find it on any maps and no discussions on any public forums. I'm not sure if it's an isolated example or one of the many official places to officially stop existing, but if anyone decides to look for themselves, then it's something interesting to investigate. I really, really recommend you don't know. A shrill bleep startled me. I'd left the command drive open after testing my connection, and it was notifying me of an echoed ping. I reopened the window, and sure enough, I had been pinged. Moments later, a second ping popped into the feed. A different source, though. The IP address was listed beside the notification. As far as we know, the building is the only one with a connection to the network, meaning that it had not come from this side. As I tried to grasp what was happening, a third ping appeared, and something clicked inside my head, and I felt my stomach turn. I grasped blindly into the unknown, and now the unknown was grasping back. People from this other world had felt my clumsy investigations and were, in turn, investigating us. That was when my laptop went crazy. The mouse stopped responding to usage. In fact, the pointer disappeared completely from the screen. The internet browser almost instantly froze up and then forwarded me to another website, a blank white screen which loaded almost instantaneously. A file began to download itself onto the machine. In its icon, a pale pupil, devoid eyeball, and its namespace blank. Though I wasn't hugely worried about the well-being of an old laptop, the idea that something from this other place was pushing its way into my reality, it was strangely horrifying. I leapt to my feet just as the download mark reached 75%, and I yanked the cable from the wall. A squeal of static emerged from the computer speakers, and download bar quivered, frozen on screen. I had dropped the cigarette that I had in my mouth in the rush, and I sat back down and lit another one. I stared at that socket on the wall, scratched and slightly deformed due to my rather rough exit from the world that lay beyond it. I have no idea what that eye program was for, and believe me, I did not try and find out. I took the laptop apart there and then, carefully grounding each piece beneath my heel. All that's left of its inner workings is a scattering of green plastic shards and bent metal. As for what the future holds for this climate research building, I have no idea. uNIGHTed Council have been talking about demolishing it for years, and perhaps one day they'll actually get around to it. I'll be honest, when it's nothing but rubble and ashes, I won't be mourning its loss. Until that time, the socket, a little window into the unknown, is still there. If you desperately want to investigate, I'm not going to stop you. Still, it's plain to see whatever world the network represents is a cruel and malicious shadow of our own. Just a word of warning to any other would-be pioneers, however: if they try and make contact, ignore them. If they try to get through, deny them. Scientists believe that should alternate universes exist, then it would be almost impossible to knowingly transfer physical objects from one to another. Then again, data is simply electrical impulses, energy, that a force should be exchangeable between these two realities. I believe whatever the possibilities the network holds for us, far outweighed by the risk. Because what lies beyond the veil is not some monster or demon, but a version of humanity turned cold, dark, and hateful. It knows how we think, and it knows we'll come back. If this hasn't stopped you from exploring, then please, please be careful. Do not let them in. Okay, that was The Other Internet by Stephen Shorter, a very good friend of mine.
That was
and a
brilliant.
fantastic.
That is a brilliant story.
It's one of the best stories I've ever written, ever read. To be honest, it's an incredible little piece. The next one I have is from Aaron Shotwell, who is again one of my favourite writers. This is a short piece called The Owl, and this was actually my very first request back in the day. He was the first person to contact me and ask if I'd be interested in reading one of his stories, and to this day he's still a very good friend of mine, and we still do quite a bit of work together. And I definitely recommend checking out his stuff because he's written some brilliant pieces. I believe you recently did one, didn't you, Mr. Creepypasta?
Oh yeah. No, there's not even just that one. There's a series I'm doing from him called The Twin Paradox. It's just it's feeding that yearning I have for Star Wars.
Yeah,
Okay.
Very good.
Without further ado, I'm going to get straight on.
All right.
All right.
So,
My name is Jake Whittaker. I turned 90 years old a week ago today. It's funny, you go through life knowing that old age will catch up to you, and you still wonder where the time went once it does. At least that's what the other folk around the retirement home say. I know exactly where my time went. I've seen the world from many perspectives. Everything from the rose-tinted glasses of youth to an old man's tired cynicism. I've learnt a great deal of things in my day, but even for someone of my years, some things will always remain a mystery. There are things in life you get comfortable with, even without an explanation. You just accept them, and you even come to expect them. You stop to think about it every now and then, wondering if there is an answer, but you eventually stop trying. It is what it is, and there's no changing it. No need to. For me, that thing has been around for as long as I can remember. I've walked through my life with a very strange companion. My grandfather died in the fall of 1931. It wasn't anything tragic, it was just his time. He survived until he eventually became senile. His life was already over as far as I was concerned. Sure, I was sad to see him go, the same way any other little boy would be, but I watched him fade away, and I knew he wasn't my grandfather anymore. He just wasn't in there. He was gone. So I didn't cry at his funeral. I'd done plenty of that once I realised he'd forgotten my name. I just said my goodbyes and washed my hands with it. I did a lot of remembering though. I remembered all of the things about him that mattered to me. I remembered all of the quarters he pulled from behind my ear, all of the walks in the park and the short games of catch before he started complaining about back pain. You know, the simple things that made him my grandpa. I especially remember the stories. He had a million of them, most of them far-fetched and funny, and all punctuated with his own laughter. You'd like to think that he was the next Mark Twain, but he wasn't as witty as all that. He was just a silly old man. Still, we all liked to listen to him ramble on, and that was enough for him. The stories I recall most, though, were not the silly anecdotes. In fact, they weren't even really stories. They were more like obscure references that you might hear about the Tooth Fairy or the Boogeyman. The one I grew up with was about the owl. There was a difference between the owl and those other creatures, though. All of the creatures you hear about, they're urban legends because there's always a story behind them. Not the owl. The references were never consistent. He never told us where it came from or what it did. It was just the owl. We didn't know whether we were supposed to fear it or feel safe because of it. One night he'd tell us not to be afraid of monsters under the bed because the owl would keep them away, and then the next day he'd tell us not to tell fibs or eat candy before dinner because the owl was watching. My older brother Jeffrey, who passed away 5 years ago, God rest his soul, stopped believing in the owl after Grandpa died. He just wrote it off as another one of this man's silly old tales, but I believed. I'd always believed. And I knew for sure after the wake. Everyone took turns walking by his casket to say their final goodbyes, commenting on how peaceful he looked and saying how he was in a better place. The usual remarks for such an occasion. And then it was my turn. I was only 9 years old and I still hadn't reached my growth spurt yet, so I had to stand on my toes a bit to see. The first thing I saw was Grandpa's face in profile, expressionless and pale. It choked me up the way you'd expect. It was also my first experience with death, so I was very disturbed for a long time. No, I read that wrong, sorry. It was also my first experience with death, so I was much too disturbed to look for too long. Then I saw something that no one else seemed to notice, or if they did, they didn't make any mention of it. It was tucked away discreetly between the sleeve of his coat and the casket's white silk lining, protruding no more than an inch between them. Just enough to grab my attention. It was a feather. It was long and beautiful, a tuft of snowy white at the base of the quill, pure silver white and faint stripes of grey along the vein. It seemed so deliberately placed, but I hadn't seen anyone put it there. I had been nervously watching the line of mourners move ahead of me the entire time, and I almost reached for it, but I knew it wouldn't be proper. For a moment I forgot about my grandpa. The feather was all I could see, and I felt numb. Nobody else saw it, and nobody would believe me if I told them, but I knew. I knew where that feather came from. It belonged to the owl. That night was a restless one for me, the first of many. It was a long time before I could sleep comfortably again, because that night was when it first paid me a visit. In the moonlight I could just make it out. It was perched on a tree branch just outside my bedroom window. A large and striking great horned owl, entirely silver in its appearance. Even its beak and talons were a sort of dull grey. I couldn't see its eyes as they were sunken into dark hollows. Its crown feathers hung at a lazy slant, and it didn't make the fidgety gestures you would expect from a bird. It never, its only movement came from the occasional slight twitch, or a light rustling of its feathers in the breeze. It never moved an inch, it never made a sound, and it never looked away. It stared through my window, directly at me, the entire night. I've seen it outside my window every night since. Sometimes it's on my windowsill where I can see its every feather. Sometimes across the street in a neighbouring tree. But always near enough where I can see it. It was there when I lost my virginity, and I lay awake staring at it as my partner, but the night slept soundly in my embrace. It was there the first night I spent in my first apartment, in an apartment downtown Los Angeles, far from where anyone would expect to see such a bird. It was there on my wedding night, watching me from the window of our new home where I held my bride close. It was there the night my wife gave birth to our first son, and I caught a glimpse of it in the corner of my eye, staring at me through the waiting room's small window. Once, I was hospitalised overnight with a terrible flu, and the room had no windows, but I knew the owl was watching. I could feel it. It was perched outside in some nearby trees as always, peering at me through the walls. It's always been there, whether or not I think to look for it, always waiting patiently, waiting for what? I didn't know, and truth be told, I still don't know. It never a hoot, nor a screech. It never moves, and it never looks away. In the later years of my life, I began to think that my grandfather a little better. I understood why he told us those stories, why he tried to make us believe in the owl. I found myself doing the same for my grandchildren. He must have believed just as I had, that he wouldn't have to feel so alone if someone else knew. I think it was a quiet call for help. I can't tell you how much sleep I've lost to the dreadful sight of the owl over the years, but I eventually learned to cope. The thing about being haunted is that you adjust to it, but you never really get used to it. Does that make sense? Things wouldn't seem quite right if it wasn't there as usual, but it's always nagging you in the back of your mind, and you can never quite ignore it, even if you want to. So instead you try to live with it. You try to make peace with it. And it becomes a routine. For a while, I even tried to interact with the owl, though I don't know what compelled me to do so. Perhaps I just wanted to understand the thing, or I just wanted to see it do something, anything other than sit there in silence and stare at me. Maybe I could teach it some tricks, maybe to fetch my slippers or deliver the letters. That thought made me laugh. I would often approach the window to open it, thinking maybe I could pet the bird, but it always fluttered away into the shadows before I got too close. Not for long though, it would always return once I gave it an acceptable amount of space. Sometimes I would place a chair across from the window, at the distance the owl allowed, of course. I would sit in that chair and talk to the bird, telling it about my day, my troubles and my dreams. Sometimes I would tell it jokes, though I knew it would never laugh. I had hoped the owl was listening, or maybe it would respond somehow. It never did. It just sat perfectly still as always, watching me patiently. The owl has been my strange companion even during these final days of my life. It has never left me, no matter how much I wished it would. I've been sick lately, and I don't know if I have much time left. The nurses know it, and the other residents know it as well. And I think the owl knows. Since I became ill around the time of my birthday last week, its behaviour has changed. Its scent's begun to move, a little anxious shuffle, and it tilts its head from time to time with that impossible way unique to an owl. I can see its eyes now, dull amber beads and pupil wide with anticipation. I think I've even seen it smiling, if you can imagine an owl's lipless version of the expression. I dare not imagine what it means though. I think I can guess. I can see it outside, even as I write this story. I sat down at this table to tie up any loose ends, to go over my will and testament one last time. Maybe write a few letters to loved ones before I lose the chance instead. I choose to write about the owl. I just want someone, if even only one person, to know the truth. In the end, I only have one question on my mind. Will somebody find a feather in my casket too? I hope it isn't my grandson, and I hope he didn't believe my stories. Or he may, or he may be the owl's next obsession. And that's that one finished.
The owl is one of those stories that I always remember, because you had that one up on your channel long ago, back when we used to do the Midnight Society stuff, yeah?
Yeah, that was, like I said, it was one of the very first I did, and it was definitely my first request.
Yeah.
And I did fall in love with the story there and then. It is what I like about this one, it's not too creepy, but it does make you think about paranormal goings on. And I like that he's used an owl to incorporate that as opposed to a creature that we don't recognise or understand.
It's such a very odd story, and I like it. I like it for that. Kind of a weird Tales magazine sort of thing.
Yeah,
Um,
I've just always had a thing for this story. That's why I chose it tonight. So I think on the total we're up to 6,575.
Actually, let me go ahead and see. I'm gonna check to see if there's any kind of updates on this one. Um, oh, actually, we go up. We're at 6,597. So you're actually bringing in a bit of cash here, Dark. Which I appreciate that very much.
I appreciate the people donating as well. It means a lot to us as a community, and I think it really speaks for what we do and how great you guys are, really.
India, I know what it is too. It's the accent. Your accent gets people riled. Like, you open your mouth and you sound British, just immediately people start throwing dollars.
Do you think it would help if I drank a cup of tea?
Mm-hmm. That adds about 10% to each word you speak.
That's fantastic. Okay, I just have because the next story I've got is the strangest security tape I've ever seen, which, again, is I chose these stories because they're some of my personal favourites. But we've only got 20 minutes left. Do you think?
How
Yeah,
long
squeeze it
did
in.
you estimate that one to be?
I did estimate 20 minutes, but it is a 4-page story of about 3,000 words.
You could do that in 20 minutes. You could do that in 20 minutes. The next stream coming up is going to be the art stream, I can make that work. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just crack straight on then. Okay, this is the strangest security tape I've ever seen. I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and it pays right. A few weeks ago, the new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy is weird. He's probably 25, 26. He hardly speaks. He's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but it's never been a problem. So there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started to go missing. Employee theft can be a problem in any business that sells consumer goods, and there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. And at first there were a few containers at the time. At first it was a few containers at a time, and then the entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon entire shipments would be gone at the end of the day, after we got them. And it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My boss has checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, and then the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but he had his daughter over for a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime under the table, so obviously I took that offer. There were 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for a vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home and popped them in an old VCR and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time we worked, Jeremy started working at 4 PM. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, he switched off the girl who was working before him and waited for a customer. The first person who came through the doors was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. She was a regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy called Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days, filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat. I'd never seen him before, but we get plenty of strangers passing through, just like at any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with a $100 bill, and went on his way. I sat back and sighed. The only thing more boring than doing this job was watching someone else do it. But my boss's offer was enough to keep me going, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal, and I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. And I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. If 3 minutes past 5, Mrs. Templeman came back in. She must have forgotten something, but she didn't. She brought the same pack of cigarettes as before and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20, and that's odd, I thought. But then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her she's already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice, so just assumed he got on with it. That's where Ron came in again. He brought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again, and I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up. And he bought the same pack of beef jerky, and again paid with his credit card. It's no big deal. I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's where the guy with the cowboy hat came back in, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel, don't get diesel, don't get diesel, I found myself whispering. But he did. $40 worth of diesel fuel, and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose and walked out. Either this guy's rich and owns a lot of trucks, he just moved into town, or something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out at this point. And then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She brought the same cigarettes and the same newspaper and paid with the same 20 again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half an hour before I started fast forwarding through the rest. It was the same. It was all the same. Every customer would come in with the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now I know what you're thinking. That sneaky slimeball Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He had run a loop of his first hour of business over and over, but that wasn't the case. There were windows around the cash register area that the camera covers, and I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop either. He swept and mopped and restocked, did all his duties exactly how you would expect, but the same customers kept coming in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to where he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on the camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view, I mean that 1 second where the store was empty, the next second was his face. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I was sure of that. I screamed and fumbled for the remote, but by the time I grabbed it, he was gone, just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy. But I popped in another tape. The other outdoor camera shows the back area by the cash register, and I will be able to see how he got his face up onto the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing there. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned the tape off and went to bed, but I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, and my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I'd ever seen in my life. I have work in a few hours. My boss has asked me to bring the tapes back and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I going to say to him? Jeremy works the night shift tomorrow, directly after me, and the plan is my boss to come in just before I leave and confront me with, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes. But I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see anything like that again. I can't get that image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my head. It was the creepiest look I'd ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm going to try and get some last minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Quick update at 2:49 PM. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you can't really prepare someone for something like that. He's terrified. I still am as well. Jeremy's due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get ourselves together, but neither one of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a messed up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the life out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have done anything to the time? Does anyone think he have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tape, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like the way a little kid smiles, showing you a sandcastle they just built or something. I don't know, I'm probably sounding really crazy right now. I sure feel the part. I'm going to talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update again tonight, but I have a really bad feeling how this is going to play out. Quick update at 4:33 PM. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Quick update. 5:33 PM. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Quick update. 6:33 PM. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Quick update. 7:33 PM. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Quick update. 8:33 PM. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update at 10:58 PM. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things are making less and less sense than ever now. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work and Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as I'm sure you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call though, the sun went out. I kid you not, that's what I thought happened. Apparently I blacked out for like 5 hours, because when I looked at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop and then snapped out of it at the exact point when I blacked out, if that makes sense. That's when things get really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, my phone was in my hand, but it was dead, not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, but frozen. I looked at the clock again and it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 PM exactly. The clock on the register, the computer screen, wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I bet that would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got the hell out of there. I didn't lock up, didn't turn out the lights, and sorry guys, I did not grab the security tapes to upload onto the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing that was on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway and cars were parked all along it, except they weren't parked, they were frozen. The people inside sitting as still as wax statues. I got into my car and prayed that it would start, and thank the Lord that it did. About halfway home, time started up again. Static from the radio tuned into music, like it's supposed to be. And from what I could tell by listening to the host talk between songs, I'm the only one who noticed the time freeze, or whatever the hell it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I'll get through to them. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, or if I did, whether they'd take me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point, and I'll update you guys tomorrow if I can. Final update, 10:33 AM. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it though. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning I woke up to find my phone ringing. It was my boss. He'd been calling me since about 6. He woke up when the time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came to see what was wrong and he told them everything. The police around here are small-time guys and they were more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything else. But my boss figured he would take it. As long as he had their attention, they decided to go looking for Jeremy. We keep all our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy had started working here, it was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy had listed was an empty lot, or at least now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there, way back when. Rumour has it, they had an estranged son who they never really talked about. I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled as an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened and none of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumour has it they tried to contact the estranged son, but no one could ever find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come into the gas station. What? Are you crazy? I said. But he assured me the cops were there with him, and then he dropped the bomb. The FBI were also in town and they were going to talk to me about, and that they were going to talk to me one way or the other. So I might as well come in. It was around 7:15 and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway, so I went down there. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got down the details. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said, "Oh Christ, we got another one on our hands." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying that I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened. So I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by posting this. So, I'm home now. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with myself. The agent's words when I told him the story are going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I've got to go. I've got some errands to run today, and then I have to go into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy, Jeremy, he's a complete creep. He's stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing anything. I have better things to do, but my boss is paying me overtime under the table, so I took it. I'm trying to save up for a vacation, so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil goes missing right after his shift, so I figure I'll just watch the tapes and catch him in the act, and that'll be that. And I'm finished.
Wow,
Oh,
dude, you cut that one perfect. Yeah.
That was great.
That last paragraph always gives me major chills.
That entire story gives me major chills, man. And it's almost like you summoned Murphy with that story.
No, this is one of those stories that I remember Murphy always just talk about was one of his favorites. So you did summon Murphy with that story.
Summon all the Murphys.
Very, very good job.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Well, sorry I was late for the stream. Obviously.
No. It's all good. You got through all the stories you wanted to do. So.
Yeah, I'm quite glad I did actually. I was quite surprised. Proud of myself.
Well, you got about 2 minutes left. You want to say anything else or add anything on there?
I just really want to thank everyone for tuning in and donating. Again, just it's incredible to see you guys helping us out so much, and I really hope it's been enjoyable for you. I'm pretty sure it's been enjoyable for us. I know I have enjoyed myself.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. Um, so if you do want to donate, the link's in the description, and there is a hyperlink on the video comments. The website is You Caring, and again, it goes to the victims of violent crimes. Every penny helps, but if you can't donate, then just share what we're doing, let people know what we're doing, and anything you can do to help is extremely appreciated.
Bing, bang, boom. You said everything I was going to say.
Sorry.
So thanks. Thank you very much for joining us in the stream there, Dark.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. We'll see you on your YouTube channel, sir.
Okay. See you later, guys. Have a good one.
Looks like Old Man Murphy is back up, which is good to know. And let me go ahead and get the other folks here.
All right.
Going in. How you doing, Murphy? Got your coffee? All right, sounds good.
Murphy.
Let's see, where are my... Oh, we're missing one artist, but we got everybody else. Let's see what we can get. Oh, here we go. The Luxfer showed up.
Is this the right channel?
Yeah, it is. At
Okay.
least I hope it is. If it's not, then I have a wasted 24 hours. We're waiting on 2 other artists right now. Well, technically we're waiting on 3, but I only got a message back from 2 of the ones that we contacted before. So we've got Art of Luxfer, which I always assumed that X was supposed to be a C, and it was mistyped. It's the Art of Lucifer, technically.
Because I can't type in Lucifer, so I had to put the X there.
Yeah, but we've gotten so used to calling you Lux.
That's fine. Lucy, Lux, man.
And we have Tales of Tim, who just joined us here. Everybody's name is going to be showing up also in the top right if you take a look there for the art stream. Tales of Tim is a creepypasta narrator, actually, who has the fun little task of he does drawings to go along with his narrations over whiteboard and will add to or erase them in kind of speed paint style. Is that right, Tim?
Yep. I'm glad to be here, actually.
I'm happy to have you here, man. I was really glad you contacted me about that one. And we're waiting on one other person, which is Esbro, or Shy, as she's called. But what we're going to be doing is we got the art stream because we're trying to get all aspects of the creepypasta community, the creepypasta fandom as we can get. These are some of the really big artists that are around the community. And we've got kind of a, I don't want to say contest or race, but we have a contest or race that we're going to have for these guys. They're all going to be doing the same, yeah, there we go. Tim's got his screen up already.
I don't mean to say there's competition, but there's competition.
I'm going to say there's competition. Yeah, exactly. To see, they've got about an hour time limit. We've got about, give or take, a couple minutes here and there. And we're going to give them the opportunity to draw some kind of a creature or monster or something dealing with our theme that you've been seeing spin around here in the background, the yellow rose. So I'm going to leave this over to you guys and kind of go silent so we're able to see what you guys are drawing.
Alright, just supervise.
Sounds good. So, is anybody else going to be joining us? Did you say? Did he say?
Well, there's going to be, it's you two right now, and I know S. Bromance was going to be in there.
Okay.
Oh, so she might have just stepped away for a second. I'm going to get in contact with her as quick as I can. But you guys are welcome to converse with each other or back and forth so we're able to see what you guys are drawing. And it looks like Lux has already gotten a head start, the cheater.
Sorry. I mean, we do have an hour.
Yeah, I was even considering getting a head start.
You cheaters.
I'm not
we got an hour.
Y'all are cheaters.
Cheater.
Know it.
Is it normal for my thing to be lagging like this, or is
Yeah, you're gonna see a little bit of lag on that one. That's why I was saying you probably want to just focus on your own kind of screen there instead of looking over at the stream.
right?
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
actually not. I think my computer's just like not powerful enough to handle this.
oh man.
I don't know what's going on.
Now see that makes the contest a little bit more interesting. It's nightmare mode.
Nightmare mode.
Yeah,
Well,
you're playing this in Dante Must Die mode.
Oh God. Oh no.
One hit KOs.
I still can't get an A on any of those.
Oh no.
I just used
It's
my
been
gun,
so
like,
long.
right through it. Oh wait, that's heaven or hell mode. Dante Must Die mode. Everything's like in Devil Trigger mode, right, or something like that.
I believe everything has a devil trigger.
They just wanted to make it all harder. Like it's not like the game was hard enough. That's why they had to re-release it as a special edition.
Nope. Oh, don't like this. Get rid
I'm
of
actually
this.
interested to see what you guys are going to come up with, seeing as you're obviously going to have different ideas about what kind of creature you want to be able to make.
It's gonna be interesting.
Okay.
I'm surprised they've made it this far without tea. Oh.
You've been up this entire time?
Yep.
Jeez.
DB has been pretty much the DB DJ for the entire stream here. He's been providing a nice little bit of background music.
MC Bucket.
MC
Wow.
Bucket.
But yeah.
Drawing scribbles.
Drawn script. That's perfect.
Drawing scribbles to get like an idea, because I'm just like trying to improvise here. That's a nice shape.
Damn it. I was gonna say something and then I forgot.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we live
See,
on
I'm
like
actually... Wait, say again?
Are we live on YouTube at the moment?
Yeah, you guys are
Oh.
live. So no pressure, but you've got about 800 people watching.
No pressure. Hello, 800 who are watching.
No pressure, yo.
So this is gonna be your thing. Make or break the art career here. No pressure.
God.
It's gonna make or break you.
Everything has been coming to this.
Some business guys definitely watching. It's like, ugh, I might have to hire one of these guys. Screw him over later.
How dare they draw so well? I have to hire one of these people.
That should be the thing. What you don't know is that we have a talent scout in that 800 from Marvel Comics.
Oh man. I actually know somebody from Marvel Comics.
Really? What kind of Tim? Because I haven't talked to you a whole lot. What kind of where does your art history kind of come from here? Where you what kind of experience have you had with your artwork?
None? I kind of used to draw when I was very young, and then I just stopped until like I started up this YouTube channel.
I thought that was a really interesting concept. How you kind of have with your narrations. You do since you do the drawings along with them in speed paint style. You're the only person I've ever seen who kind of does that one along with your narration.
Yeah, I wanted to try something different, and I just seen a V-Heart video that was fantastic, so I just said, you know what? That could lend itself well to stories.
The Vihart?
Vihart, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So what about you, Lux? You want to share with us your art history, your autobiography?
Well, short story. Long story short, I started drawing on the walls.
Autobiography.
I started drawing on my mom's walls and gave me a sketchbook, and then I started drawing dinosaurs, and I got really good at that, and then I just kept drawing, and I got better.
Nice.
That's pretty much how you can do anything, you know?
See, like I kind of feel like I'm leaving somebody out since Murphy's here.
Yeah.
I feel like I should be inviting him in also and using his tablet because I know that he's an artist. He's not only is Murphy like one of the great artists that I know of, but aside from Tim and Lux here, um, but he's also he's done a great deal of the animations. The whole background that you guys have seen streaming throughout this entire thing, where it has the hashtag, the link there, the number counter, and the on air that you're seeing up in the top right, the slideshow, everything Murphy put together.
Wow.
Very good animator. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
Anime.
videos impressed me. I mean, I was like, whoa. When
Where
I
is
first saw him, man, he's got.
He's here. I know he's here.
He's
He's
here. We can't hear him.
Oh, it looks like we got Shy in, or Spromance.
Hello.
Hello.
Looks like Shy, you're gonna be at a slight disadvantage since they got a head start on you. But we still got about 50 minutes, so we want to see what you're able to draw on your to be able to draw in those 50 minutes. Remember, what we're doing is we're going to be going along with the theme of doing some kind of creature or monster, but we want to have we want to incorporate that yellow rose in some way. So either a monster that's holding it or a monster made out of it.
Monster made out of it. Thank you for letting me know that now. I'm gonna put a flower on his head or something. Or like on his shoulder.
It's weird because the first thing I ever saw from Murphy was the Gashly Crumb Tinies video, but I didn't know about creepypasta until like a year or two later, and I hadn't realized that I saw Murphy when I saw Murphy back then. So that was pretty funny.
I believe the first video I saw of Murphy's was I think it was No End House. I really don't know the name of it because I forgot.
Oh. You remember what it was about?
Yeah, it was about a house with doors with numbers on them.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's No End House.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Got it right. But I really liked that one. That one was really well animated.
Yeah. Looks like Murphy's gonna go ahead and try and sort out his stuff.
Hello.
Hello?
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 Hello.
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 Let me fix my delay. I have a slight delay in my software.
Hey, now I'm not lagging anymore. You just fixed everything.
Testing. Oh, hey! No latency. Yay! Oh. So how is everyone?
Great. Really not looking forward to go to work later, but I'm great.
That's good.
What about you?
I'm okay. I'm as good as I can be. At this time of morning.
I am good myself.
That's good. That's
You
good.
good.
Oh,
So what does everybody do for, like, you know, a living
oh, Murphy.
outside the creepypasta world?
Uh, Murphy, you there?
Am I here?
Oh boy.
Dear Lord, you are loud.
Oh, yeah, that's because, yeah, all right. Okay, how about better? Better?
No.
No, you're still like the booming.
You are the booming voice of God at the moment.
Moses!
Oh, stop, please.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. No,
Oh my god. What the heck just...
That was awesome. He was just like, ah.
hello. Am I back down to human levels?
You're back
no,
down to
you're
human
not.
levels, but you're still clipping.
Yeah, what happened is
Badly.
I actually just took his volume and pulled it down on my end.
Oh, okay.
So you're extremely clipping right now. Like your gain is maxed.
Really?
Yes.
Let me see if I can actually...
If anybody was not awake,
Better?
No.
At all better? No?
No.
Okay, hold on.
It sounds like you're like a cop on like one of those megaphones.
yeah, actually.
Put down the pencils.
With megaphones here. We will refer to this as the Great Megaphone Conundrum of 14.
Of 14?
Murphy.
14? 1914.
Did you want to join in on the artistic festivities?
Oh, I'm not awake yet. I haven't had even finished a cup of coffee.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah. There's no way I'm going to be able to... Yeah, I'm going to have to pass on...
Man, I don't know what's up with your mic.
Murphy's like shaking the planet with that.
This is me turning you way down, like just before you're about to be muted.
I can't hear him now.
We can hear you, but it still sounds a little bit like you're, like, you know, you're speaking to us through a megaphone.
Okay, so this is horrible.
That's horrible.
Is this better?
No. Wait, Murphy, do you have your voice changer on by any chance?
I actually had it off.
Hmm.
Turned it on. Okay, let's... You know what? Aha! How about now?
Try that again. Try that again.
How about now?
You're still clipping, but it sounds...
Are you kidding? Okay.
At least you're not, I mean, you're not boomingly loud, but you're
Yeah.
clipping.
Can you hear me now?
Oh.
Hey, Shy, I can't quite see. I mean, we can see that you're on Paint Tool Sci. Can't quite see if you're drawing anything yet.
Give me a second. I'm just gonna refresh the Hangout so I can.
Hello?
I can't see the drawings
Hi.
at the moment.
Who is this?
That's Shy.
Oh, hi, Shy.
Hello?
She's another artist who's gonna be drawing along with you guys. We're watching her screen on Paint Tool Sci.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can, Shy. Can you hear us? Doesn't sound like she can.
Oh boy.
I think
Yeah,
I
I
lost
can
my
hear
screen
you.
share.
Yay!
Everybody can still see what I'm drawing, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Wait.
sometimes like I'll be like drawing and all of a sudden the screen goes black.
No.
I don't know why it does that.
But Shy, it looks like everybody else has got a little bit of a head start on you. But you still got 40 minutes to be able to complete a drawing of a creature or monster that features the yellow rose, either holding it or made out of it or something like that.
All right.
can
Murphy
leave
still
it for a
having mic problems.
I am starting all over again.
Starting all over again? How'd
Yep.
you do it?
Welcome to the world of the artist.
Sketch out the Mona Lisa in like the last 40 seconds. Just there we go.
Now Murphy is completely silent. He cannot hear you, Murphy.
I think he's finishing his coffee.
Yeah.
Well,
Watch him like as soon as he finishes that coffee, it's gonna sound perfect.
Maybe he needs the coffee like to go back down to his human level.
He said hello in the chat, so I'm assuming that.
Oh, I am so sorry, guys.
That's perfectly fine, Shy. We're just eager to see what you're gonna be drawing.
Yeah, I've been having some really bad computer difficulties since this morning. So I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's completely cool. Take your time. Let's see what you're going to come up with, because I think everybody's pretty excited to see what kind of artwork you do.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
Speaking of which, Shy, you want to tell us a little bit about, since everybody's talked about what their...
my spine.
Okay, Murphy, sounds like you're back on, and you're back up to Godzilla level.
Is your gain turned up all the way on your mic, or is it turned all the way down? I don't. That's what it seems. The problem is this the game? Oh.
So Shy, you want to tell us a little bit about your autobiography and how?
Yeah.
I think she's like, Shy, can you...
Okay. Yeah, it's,
Murphy, you actually seem okay this time.
okay. As you can tell, I'm very, very
Really?
shy.
Yes,
Very
you're
shy.
golden.
Sweet Lord Almighty.
Oh my gosh. That's
So
amazing.
yeah, I don't know what the problem was, but I figured while I was trying to figure out the whole technical aspect, what kind of person would I be if I did not donate to my own charity?
That's a good point.
So I threw in $100.
Oh wow.
Oh.
How generous.
Check the. Damn. Okay.
So what are we at now?
So now, are you gonna burn your own laundry?
I didn't say anything. I didn't put in Murphy code, so no.
Plenty of people put in Murphy code. Trust
Oh
me.
my lord. People are crazy. Yes, I don't want any laundry anymore. What are you, stupid? Come on.
It's funny.
I don't really feel comfortable calling people stupid on a charity event, but people actually putting in a code because they want me to burn their laundry. You're gonna need that pair of underwear. Trust me, you're gonna need it. So no, I'm not doing it.
I think a couple hours ago, someone was in the chat.
And what happened?
And
So somebody's gonna get their wash burnt.
Oh yeah, so the gash. I'm gonna
Gashly Crumb
yeah,
Tinies.
Gashly Crumb Tinies. That is a soft spot for me. A
Wait.
sore. I should say that's a sore spot for me. Mainly because when I finally started monetizing all of my videos, um, I turned on everything that I thought was going to be good, and I turned off everything that I thought was going to be copyrighted, and I completely forgot about the Gashly Crumb Tinies. And then I get a contact from YouTube. Your content for this video is in question. I'm like, okay, who's questioning it? The Edward Gorey Charitable Fund. I'm like, okay. And so you need to demonetize it now. I said, okay, I'll demonetize it. I demonetized it. I said, well, we're still going to give you a content strike anyway.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. So for 6 months, and since I couldn't count, I thought it was 5 months. Yeah, last Halloween, we had all this big rigmarole, and I was wondering why I couldn't monetize my videos still. And then I realized I got the content strike in May of no, I take that back. Was this 2013 or 2012? Either way, it happened in May. And then in October, I was wondering, well, wait a minute. Why isn't my content strike gone? Well, it's due to end in November. I'm like, what kind of BS are you guys running here? And then I went back and I did my math. If you take May being the 5th month and you add 6 to 5, that's 11, not 10. So it ended in November, and then yeah. So I would love to put that back up. It was so fun to do. I mean, it was.
And it looked amazing.
Well, my favorite
great.
thing about it was it had nothing to do with that page turn animation because that was simple.
Yeah.
The thing that I like was at the very beginning where you see that kind of plague doctor looking guy with the group of children around him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And then you see a scarf kind of blowing in the wind. That's what I really liked about that animation.
Yeah, man, like seriously, like I remember you hadn't like animated every single image. Like you had very subtly animated it so that it just added to that gory illustration feel. It was awesome.
But they made me take it down. So I'll probably, you know what? I might just on a whim, because I mean, people like you, I mean, they say this is really good. And I actually proposed to YouTube. So how about I just demonetize it, and then everyone's happy. He said, no, our way or highway. All right, fine.
By the way, Shy, your screen share was not turned on. Were you having some technical difficulties there? Could we be able to see what you were drawing?
Is she still alive? Is she there?
Not sure. Shy, you still with us?
I think Murphy's voice destroyed her.
I am the Lord. It's not as terrifying anymore, is it?
I was gonna say you could try to do it again, but please don't.
No, I'm gonna figure out what the heck's going on. I probably just had when Bucket actually, instructed me on how to set everything up through GarageBand so I could do the voice effects that I was doing yesterday. I left everything on, and when I came back this morning, I had to restart my computer because it wasn't working. Nothing. I tried bringing up the Hangout and everything just froze, so I restarted, and I probably just didn't have everything set up correctly. So, oh well. Live and you learn.
Yep.
And then I wanted to talk about the No End House. That was actually super simple to do. because I wanted it's such an enveloping story. I didn't want to take away
You don't want to
any,
distract.
and I didn't want to, yeah, I didn't want to distract anyone with all these visuals. So that's why I just had the numbered doors. And but that was fun to do, just to time out. It was. I actually remember working on that one at my old job on my lunch hour. And now, actually, no, screw that. It wasn't during my lunch hour. It was actually all day. I
I
was
was
getting
gonna say while
paid.
you were on the clock.
I was on the clock at my old job because I kept on asking, hey, I'm running kind of low on projects here. Why don't you give me something to do? I said, oh, we'll get you something, and they didn't get back to me for a couple months. So I'm like, well, okay, if you're not going to give me any work, I am definitely going to work on something.
See, that's exactly how I started actually scouting for stories or reading stories way back when. That's when I first worked at AT&T.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, there would be these periods of time because I worked for AT&T technical support
Mm-hmm.
where we would get calls, we would get phone calls and like these huge volumes. Like there would be literally 300 calls waiting to be picked up for like 2 months. And then AT&T evaluates, oh, okay, well, they can't handle that many, so we're going to lessen the amount of calls that we bring in. And at the same time, the contractor I used to work for would
Mm-hmm.
say, okay, well, at that time is the peak time, so we'll schedule everybody to work that time only. So that will give us about 2 months of having no calls at all for about 4 hours at a time. Um, So during that time of having no calls at all for 2 months, I started reading creepypasta.com.
There you go. I looked at it. I mean, I was already. I mean, what I was doing for my old job was exactly what I do for my videos. I was the video producer. I put together corporate videos for conferences and tech fairs and what have you. And I put together websites and all that stuff. So I looked at it as what I was doing. I was just not allowing myself to get rusty at my skill.
Right.
And no one would swing by and say, "You're not supposed to do that." My boss, my manager, whom I've told many stories about, and whom actually the nice guy is very loosely based off of. Uh,
Ah,
yes, that the nice guy.
I
Ninety
like that
percent,
story.
90% of my stories have a dab of reality in them, just a dab. Even if it's something like I wrote a story that was based off of me and my son were coming out of a grocery store and one of the streetlights flickered, and then I took that and then I turned it into a very horrifying story where um, it was almost like let's put it this way. You've heard those stories where somebody meets up with death and then they have to battle him in a game of chance, and they have or Devil Went Down to Georgia, so to speak, where you have to compete against whomever's going to take your life or your soul, and
Yeah.
if you best them, then you get everything back. Well, in this instance, it wasn't my soul that was on the line; it was my son that was on the line, and I won
Nice.
because obviously he is still with me, and it's just a story. Um, yeah. Yeah, but no, okay. So the nice guy was loosely based off of one of my ex-employers. Um, let's see, another one was loosely based off. I mean, I think I actually put it in the story that a street lamp flickered and the air became stale and rancid, or what have you. Um, let's see, Sleeping Funny was the very first story that I wrote, and that was actually based off of I woke up in the morning and I slept crooked or I slept funny, where you just got that crick in your neck all day.
Right.
And then I just spun it, and it was the most horrifying 3 sentence. Actually, someone actually made the comment that's the most horrifying 3 sentences I've ever read in my entire life.
There you
You
go.
also write that story with the woman in your backyard.
Oh, so she came into our house, or
Yeah.
no? I did not write that one.
Oh.
It seems like it was written for him, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
oh, that's pretty cool.
that actually holds a soft spot in my this time I'm correct when I say it's a soft spot, because MCP was under the weather for a couple weeks,
Right.
and he asked myself and Paranormal Mango to read a couple stories that he would be putting on his channel, and we would be guest narrators.
Right.
And then after that, my popularity shot through the roof. It was kind of like, oh, this is. I got like about 500 subscribers overnight. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I really liked that one. I was like, oh, who is this? And I was like, this is great.
That's what I thought when I heard Gashly Crumbtinies. I'm like, this guy has a really awesome low voice. And I
That was
don't know
actually
why,
doctored
but
too.
well, it took me 2 years to find you, so.
A is
Again.
for Abigail, who fell down the stairs. Yeah, that was. I just put on my Gregory Peck voice.
Oh, I was going to say, like, please don't read something on here that's going to get me in trouble. I don't know what
No. That's a really cute. It's a really nice poem. I mean, yeah, it's all about 26 children that meet their demise. So, of course, this is not the appropriate time to read it. But
Yeah.
I mean, the poem has been around for
Uh,
decades. So,
Tim, I think we lost your screen share there.
Yes, you did. I actually closed down because Photoshop was slowing down, so I'm switching to a different program.
Oh, okay.
are you going with GIMP?
No, I'm not.
Are you going with
I'm going with Manga Studio.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, you have that one. I actually have Anime Studio, but I have yet to touch it.
Manga Studio? Can't you make like mangas in that and all that stuff?
Yeah. Sort of. But you can do other things in it, so, you know, it fits.
I was gonna use that to make my finish up Dark Core, but that program's being really weird, so I'm just gonna stick with Photoshop.
Okay,
it's like, you know, like when you have something like for a long time and you don't use it, and then one day you want to use it, and it's like, oh, can't use it because you need to update it. Then when you update it, then you can't update it because it's corrupted or something.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know how that just happens, but like, you know, it just happens.
No, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's the worst.
Then you gotta look for like another version, and then that just screws up because the version's not compatible with your CPU. So you got to get that one, and then that one's totally different, and you're like, I don't know where anything is.
Okay. I think I'm ready to share again.
Cool.
But I am, again, starting all over.
Like I said, he's going to hop in the last 40 seconds. He's just going to Mona Lisa.
Okay.
How much time do we have left?
You are currently, you got about 23 minutes.
Okay. I don't have to color this, do I? Or...
I don't care.
Okay. I'll be here all damn day, trust me. A lot of detail in there.
Looks like we might have lost Shy permanently, I think.
Oh no.
I mean, she said something, and then like we cut her off on accident, and then she just like left.
No, she had a pretty cool drawing going on. Actually, I was kind of focused on her for a little bit when she was getting her. She kind of got a sketch out, started kind of putting in some more permanent lines, and then we lost her.
Oh, this is. Oh boy. I think I broke it.
You broke it again.
Oh man.
Technology. I think Lex might just end up winning by default here.
So many things have broken today. It's not even funny.
Oh yeah.
As soon as you say that, my program just crashes. I can just picture that. I'm not even gonna jinx it. You know what? I'm gonna save. I'm not jinxing that. I'm scared now.
You're gonna save it. It's gonna crash. You're gonna try to open it up, corrupted file.
Oh man. At least everybody saw what I was drawing. Sometimes Photoshop gets really weird when I'm like doing too much, and it says I don't have enough ROM and I can't save any files, so I have to close it out.
Oh my god, that sounds heartbreaking.
Yeah, it only happens sometimes, like when I have like a lot of programs up, you know, trying to like screen record myself and all this stuff, and all of a sudden I try to save and it says you can't save.
Man, well, see that comes down to the question of do you have a legitimate copy of Photoshop?
I actually don't. It's a portable version.
Oh well, okay, that's not illegitimate.
I mean, I do and I don't. It's well, I'm not gonna say anything because this is YouTube and anybody can like oh, there's no, but yeah, let's just say that. I didn't pay for it, okay? Let's just say that.
He didn't pay for it. A cousin of a cousin of a cousin. No, nobody paid for it.
a friend of a friend had bought and had an extra key. That's how it works. Oh, yep. We have Shy back. I'm actually really interested to see where Shy's at on her picture. So hopefully we don't lose her before we get a chance to see the screen share. Tim.
Yes.
Where are we at, sir?
Still trying to get it. Oh no.
Oh man.
That doesn't sound good.
I'm working on it, and I should have it set in a couple of minutes.
Cool. Let's take a look, cause Murphy's in here and TB's in here. We could be able to see what Shy's working on.
Let's have a look at this.
Did Jill get invited to this at all?
Yes, she did. There was a little bit of a complication with that one, so she had to end up dropping, which is too bad. But she ended up doing her own speed paint in promotion for this one. So if you actually guys want to check her out, Jill McLeod, her Tumblr and her DeviantArt, she has done her creature as well, based off of the yellow rose, which she actually did a very beautiful creature.
It was a nice, sexy, curvy flower.
Now I see. Then you're peeking at what Shy's drawing, huh?
Who, me? I haven't even.
I'm actually on.
Scared.
I'm actually on.
Yeah, we're actually able to see what you're drawing, Shy. Hey, it's looking good.
Yeah, I survived. Yeah, I was juggling back and forth trying to fix whatever my computer's been bugging me about. I can draw in peace for a little bit.
I think I can color this in like this short amount of time.
I'm very sorry.
No, it's okay. We're just happy to be able to see what you're drawing. And yeah, it looks like you guys got about 17 minutes left. Shy's putting in some permanent lines over the sketch. It looks like Lux is kind of putting in actually some finishing touches and some permanent lines. Tim is Tim's doing good.
Tim's doing his thing.
I'm pretty sure. I'm confident I can finish this in time, so that's okay.
I'm actually I'm actually really interested because it seems like because I know Tim. Tim is always had like at least watching your videos and stuff. I know you have like a little bit more of a minimalistic style to the way you kind of do your artwork, which is hey, I actually kind of relate to that myself. So I'm interested to see what you got.
Well, I will. I hope I don't disappoint.
MCP, you draw man, right?
Wait, say what?
You draw? Do you draw MCP?
No, I cartoonerize.
Cartoonerize.
Cartoonerize. Okay.
Because his cartoons are
It's
fantastic.
still
You're a liar.
drawing. It's still
I
considered
am
drawing.
not. You know exactly what I'm talking.
I still consider that
When you put out your drawings of everyone when we were playing Realm of the Mad God, I mean, come on, those were fantastically hilarious.
Yeah, well, Murphy drew his own icon.
Whoa.
It's awesome.
That's only and yeah, I got a whole series of narrators that I put out a long time ago. So, but no, stop pushing it on me. Let's talk about MCP.
Let's talk about how Murphy could have easily been a part of this stream too.
Let's talk about how easily MCP could have been a part of this, but
No, I can't because I don't have tablets.
oh well, you know what? You got a webcam. You could aim it down at a pad of paper.
No, I can't because I don't have pants on.
Well, I can't
it's
hear,
easy.
Well,
It's easy.
I can't. Well, I can't hear you because I don't wear my glasses.
Okay. The solution: you don't have pants.
You can't.
Just
You shoot. The
From your
camera
body.
is above the table.
yeah.
If you want to do that, MCP, then you got to go to xvideos.com. You can't do that here.
Streaming that stuff.
Don't have pants on.
Don't have pants. No. It's like I don't have pants on. I have shorts on. Ah.
This is a kid show.
This is a kid show. Yeah. This is actually, see this right here, last 15 minutes is like where the rush is coming in because like everybody's feeling the pressure now. You got 15 minutes to finish your drawing. So everybody's eagerly watching and like, oh, what's it going to evolve into?
A few minutes in the Food Network competition.
Iron Chef.
Iron Chef.
I've had pressure
mixing
since
the batter.
1990 something.
Come on now. It's like lagging as I'm coloring. I might as well not just color. I just.
Yeah, I was having a problem with that too, so I switched programs.
I think, yeah, this is just going to be a thing. Trying to stream this one via Google Hangout is going to make it lag. But like I said, nightmare mode.
I'm just gonna half-ass this then. I'll post up the better version later.
I was actually going to say, yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind whenever you... when you guys are finished with your drawings or your pictures here, if you guys could post them up with the hashtag uNIGHTed, that way people are able to find it or be able to search for that hashtag.
Okay.
Around here.
So what are we looking at for our last hour of the stream?
Oh, the last hour of the stream, we're actually closing off with Creepy Raven.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. If you haven't seen this one, there we go. The art stream. If anybody wants to take a look at more from these artists, right there in the top right, you'll be able to see their different DeviantArts, or I think that's all we have for DeviantArts, isn't it? The DeviantArts and YouTube. You'll be able Tales of Tim has YouTube now, DeviantArt. Go ahead and copy and paste. Well, don't copy paste, but pause it right here, and you could type in that URL so you can check out some more from these artists because they're really fantastic. See where Shy's at.
Did somebody like drop out, or like, because now it's not lagging?
No, the difference between when it's lagging for you and when it's not is whenever I'm focusing on you.
That's.
If I'm showing on the stream what you're drawing, yeah, then you're gonna lag.
Okay, I'm still new to all this.
Oh man, I'm feeling the pressure.
Feeling the pressure.
This is horrible.
11 minutes.
I got this. I got this.
I'm actually see. This is the thing though. Like when there's a different thing between me saying like me saying I'm gonna half-ass this and like I just take a crayon and I go back and forth over the whole thing, and you guys going okay I'm gonna half-ass this. You like are still painting in with all your different grayscale tools.
Color in the lines.
Okay, here's where the magic happens. Is it gonna work?
Come on now, come on. Don't lag on me.
Oh, we lost your screen.
Oh man.
Did you erase it?
Did you break it again?
No, I did it. It's still showing there for me.
And now it's focusing on me, I bet, because now I'm lagging.
No, actually, it's not.
Oh, okay.
We're on Shy.
Let's just see. Okay.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
If it's 11:50 here, then that means it's another time over there. I don't know where everybody else looks.
Yeah, it is 11:50 right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh wow, there we go. Now I'm able to see what Tim has.
That is not what I meant to happen.
If it helps, it still looks cool.
Okay. There we are. That's what I wanted. Okay. Jeez.
We have 9 minutes, folks.
Oh no.
I try to color a certain location, then I wait, and then I watch the color stuff in.
That's actually really interesting. It's funny. We can actually see the same thing happen as it works for you there, Shy. We get to see the lag.
Oh, what? Oh, there we go.
Just sitting there watching, see the lag take over my drawing. This is sad.
Am I showing up again, by the way?
Yeah, you're showing up good. I can see you doing. Looks like you're doing some highlights on it. Yeah.
Yes, I am.
I now completely see exactly what you were drawing, Shy. That's nice.
Thank you.
I've never seen a yellow rose. Is that weird?
Are you serious? Yellow rose and text?
I mean, serious. I've never seen them. Only reds and blues.
No, not really. I've never seen a yellow rose.
You say you seen a blue rose?
Yeah. Unless somebody food colored it, I don't know. You can do that.
Food color? I thought you could do that. I've heard you could do that with carnations. I didn't know you could do that with roses.
Blue roses.
I don't think
you can get black roses if you put black food coloring into water and feed it to the plant. That's what I heard of it.
And feed it to the plant.
Feed it to the plant.
You just hold it in front of its mouth and it just chomps it.
Dude, have you not played Super Mario?
It's got a point.
Feed me, Seymour, feed me.
Oh my god.
You're being green mother from outer space.
Oh my goodness.
No pressure. No pressure.
No, no pressure.
Chug,
Just
chug, chug,
7 minutes left.
chug, 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 chug.
I could see the narrators doing like a full production of Little Shop of Horrors.
Pressure intensifying.
Oh man, did you not see that on my side channel?
I saw it, but wasn't it just you? It was just you doing that?
Yeah. I did the entire play myself.
Oh no!
I
you lost.
No,
Murphy has got to play the dentist. I just gotta say that.
God damn! I didn't want to die again in a production.
Oh, good.
Really, I gotta be Steve Martin's character. Jeez.
Oh come on, dude. Would you prefer to be Bill Murray's character?
Bill Murray's character.
You remember Bill Murray was in that movie?
No.
He plays the masochistic dental patient.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're like, give me more.
You get out of here, you sicko.
I would want to be Audrey.
And we're done.
Feed me, Seymour, feed me.
You don't. Oh, you mean Audrey too? I thought you meant Audrey.
Oh no! Oh, that's right. That's right. You know, yeah, the plant. I'd want to be the plant. Yes.
I
forgot that there's the blonde girl. That's where he gets his name. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't. I was wondering. So why are we done? We still got 5 minutes left.
I was halfway expecting you to go into your high-pitched rendition of "Somewhere That's Green."
No. No.
We are 5 minutes till. Looks like everybody's getting doing pretty good. They're getting pretty close. Can't quite see. Oh, there we go.
I have not left the screen. I'm scared to leave the screen.
I had to close out some tabs so I can get this chat to work. So I have no idea what the others are doing.
Oh no, that's the point though. See, if you see what the others are doing, then they may influence on what you're doing, or you may change your idea. This way,
Okay.
It's like playing a two-player game on the same screen. Don't look.
Don't look. Yeah.
Even though you're all gonna. What color is that? Like ribbon? Like blue and yellow or something?
You have blue and yellow ribbons around the rows.
Oh boy.
I know that those colors at the back of my head because those were my high school mascot colors. Blue and yellow.
Blue and yellow? Oh man, you and me might have gone to the same high school then.
Yeah.
You mean yeah, as in like yeah we did, or like?
It's almost like
no.
before. Okay.
No, lag is cutting your sentences in half.
Is that somebody lagging, or is that somebody trying to talk?
Everybody's nice and laggy now.
I'm reading funny tweets here, and a guy named Carlos says, Xbox support. I accidentally shot a man in GTA. Are you able to see if he's okay? He's wearing a red shirt, and I shot him with a rocket launcher.
Wow.
Is he okay?
Is he okay?
Jeez.
Sir, are you okay? He's just talking to a finger. You need me to call 911?
I could try CPR, but I don't know.
Bro, you okay? Oh, God.
I think all of us have been up a little too long.
I think that's what's up.
I try to.
There we at? We got 2 minutes, guys.
2 minutes?
Since
I got
the
1
beginning
minute.
of the stream, I only got 2 hours. 1 minute over here.
Oh no.
1 minute.
Oos. Hello, what happened?
I came in here with a plan, and then I forgot my plan.
Came in like a wrecking ball.
Oh no.
Like a wrecking ball and broke.
That's the artist's
3D
way. We
pen.
plan something and then we forget.
That's a sound plan. Okay, guys, it's time. If you guys want to take some time and finish this one after the stream before you post them, feel free so that you're not bogged down by the lag. But let's take a quick look at what everybody's got before we move on to the next time block here. Shy got this lovely creature. I want to say ferret, pixie. Close, okay.
I have no
we
idea.
got looks like a golem from you. Yeah. Lux, yeah.
Yes.
Looks friggin' awesome. Which you said even directly
Probably.
beforehand that
What do
you
you
weren't
think?
gonna do something complex.
Yes, I was. I was going to do something big with holding a rose, but he is the rose.
And then we also have one of these creatures coming up towards one of the rows from Tim.
Nice.
Nice. You guys, you all did fantastic. So
Thanks.
thank you very much for being a part of the stream, the art stream, guys. And
Thank you for having me.
we hope to see your artwork up on the hashtag. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry
Thanks,
I could've
guys.
come sooner.
I'm gonna go ahead and give. No, you're good. Trust me. We got some beautiful artwork from you, and thank you guys because our new grand total is $6,835. So we got a good amount of donations during the art stream too. Thank you very much for your help. And everybody who donated, thank you very much as well. So up next we have
The final hour.
the final hour, the home stretch. We've got Creepypasta Raven. All right.
Come on, Raven! I'm ready for you, Raven!
I'm shaking like crazy.
Who's tapping on the live stream door?
How are you guys doing?
Good.
We're doing good. We've been up here for 23 hours.
Yeah, you guys should go to sleep now.
We can't yet. Not until you're done.
Not until you speak words.
Yeah.
Oh, words. The great mystery of words.
We need you to speak the great mystery of words.
I gotta calm down. I'm a little nervous right now.
You don't need to be nervous. To be completely honest with you, every single person who's been in this, who's been watching this stream, has been absolutely fantastic. They've all been very positive crowd, and they've always had some great, very creative questions and feedback for us in the comments and the Q&A. So you got nothing to be scared of here, man.
All right then. Shall I read what I have written down?
Well, yeah. Let's go ahead and go with that first.
All right.
Let me.
Okay.
Music.
Well, I don't need music yet.
Oh, you don't need music yet?
No,
Okay.
it's not a story. It's just my intro.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Go right ahead then.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Creepypasta Raven, but you may call me Creepy Raven. I run a YouTube channel under the name of Creepypasta Raven, so if you wish to find me, it is best to look me up with that name. I'm not big into reading the long stories, so if you like short stories, my channel is the place for you. And I've been narrating for nearly 2 years now. However, enough about me, more about what's the live stream about. I gratefully tip my hat to you all for attending this amazing charity event. I'm glad we have raised as much as we have so far. In fact, our current total is $6,835. And I think I speak for all of us when I say we really appreciate what you all have done for this little girl. Remember, all proceeds go to aid the victim of the Wisconsin attack and Safe Horizon to aid victims of violent crimes. However, in the words of my mother, she is no longer a victim, but a survivor. And for that matter, anyone that survives a violent crime, you are no longer a victim, you are a survivor. Remember that you fought and wanted to live, and everyone that cares for you is glad you did. Please, I encourage everyone to keep donating and spreading the word using the hashtag uNIGHTed. That's uNIGHTED. Even though the stream is ending, we still need and appreciate your help. The link to donate is down in the description below. So once again, thank you all for attending this amazing event. I think I did there, huh?
That was actually very well said.
I was.
Thank you very much for that, Raven. So, what have you got? What do you got set up for us?
I got some good stories. I got two that I wrote, one Murphy wrote, and a few post stories.
Okay, what do you want to start off with, sir?
I'm gonna start off with my very first creepypasta that I wrote. It's called Soulless Holes, and it's a bit of an exaggeration of what actually happened to me in a real life event.
All right. Well, DB, can you go ahead and hit the music for me?
Here we go.
Take it away, Raven.
Let me recount a tale that has stayed with me since my childhood. A tale that has never left my memory and still leaves me in a state of disbelief to this very day. It all began back when I was about the age of 15. My cousin and I would spend our youthful days outside, exploring the old railroad tracks and exploring the many abandoned buildings that surrounded them. We were your typical rambunctious teens, breaking rules placed by society to keep us safe. It's funny, really. Looking back on things, I now see why those rules were in place. It was the summer of 2007. There happened to be this one building we had kept putting off exploring, mainly because of how hard it was to get to. The things you had to do to get to it outweighed the overall feeling of adventure you got from exploring the buildings. It's crazy to be honest. You had to cross an old wooden bridge. Boards dangled, holding on to rusty nails for their slowly fading lives, and bent, rusty tracks felt the rushing water slowly burn the metallic skin. To make matters worse, the water below the bridge wasn't a simple, slow-moving creek. Oh no. It was a river raging with anger and power. Being dumb teens, we had no idea what things lived in that water, but our imaginations filled in the blanks for us with ease. So it took us some time to build up the courage to actually cross the bridge. Suffice to say, once across, we had to take a rest. Our knees were shaking so much that they were going to give out. Or rather, at least mine were. My cousin was one of the hothead macho types. He'd do anything with a little pep talk to himself. However, I wasn't like that at all. Would have had to have been pushed into doing something, either through being bribed or bullied. Mostly being bullied. I was nowhere near as brave as my cousin, and for good measure too. I didn't know how to swim at the time, and falling into the water would have more than likely meant a tragic end to my youthful years. Well, after a short break, we began walking towards the building, taking in the massive size of it and the intense feeling of intimidation it gave off. It definitely wasn't like the other buildings we had explored before. It was a lot older, as if from a time completely different to the ones nearer to the track. We took a few guesses at what it could have possibly been back in its time. A museum? A hospital? Hell, My cousin even thought it was a mansion with leftover untold riches. I could only help but laugh. I could only help but laugh at his excitement. Looting's spirit and his excitement caused him to run towards the building, with me running far behind him. However, to our misfortune, upon reaching the entrance to the building, two rather large metal doors that had to have weighed quite an impressive amount were chained and welded shut. We tried the windows, but to our dismay, they were boarded up in a semi-similar fashion to the doors. It isn't hard to imagine our disappointment, but like I said before, my cousin was the hot-headed type, and not one to be easily deterred when he wants to get in somewhere. After what felt like hours of searching for something to try to pry open the windows with, we managed to come across an old pipe. It wasn't exactly what we had in mind, but it did the job. After a few well-placed swings and several minutes later, we managed to break into one of the windows. Inside of the building was far worse looking and smelling than outside. The place smelled horrible. It was as if someone had died in a pool of rotten, stagnant water, with a lovely touch of skunk spray. To make matters worse, we had taken most of the day to not just get into the building, but to also get to it. So what little light we did have was fading quickly. The only artificial light source we had was an old Zippo we had come across on our first time on the tracks. The lighter took a few strikes to catch, but once it did, it lit up a small area around us, big enough for both of us to see, which really struck us as odd, considering not many lighters would light up such a large area. Anyways, we had broken into the building's main entrance area, and it had to have been large enough to fit at least a few dozen people in it. Dust and cobwebs littered the area, with parts of the walls and ceiling fallen onto the floor. Time had really had its way with the building, almost as if saying, "This is what I have allowed you to create, and this is what I can do when you forget about what you create." The way the shadows casted from the lighter danced off the floor and the walls sent shivers up my spine. However, we couldn't see anything down the hall that the lobby led into, which wasn't unusual considering that most of the buildings we had explored did the same exact thing. But this place, it was different. Something felt off about it. I wasn't going to turn back yet, especially considering how long it took for us to get into the building in the first place. Yet, something in the back of my head kept eating at me, telling me to run away, to not go any further into the building. I ignored it, and dusted it off as simply playing it to my nerves. We had spent hours exploring that old building, finding a few things of particular interest: old files, newspaper clippings, even a morgue, which, to be honest, was probably the second most terrifying thing we had ever seen. None of the buildings by the track, hell, none of the buildings we had ever explored had something like that in it. Yet, it somehow pushed us forwards more. We wanted to find something even bigger and better, knowing that people had died in there. Why else would there be a morgue in there? Well, sad to say, our search of the building after that turned up nothing. It seemed like the building was already ransacked by other visitors. To be honest, the place was destroyed completely, almost like the people inside left in a hurry. The previous owners probably lost the building in a foreclosure or something, and just couldn't afford to move anything out. Yet, as naive kids, we made jokes about it and told scary stories to each other, and to pass the time. It wasn't until we passed by a set of very large and very old barred windows that we realized how late it was. We both agreed that, at this point, that the very best thing to do would have been to stay the night in the building and leave first thing in the morning. And that was in more ways than one the worst idea we had that day. It wasn't even an hour past midnight when things started to get strange. At first, it was just whispering off in the distance. We would have played it off as the old building groaning in, as the earth shifted underneath it. But There was no way we could deny the fact that what we heard were voices. They were just too clear. They didn't seem exactly happy with us being there. If I recall right, at one point one of the voices became louder, as if it was right behind us, shouting at us with a disheartened, worried tone to leave before we got hurt. The panic that we experienced at that one particular moment in time caused every hair on our bodies to stand at attention. Slowly, we both turned to each other before jumping up and running out of the room. We decided to sleep in the night, only stopping when we could no longer see the room or hear the voices. At this point, I couldn't stop shaking. My heart was pounding and my mind was minutes from shattering. The only thing that brought me back to reality was my cousin's hard fist hitting the side of my face. I turned to look at him, tears in my eyes, both from the pain of being punched and from the fear that was still setting in. Our attention was quickly drawn away by the sounds of footsteps heading towards us. At that time, we weren't thinking straight. Our minds were elsewhere and we stood there, unable to fully comprehend what would happen next. However, it didn't take long for whatever was making the footsteps to catch up to us. It was a girl. Not an adult, no, a child. And the way she looked, she had to have been at least 10 or 11. But what really made her stick out, though, was her clothing. It wasn't like our clothing, or any clothing I'd ever seen at that point in my life. It was older. Like from Victorian area, or something close to that. She was facing away from us, so we really couldn't see her face. But the way the room seemed darker around her was unnatural, and my body was beginning to go into a panic mode. All I could think at this point was, why was the little girl in a building like this? I tried not to scare her away, so I knelt beside her and began asking her a few questions. Hi, my name is John. This is my cousin. Are you lost in this building like us? She didn't speak. She only nodded her head up and down to signify that yes, she was lost like us. I asked her another question. Why are you in here? She didn't answer me that time. So, thinking she didn't hear me, I asked her again. Why are you in a place like this? Again, she didn't answer me. She only began to slowly look towards me. Her face concealed entirely by the darkness that filled the room. This was the only time she spoke. This innocent-looking girl spoke two simple words that filled both of us with an intense feeling of dread and dismay. So dark. Somehow, thinking she meant the darkness in the room, my cousin, shaken with fear, struck the lighter, filling the small area with the artificial light, revealing a living nightmare before our eyes. The girl wasn't talking about the room. There was no way she could have known about the darkness in the room. Where her eyes should have been were two dark, soulless holes, gaping open like a window into a void-filled world. We backed away slowly at first, but when she heard us stepping away, her mouth opened wide, and the most horrendous shrieking sound escaped from what was surely once a living human. Yet at that moment was no longer a human. No. It was something that hid in our deepest of dreams and nightmares, something that the earth tried its hardest to keep buried away. We ran for our very lives, never looking back, not wanting to know if that thing was following us. I'll leave out the boring part of us running down the halls, but know this. We made it out of the building just as the sun rose, gasping for air. We slowly looked back at the building. The window we had used to climb out of the building had been silhouetted by that thing. We didn't stay there for too long. In fact, it took us less time to get back over the bridge because of our fear than it did to cross it in the first place. That night was the last night we explored any more abandoned building. Just goes to show that some buildings are abandoned for a reason. And that was Soulless Holes.
That was awesome.
That is actually based on a true story that happened to me and my cousin.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. That's the one that you wrote yourself, yeah?
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
It's a little exaggerated to give it more of a creepy feeling, but it is based on a true story.
See, this is one of those times when I actually didn't know. I hadn't heard any of your original stuff. I know, like, you and me had ran a writing how to write creepypasta panel before, but I actually hadn't seen any of your original work until actually during this live stream. Got to hear you read it and also hear one of the previous narrators read your work as well.
Yeah, Kitten
You
read
are,
the voice.
yeah, you are very talented, dude.
Oh, thank you. If you want, after this, I'll send you what I have written.
Sure, I'd love to see it.
Okay, you want me to read my the sequel to this one?
Is that what you've got lined up next, sir?
Yes, sir. That is what I have lined up next.
All right, go right ahead. Looks like TV's still going with the music.
This one is called The Woman in the Black Funeral Gown. She is everywhere, and yet nowhere. She stalks me, barely keeping with my field of vision, just enough to torment me when she chooses to do so. Who is she? Well, before I can say who she is, I must first explain what she is. This damnable atrocity that haunts me is a demon, a burden, a curse I am stuck with for the rest of my life. Something created from the very demented recesses of my own mind. Something that has been lurking within me, slowly loosening its shackles and digging its way up and out into the world. I'm ill, you see, and I fear that not long from now I will lose the very sanity I hold onto with a grasp so tight God himself could not pry it away from me. Yet this thing, this vile creation, has so easily in the past few months driven me backwards into an inescapable corner. This endless game of cat and mouse always finishes with the same outcome. My back to a wall, and that creature just stands there, staring at me, as if to mock me. She stares at me with a sinisterly mocking smile, knowing fully well that she has beaten me time and time again. However, this is far from the worst part about her. No, this cannot even remotely compare to those soul-wrenching eyes. Eyes that I have seen once before in my lifetime. Eyes that I had hoped I would have been lucky to never see again. Her eyes, or rather, where her eyes should be, are two black, gaping, rotting and twisted empty sockets, used solely for the purpose of tormenting me with a memory I had buried long ago, a memory that has reared its ugly head itself, a memory that has reared its ugly self in the form of this demon. There are days where she takes pity on me and covers her face with a black veil. But to accompany this godforsaken veil, she wears a black funeral gown with it. I have been able to determine the period of this dress through many searches down to the Victorian era. I have also begun noticing, as of late, she has been wearing the dress more often without the veil. I do not know what this could possibly mean, but the outcome will not prove well for me. Perhaps it is an omen of my own mental demise. Who can say? All I know for sure at this point in time is that she is sitting in my living room, staring at me, slowly mouthing the words, "So dark." Those two simple words hold a dark meaning to my past, and this demon which wears the false veil of a woman is using that against me. Now that I've told you as much as I care to about what she is, I can finally tell you who she is. She is nothing more than a hallucination brought about by my condition, known simply as bipolar. She is my own woman in her black funeral gown. The doctors tell me if I keep up on my medicine intake, she'll eventually fade away, just like the voices have. Yet I know better. She's not like the voices. They were weak and incoherent ramblings. She, on the other hand, is collective and calm with a goal. She has set her sights on me, and is finally free and able to achieve it. I would love to say this ends in a good way, but we both know that it isn't true. If it was, why would I be writing this from my safe confines of my nice, warm room that is monitored on a 24-hour basis? I'm sorry that I have to go now. It seems I have company. What a lovely woman, it's a shame. She's wearing that black veil. It's covering her beautiful face. And that is a woman in a black funeral gown.
Okay.
Hope you enjoyed that.
Oh, I did actually, because I'm actually able to see, since I know you on a personal level, I'm actually able to see your inspirations to those stories. So that's some powerful stuff, man.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Next I have Annabelle Lee by Edgar Allan Poe.
Annabelle Lee. Want to go ahead and bring this one up real quick? Our totals have gone up. We're at $6,842.
Wow, we're doing a good job so far.
We're doing fantastic. So, go ahead and carry on, Raven. Bring us home.
Okay, Annabelle Lee. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden lived there. That a maiden there lived, whom you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child, and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love, and that was more than love. I and my Annabelle Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabelle Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels not half so happy in heaven, when envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabelle Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabelle Lee, and the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And so all the night tide I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in a sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. And that is Annabelle Lee by Edgar Allan Poe.
Classic Edgar Allan Poe. Still gotta say, that's one of my favorite poems from him, actually.
I love Edgar.
Yeah?
I love Edgar Allan Poe. It's a great author.
Did you have some more Poe lined up for us right now, or?
I have one that I'm going to end with.
Okay.
But I was hoping to do a Q&A.
You want to do the Q&A? Okay. Hey, DB. Bucket.
Bucket buddy. You want to end the music for a bit? Did we lose him?
Screw it. He probably fell asleep. Let's, let me,
Q&A with music.
I'm gonna just do this real quick. There we go.
Oh, that works too.
Everybody wants to get involved. This is the very last time we're going to be able to do answers during the Q&A. So, if you want to be involved with the Q&A, take a look on your video page, bottom left-hand corner. You should have a little link that says join the conversation. If you don't see that link, you may just have to refresh your video page real quick, and it should pop up for you. But let's see what some people have got to ask.
Okay.
Because this has honestly been really fun. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Raven. Here's one. If you had the option to change your name instead of being Creepypasta Raven, what would you have preferred to be?
Oh, I think you already know the answer to this one. It's definitely Creepy Raven.
Really? That's just.
That's it. Creepy Raven, because when I made my YouTube channel, I had made it to be Creepy Raven, but I guess somebody had taken the name already, and it kind of upset me a bit. I'm like, oh, well, this is kind of boring. I gotta go with the generic Creepypasta now. I just wanted to be Creepy Raven.
See, I would have figured that you would have wanted another topic besides being a raven. Like
Oh,
you
really?
go
It's
with.
my favorite bird.
Oh well, that works. I don't know. Like I was thinking, like you'd be like creepy thwomp or something. I don't know.
Creepy Swamp.
Thwomp. Um. Let's see. That's asking me to talk like a gangster. It's not gonna happen. Um. What's your favorite? I know which one you hate the most, but what's your favorite creepypasta character, Raven?
My favorite. Wait, first of all, which one do you know that I hate the most?
Jeff.
Yeah, definitely Jeff.
That's not even like a question.
I hate Jeff so much. Um, One that I like the most. My favorite creepypasta character. You know, people would probably disagree with me with this, but I love Tails Doll.
Seriously?
I love Tails Doll. I don't like his story. I just love his character design, though.
You mean the one from the Sonic R Racing game?
Yes. I
Alright.
don't know why. I just like the character.
Okay, that's fair enough. You just like the look of it, the blood on
I
the
just like the look of it.
polygon doll. Uh, okay, that was I'm pretty sure relatively far back there. Okay, here's one. Have you ever been a fan of like Everyman Hybrid or Tribe 12 or Marble Hornets?
I used to be a fan of Marble Hornets, but because of a few problems with my daily life right now, I haven't really been able to watch their newest, I don't want to call them journal entries or whatever they call them. I haven't been able to really watch them. I've never watched Tribe 12 or any of the other ones.
Really, you haven't?
Nope,
I've
I have not.
seen some of Tribe 12, but I've never seen any of the Everyman Hybrid, and I know some people get on me about that one because I have to ask, like, what's that about? But that was supposedly it's a really good one.
Oh no, I've heard good things about them. I just
Yeah.
never watched them.
Like they're huge series.
I remember somebody made a series of the Rake, didn't they?
Wait, say that again?
Didn't somebody do a series on the Rake or whatever?
No, the Rake is included in Everyman Hybrid.
Oh, well that's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, 2 hours been watching since. Okay. Okay. Let me ask you this, Raven. Do you have any tattoos?
I have. Oh, crap, I gotta count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tattoos.
Okay. Wow, really?
Yeah, I have 7 tattoos.
What kind of tattoos do you have?
I have 2 tattoos. I have one on my left shoulder, one on my right shoulder. Both are tributes to my grandmothers that passed away. I have the Chinese symbol for family on my forearm. I have a gentleman cat on my thigh. I have 2 ravens on my shoulder blades, and I have a Poe quote in between the 2 ravens.
Nice. Okay. In that case, what do you think is the most awesome tattoo that you could ever get?
That
If
I
you had to-
personally could get, or that
Yeah.
somebody could get?
That somebody could get, I guess.
Probably a tribute to a family member, I think.
Yeah.
That's like the best way to show that you care about somebody. In my general opinion, if you are willing to permanently alter your body for a family member, that's like the biggest tribute you can give to somebody.
See, I was halfway expecting you to be like, yeah, you should get like a Chinese dragon with bat wings on a surfboard with a double neck guitar.
Well, no, that's my second. That's my second choice. See, yeah. If you're not gonna do something for a family, you gotta go big and just like do like a big mural on your back or something.
Yeah, no, dude. See, that's the kind of thing that I would do. No, I wouldn't. That's I would never do that. But what was one? I had one on here, and I'm getting like really tired and losing things. Um, what's your favorite genre of creepypasta to narrate, Raven? Gaming, first person, third person, journals, notebooks, account hauntings, recorded experiences, etc.
My favorite genre. I actually have two. Disappearances and first persons. I especially like there was one pasta I read but I didn't narrate. I think you narrated it actually. It was either you or Junior that narrated it.
What was
It
it?
was the one where the guy was wandering through the building. He's like abducted or whatever, and it was the first person tale of him wandering through a building or whatever. I don't remember who narrated it.
I don't think I did that one. That sounds like something Junior did.
It might have been Junior. I don't remember. I don't remember the name of it. But that kind of story is one I actually like a lot when it's a disappearance story because they were abducted. But instead of being told from somebody different, it's being told from the point of the abductee.
Nice.
And you don't see many stories like that anymore.
So you're saying disappearances or something like that, not necessarily abduction stories, but
Yeah, disappearances.
okay. Here's one. Do you have any tips and tricks on improving your narration voice? Like, do you drink water beforehand? Any kind of practice exercises?
Practice exercises wise, I don't start recording until I've at least read the story about 3 times, so I don't mess up. I don't drink water, believe it or not. I actually drink root beer before I start narrating.
Oh,
I guess
dude,
that's
no. Yeah, that's one of those things though. Like the sugar actually makes phlegm in your throat.
it's one of those weird things I do. I don't know why.
No, it's like a ritual at that point. You have to do it for good luck, otherwise you'll mess up.
Yeah, it's pretty much like that. Um, what could you do really to improve your narrating voice? Um, I guess I'd have to go back to my middle school choir days. And no, I will not sing, so don't ask. Um, we did this thing where it's like my mama mashed M&Ms to exercise your or stretch out your vocal cords. I guess you could do something similar to that to get relaxed a bit so it's not all tense and your voice doesn't crack.
I actually have to agree with you there. That's something that I always did was tongue twisters, to make sure that like you basically, or when I was in speech team, they used to tell us like it gets like the mistakes out already if you do tongue twisters. Somebody had a comment on here. I just had it a second ago. They wanted to comment on what you said about the Tails doll, but I cannot find it. Uh, okay, they already said about the. Okay, here's one. What inspired? Well, they're asking for both of us, but what inspired you into creepypastas, Raven?
Well, this can be a long one. Um, Back in high school, and sorry for the cat in the background. Um, Back in high school, I was picked on a lot, like big time. I was the weird kid, so I would sit alone in lunchroom in the corner reading scary stories, and I used to read Poe a lot. I was a big fan of Poe, and one day in my junior year, I actually found one of your videos, and I'm like, oh, well, this is pretty cool. I'm gonna go look up some more of these stories, and I started getting into the stories, and I pulled an all-nighter, and I think about a good 60 or 50 stories, and then I watched some more videos, and I'm like, well, if this guy can do it, I'm sure nobody like me can do it, and I've been doing it for 2 years now, so it's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, I kind of like that you have a kind of story about that where this is like one of those kind of escapes where it's kind of like a therapeutic thing for you. It builds up your self-esteem morale. So
It has. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I was to talk to people from high school again and I told them I read creepypasta stories for a semi-living, they'd probably laugh at me still, but it's whatever.
no, because you're doing something that you enjoy, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, I love it. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Yeah. So what do they have to laugh at?
My weird haircut.
Well, to be fair, you do have a weird haircut. um, let's see. Um, oh, and Murphy probably will want to try to chime in on this one. What would you draw if you had Jacob Emery's drawing stick?
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh wow, I gotta pee. I can't.
So, Raven, you go ahead and go first, and then we'll hand it over to Murphy and see what he wants to say.
Oh. I honestly don't know.
You're creating life with this thing, man. What would you wanna?
What would I draw? I don't want to get too sentimental with it. But if I could draw something that would come to life, even with my terrible art skills, I think I'd probably draw my grandmother. For anybody that knows me, my grandmother was one of the most important and influential people in my life, and her passing was like one of the hardest things for me. But I think I would draw her just to see her one more time, and that'd probably be it for me. That, or I'd draw Edgar Allan Poe. And I think I already know what Murphy would draw.
What would you draw, Murph?
Well, it wouldn't be a beer because I can just go around the corner and get one.
Well, I wasn't gonna say a beer.
Well, no, seriously, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say your persona.
That would be cool, but no, my persona is pretty much just me, just amped up a little bit and exaggerated. So, what would I draw if I had Jacob Emery's stick? I would probably draw anything that came to mind at that moment. If I God. You know what I would do? And being a father, it would come into play. I would ask my son, picture something, picture anything, and let's make it come to life. And then they say like, I want a piece of pizza that poops out ice cream. I know that's already been done in South Park, but whatever. And then I'll just and then bam, all right, there you go. But you have to remember, it's only on a 2D plane unless you draw something that can create a door to come into our world. And I would never draw that door. But I definitely have a lot of white walls here that could use a repainting.
I was gonna say, are you kidding me? I would draw a Power Girl and a door. Hands down.
Power Girl and a door.
Yep.
Well, okay.
Oh my god. I just read one of the questions, and it was like, MCP's sounds like a nice guy. He seems like one of the guys that would give you the last slice of pizza.
No,
I don't think I can think of. No, you wouldn't.
No.
I think we lived that last time when I actually met you, Raven. Hell no. Well, you got about 18 minutes left, Raven. Did you want to go ahead and do your poem?
Yeah, I got two more stories.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that one because I'm going to need a couple minutes out of the last bit of your slot so we can wrap up. Okay?
That is fine with me. This is The Unmarked Box by Wellhay Productions.
Okay, this should be interesting.
While sifting through the towers of boxes that remained from when he moved into the new house, Kevin found one box in particular that he did not remember packing, nor even bringing into the house. It was a small wooden crate with a removable lid, not too different from a jewelry box. The box had no markings, save a few scratches around the edge of the lid, and the remainder of the box. Kevin picked it up and examined the small box thoroughly. The box's weight seemed to indicate that it was empty, but when he shook it, it rattled as if contained a massive amount of contents. Metal scraping up against glass, colliding with stone, and entangling with some sort of fabric. Kevin called out to his wife to see if she could identify the container. But he remembered that she went to the local store to purchase some new draperies for the window. Kevin was left with the box, and his curiosity. He decided to open the box. He clenched the fingers of his left hand around the lid, and his right hand around the body and pulled. The box would not open. It even seemed that the harder he pulled, the tighter the lid adhered itself to the box, as if it didn't want to be opened. Kevin, now puzzled over the box, decided to end the mystery once and for all, and fetched himself a pry bar from his toolbox. He placed the pry bar blade under the lid and cranked the bar down as hard as he could. The pry bar snapped in two. Kevin, now furious over the box's refusal to open, resorted to the lowest form of ingenuity. He hurled the box across the room, and with a splintering crack, the box splintered against the far wall. What surprised Kevin more than to see the box, that was so obstinate against opening, cracking open so easily against the wall, was the viscous, black liquid that oozed out of the box, that now lay upon the floor. Kevin slowly approached the pile of shattered wood and tar-like substance, slowly, and just about as he was to touch it, the black liquid blew away, like ash in the wind. Kevin stood there for a moment, attempting to fathom what he just saw. The box was now empty. He picked it up, and it disintegrated in his hands, like it had been rotting for centuries. Kevin was even more puzzled by this. This box, that had held so strong from his bare fingers, and even a crowbar, would simply turn to dust after it shattered against the wall, and its contents would spill upon the floor, and then vanish. Kevin thought his wife would never believe this. Kevin suddenly caught the scent of rotten meat as he spun around to unpack another box, only to see the wide eyes and black skin of the beast he had just released from its ancient prison. Amanda returned home from a disappointing round of shopping from window dressings to find it empty. She was sure that her husband informed her that he would be busy most of the day unpacking boxes in the basement. But all she could find in the basement, besides the towers of boxes that still reigned supreme, was a black, inky handprint next to a small, unmarked box that she did not remember packing, nor even bringing into the house. And that is Wellhay Productions' The Unmarked Box. I actually like that story.
That was inspired by when we first moved into the house. There are towers of boxes all over the place. So let's make a creepypasta out of that.
That was a really good story, Murphy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we gonna unmute DB now or no?
I don't know if I can unmute him. I know I can mute him. I can't unmute him until he comes back.
I think he fell asleep on us, like you said.
He might have fallen asleep on his keyboard. But you know what? He is a trooper because he's been here the full stretch, and we're gonna drag him across the finish line if we have to.
All right.
Okay,
Shall I
so
read the
I'll
ribbon?
get his legs. You each get an arm.
Yeah.
I want the head though.
Well, that's gonna be awkward.
It
It's
is.
still attached to his body.
Okay, I'm gonna read the Raven so you have time for your little snippet there.
You go. Yeah, go right ahead, sir.
This is The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, Suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this, and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken sad uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into the darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, something louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped the stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obstince made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and saven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me, what the lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast above the sculpture, bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven sitting lonely on that placid bust spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he would leave me, as of my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore," startled at the stillness broken by a reply so aptly spoken. "Doubtless," said I, "what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till the songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of nevermore." But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I will the cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking, what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking, "Nevermore." Thus I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burn into my bosom's core, this and more. I sat divining with my head at ease, reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that looked like loaded ore, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplit golden ore she's oppressed, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfume from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee respite, respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff, in this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempest sent or whether tempest tossed thee ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me, truly, I implore, is there balm and gleed? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aiden it shall clasp a Satan maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked up starting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul has spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart. Take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight over him streaming throws his shadows on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. That is Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven.
And I could not think of a better piece for us to be able to go out on. Thank you very much for being a part of the stream there, Raven.
Thank you for having me. This is a lot of fun.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our, Murphy, you want to go ahead and refresh one more time and see what our grand total is going to be at the end of the stream here?
Yeah, it is 16. Actually, it's 69, 36.
36. We got one more dollar in.
36. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we did pretty darn good, and
yeah, we more than doubled what we started with.
Yes, we did. And let me just post some things here. I have a little boy who would like to help us close out. You want to say hi to everyone, buddy? Yeah. Say it loud. Hi. All right. And I'm just posting our stuff on Twitter and Facebook, and he's grabbing everything possible. So I'm gonna have to kick him in the butt. But we are. I've actually created a video. I've actually created a video to thank everyone. So I'd like to play that now, if that's possible.
Let's see. Hopefully it is.
Hopefully this works.
Wow, Murphy.
Yeah, that's gorgeous, man.
All right.
That's amazing, man.
Technically, we have 1 more minute. So I want to go ahead and finish this off by saying that the charity, even though our stream is finished, all the videos from the stream are still going to be available for you guys to be able to view. So if you missed out on anything live, you can still rewatch everything. If you missed out on Mew's performance, seriously, you guys need to go back and hear that one. All the different narrators did an astounding job with their narrations. Everybody in this whole stream, so I suggest you go take a look at what's going on there. And the charity is going to be open for another week. So we very much encourage everybody, if you still see that, you should still see that link on the screen, the link in the description and link in the comments. If you get a chance to, like we've been saying for the past 24 hours, every dollar counts. And hey, just because we're not live streaming doesn't mean you can't use the hashtag uNIGHTed. Let us know what you guys thought about the stream, who your favorite narrator was, what your favorite story was. And thanks you everybody who stuck with us. Even if you're just popping in right now, thank you for watching, and especially a huge thank you to everybody who donated and stuck with us for 24 hours straight. You want to say anything else, Murph? Raven?
No, I think you pretty much covered it all. I mean, yeah, I don't think I could add any more to that.
Okay. Well, we'll see you guys later. I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah, you go get some sleep.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.